Welcome to the Whatever Dating Talk podcast, where we try to make sense of the modern dating hellscape. Thanks for tuning in tonight. You could have been anywhere in the world, but you're here with me. I appreciate that. We're coming to you live from Santa Barbara, California, every Sunday and Tuesday at 5 p.m. Pacific. I'm your host, Brian Atlas. I'm joined by my co-host, Kiki. She's a bit shy. A few quick announcements before the show begins. This podcast is viewer-supported, heavy YouTube demonetization. So please consider donating through Streamlabs instead of super chatting, as YouTube takes a brutal 30% cut. Some quick maths for y'all. So if you super chat 100, YouTube takes 30. If you donate 100, Streamlabs only takes 3. Streamlabs.com/whatever. Link is in the description. Donations and super chats $10 and up will be displayed in stream overlay. Donations and super chats $100 and up hold on. We've switched it. Okay, I forgot. This is what I forgot to fix. Donations and super chats $50 and up will be read/answered. If you want to interact nearly instantly with us and weigh in on the conversation, consider sending a TTS, text-to-speech message. That's $100 and up. Triggers TTS. TTS is via Streamlabs only. We lowered it a little bit. Please see the description for all triggers and full details. We have channel memberships. To become a member, hit the join button. Tier 1 is just $5 a month. You can also gift memberships. We're also live on Twitch right now. Guys, pull up another tab. Go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow and a Prime sub if you have one. If you have Amazon Prime, you can link it to your Twitch. It's a quick, free, easy way to support the show. Every single month, we got merch, shop.whatever.com. Stuff you can wear to not be naked. Don't be a criminal. Get some merch. Follow us on Instagram at whatever. Any girls who want to be on the show, DM at whatever here on IG if you can make it to Santa Barbara. If you're interested in sponsoring the podcast, you can also DM us there. Follow me on Instagram, BD_Atlas. I never post. I'm not going to clog up your feed with bullshit food photos. Check out my nonprofit movement, Big Labia Matter, or BLM for short. It's a grassroots movement, really the pressing issue of our time. And, I am kind of the spearhead in this, the trailblazer, groundbreaker, pioneer, vanguard of the movement. So definitely need your support, gentlemen. If you can't catch the full shows, we have a Clips channel. Link is in the description. That's our main Clips channel, guys. We are trying to get to 1 million subscribers on there, on the Clips channel. We're less than 100,000 away. So if you guys can go over there, just drop us a sub. Guys, get us to 1 million. Appreciate it. Disclaimer. The views expressed by the panelists do not necessarily reflect the views of the Whatever podcast. Without further ado, we're going to have the guests introduce themselves. So please tell us your name, age, location, so where you're from, and occupation. Go ahead.
Hello, I'm Daphne. I'm 24. I live in Colorado right now, and I am an OnlyFans creator.
All right, welcome.
My name is Venus Vixen. I'm 20. I live in Miami, and I do professional porn and OnlyFans.
All right, welcome.
My name is Alyssa. I'm 28. I live in Santa Barbara. I am a mom and a preschool teacher.
All right, welcome.
I'm Katie. I'm 28. I live in Los Angeles, and I'm a writer/editor.
Of what do you do?
Just like online content, very boring stuff. Nothing like writing books or anything like that.
Okay, got it. What about you?
I'm Angelique, and I am 24 years old. And I am the president of a nonprofit organization called Life Dress, where I hand paint pro-life apparel to start conversations about abortion so we can end it in our lifetimes.
Let's go.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
What about you?
Hi, my name is Sarah Ramirez. I'm 19. I'm here at UCSB, and I am a peer tutor.
What are you studying at UCSB?
I study math, and I'm getting a minor in math education.
All right, welcome.
Hi, I'm Sarah Stock. I'm 20. I'm from Newport Beach. I go to Vanguard University. I'm a college student, and I work for Rebel News as an editor, and I'm a Turning Point USA president.
All right, welcome, Sarah.
Hey guys, I'm Jake, Rattlesnake TV on YouTube, Jake RattleSNK, Instagram and Twitter. I'm a YouTuber, 28 years old, from Australia originally, but here today with a lovely panel. We've got Taylor Swift on the panel.
Very good.
That's a spitting image.
Yeah, guys, go check out Jake's socials and his YouTube. We have his YouTube and IG linked below. He's got a great YouTube channel, so guys, be sure to go subscribe. And he is a veteran of the Whatever podcast. Which one of you bestowed upon him the title of I forgot. That was you. Yeah, Jake's a veteran of
Hot
the
vet. I like it.
of the whatever podcast. Great. So we're gonna go around the table once more. What's everybody's relationship status? So, single, talking stage, situationship, friends with benefits, relationship, married, polycule, sex, cult. There's all kinds of things. How long have you been single if you're single? And what's the longest relationship you've ever been in? Starting with you, go ahead.
So I'm single right now. I've been single for, I'd say 2 years, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
The longest relationship that I had was, it's a weird one, but it was, I would say about 1.5 years, almost 2 years.
And sorry, you said you've been single for how long?
About 2-3 years.
2-3 years. And longest was 1.5 to 2
About.
years. Okay. Got it. What about you?
I'm in a relationship. I've been dating somebody for like 3 months, and the longest relationship I've been in is 2 years.
The guy that you're dating, is he also in the adult entertainment
No.
industry? No. Is he like a normie, a civilian?
Yeah, he is.
Is that the term for, what people who are in the adult entertainment industry, you call like people who don't make that kind of content civilians?
Yeah.
Is that okay?
Yeah.
So he's a civilian.
Yeah.
What's he do?
He's a student.
Student? Okay.
Yeah.
You guys are about the same age then, I reckon.
Yeah.
He's in college. Okay. Well, I'd hope he's in college. Okay, what about you?
I was married, but I filed for divorce, so we're separated. And that was my longest relationship, and that was almost 5 years.
Okay. And that was your first marriage? First and only marriage?
No, I got married at 19, and that only lasted a couple of years.
Married at 19, divorced at when?
21.
21, and then you got married again when?
At 24.
And then divorced again. Who initiated the divorce for both of the marriages?
Me. They
Both
were
times.
both unfaithful.
They
Yeah.
were both unfaithful.
Yep.
Okay.
First one was more like drugs and alcohol, too, and then I got tired of that. And then second one, I thought I married a good man, but he was unfaithful to me.
Okay. And so, how long have you been single?
8+ months.
8+ months.
Yeah.
Were you separated? So the divorce was finalized 8 months ago, or you were
No.
like separated for?
No,
How long have you been separated?
8 months.
Oh, 8 months. Okay.
Yeah.
Is the divorce finalized?
No, it will be in a couple months.
In a couple months. Okay, gotcha. And you said you have one kid, 2 kids?
Yeah, I have one little daughter.
Is that from your first marriage, second marriage?
No, second marriage.
Second marriage. Have
Yeah.
you been dating at all since the separation of your most recent relationship?
No, I want to be properly single before I do that.
I see. Okay, got it. All right. What about you?
I'm in a relationship. We've been together for almost 3 years, I think. And it's by far the longest relationship I've ever been in. So, yeah.
5 year?
No. Almost 3.
Oh, sorry, 3 year. Okay. And so your current relationship is the longest one okay.
Yeah, by far.
Got it. Okay, cool. What about you?
And I'm in a relationship. It's been 2.5 years. And it's my longest because it's my only.
2.5 years. Okay.
I'm single. I've been single since birth.
Single since birth.
Yeah, I'm still waiting on the right guys.
Right.
Okay, single since birth. Have you been on a date?
Yes, they were not successful dates.
They were not. What's the longest period of time that you've seen a guy?
Like I said, I'm waiting for the right guy. I did have a guy.
Oh, hold on one sec.
Brandon Nix donated $100. Cat lady has an Amber Alert from her mental institution. Did she show up in a white smock?
She did actually. She showed up in a what is it? One of those straight jackets.
We're gonna keep that a secret.
Yeah,
we're gonna tell everyone.
Until you Houdini'd your way out of it.
Yeah, they've actually allowed her to venture out of the psych ward just to make it onto the whatever podcast. So
My one opportunity to be free.
yes,
So happy
yeah.
I'm here.
Yeah. She does have an ankle monitor too. No, I'm kidding. Thank you, Brandon. Appreciate it. So okay, you've been single your whole life. What's the most? Have you been on like 3 dates with one guy? Or you've only been on like just a bunch of first dates, none of them worked?
Just a couple first dates, and it hasn't really worked
Gone
out.
further? And is that because they didn't want to see you again, you didn't want to see them again, mix of both?
I kind of had to let them down a little bit easy. Yeah, I didn't want to see them anymore.
Okay. And why was that?
I didn't feel like we were on the same wavelength when it came to certain topics, and he was I don't want to be rude, but he wasn't he didn't catch my interest, I guess. If
He wasn't physically attractive?
both ways, like as a person and physically, yeah.
Okay. And you said you guys didn't match up on the wavelength. Like what specifically? Like difference of values?
Yeah, he told me he had a bunch of friends who like were doing drugs in the dorm, and I was like, okay, I'm not about that life, so.
Was he doing drugs?
Good luck. I don't know, because like I said, it hasn't been further than a first date.
Yeah.
But
Are you sophomore at UCSB?
yes, I am.
Sophomore. Okay.
Yeah.
Are you still in the dorms or?
No, I have
Okay.
a place. Yeah.
Okay, so this was back. Was this back like your freshman year?
Yeah.
Okay. And so that was one date, didn't work out. What about how many first dates do you think you've been on total?
That's literally the only one.
Oh, you've been on one first date.
One first date, and I don't really like to count it. I like want to
Okay.
start over, but
You want to start over?
guys, it's a deal. It's a whole deal.
Okay, so you've been on one first date. Have you been asked out by other guys, but just not
No.
been on dating apps at all?
No. Yeah. It
Okay.
can- like I said, I'm waiting. I'm waiting for someone to ask.
Okay. And
No one's asking at the college campus?
No.
What are these guys doing? Are they trying
I
to
don't
slide
know.
into the DMs, are they?
I actually keep my account pretty private. So,
Mhm.
like, I have to get to know someone first before, not like necessarily like I'm not going to accept a first date from a stranger. But I don't think social media is the way to go. Like, I would give them my number if they had asked. Yeah. They have asked, but I give them my number and then they don't reach out. So I'm like,
Wink,
okay.
wink, hint, hint, boys, if you're watching.
are you religious?
Yes, I am.
Christian or?
Christian,
Okay.
yeah, non-denominational.
Are you waiting until marriage?
Yeah, I am.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. What about you, Sarah?
I'm single. I've never had a long, serious relationship or anything. I've had like 2 pretty short relationships and a lot of first dates kind of thing.
How many first dates would you say you've had?
No idea, to be honest.
More than 10, more than 20, more than 30?
I don't know. Probably around 20 over my life.
Okay. What's the longest period of time that you've dated a guy?
Like 2.5, 3 months, I think.
Would you call it a situationship?
No.
Have you ever called somebody your boyfriend?
Yeah.
Did he call you girlfriend?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so we'll say like what, 2 to 3 months. Right. And you're also religious, correct?
Yeah, I'm a Christian.
Are you waiting until marriage?
Yep.
Have you always waited till marriage?
Yes.
Wait, so okay, I mean, not to be too forward here, but you both are virgins, is that correct?
Yeah.
Yes.
No shame, just
Yeah.
okay,
Right
cool.
on.
I said yes, yeah.
All right, cool. All right,
Respect.
Jake, what about you?
Yeah, single. Been single for 2 years. So, yeah, for the longest time, I've been single.
All right.
Nothing's changing.
I mean, Leslie from our previous show was making some overtures. Anything happened there, Jake? Or
No, when Leslie left, we never found each other again. So that was it.
and then her friend was, despite being in a relationship, seemed like maybe a little
I don't know.
flirtation going on.
Me and you were talking
there.
upstairs, Brian, and then just it was over.
It was over. It was done.
Yep.
It was done.
You distracted
okay.
me.
Oh shoot. Okay. Well.
No.
Yeah. Well, you guys.
Not my
will-
type. I'll say that.
Which one? The
Neither of
Leslie?
them.
Oh, neither of them. Okay. All right. Cool. All right, guys. So that's everybody's relationship status. I think the first thing I want to do is actually, this is perhaps something new that I'd like to do as a good jumping off point. Some of you have reached out to us wanting to be on the show. I like to have discussions with people who disagree with me on things. So, does anybody here, maybe you've seen the show before, maybe you've seen clips, Is there anything that any of you disagree with me on? Maybe you've seen something that, clip from the show. I think that's a really good place to start. So anybody, anything?
She's chomping at the bit.
Yeah, but like I feel like it's a lot, to be honest. So I don't really know
A lot
where to
that you
start.
disagree with?
Yeah, I feel like pretty much we're on the opposite ends.
Okay.
You guys are ops.
Yeah. Are we opping each other? Like with that?
Well, we're having a conversation, but why don't...
Yeah, I don't know where to start, but it would probably basically be anything if I had to just guess.
Yeah, but I'm going to need you to be a little more precise.
Like, you talk a lot of politics on
Okay.
the show. You're more like conservative.
Am
I
I?
would say, yeah,
Okay.
pretty conservative, I would say.
I feel like I'm
And-
pretty vague when it comes to my politics, and I typically don't get super political, but...
I mean,
I'm very conservative, if you would like to.
But
if you want to take the lead
oh,
there,
no, I mean, I'll...
yeah.
I'd say I'm moderate to conservative. Ish.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't want to tell you, like, you know what I mean? Because it's my opinion and you're
No, I don't...
whatever.
So, okay, what do you disagree with me on?
Like everything. Like I would
But
say I'm
what-
probably the most left-leaning here. Like
Okay,
I'm
sure.
more like socialist, communist.
That's a good place to
Ish.
start. Okay.
Right there.
So you're a socialist / communist.
Yeah.
Okay. So do you think what's like the tenet of communism? You don't believe
Do
that?
you believe in private property?
Yeah. Do you believe in? That's what else.
See, it's really hard to navigate these kinds of conversations, but it's basically like you can look at how we kind of are, like America right now, and how we are like economically. Like most Americans are living like under the poverty line, you know what I mean? And like even people who are getting $100,000 salary, $200,000, they're living paycheck to paycheck. And I just think everybody, like, livable wages should be happening, you know what I mean?
Can
Cost
you
of living shouldn't be so
point
high.
me to an example where communism or socialism provided a better quality of life than the life in America?
I think Cuba was really promising up until the U.S. like started putting
Do you realize how much of
restrictions on
a do you
trading
realize
for
how much
Cuba.
of a shithole Cuba is?
That's because of the United States.
So you don't think it's the fact that the government went and nationalized everything and they put Che Guevara in as the head of economics in Cuba, somebody who had never done that before? They nationalized the industries. You don't think that a bunch of guerrilla warfare fighters coming into Havana and taking over the
I
country
think
would...
Cuba had a promising chance up until the United States started putting like restrictions on Cuba. And
As in
that's part of the reason why Cuba is so
embargoes.
poor now.
But do you
is
not
their
think...
trading restrictions.
Do you not think that it was... like there was a part of it that might have been the socialist factor, the fact that they nationalized everything and didn't know what they were doing?
I mean, I can agree with you to the point that it hasn't been like as effective as it could have been played out, like in any case. So it hasn't successfully like.
Okay, so Cuba's not a good example. Do you have another good example of another country that has done a good job with socialism and communism?
No.
Do you know it's been tried many times? Soviet Union did it, no good. China did it, Vietnam did it, Laos did it, Cambodia did it.
Okay, but capitalism isn't doing great either.
Capitalism's
because-
doing a lot better than communism, a lot better. And if you look at the rise in the third world at the moment, that's all because of free markets, and it's all because of cheap energy and all of these things that capitalism provides.
Thanks, Killian. Wait,
I
so
mean-
would you like to see the U.S. become a communist country?
I think like there needs to be like kind of how communism is laid out. Like I still think there's flaws within that, right? Like I'm not trying to say it's the perfect solution. I just think on a baseline it would be more effective. Like most people would have a better quality of life.
Would there... Here, we'll let this
Brandon
go.
Lee donated $100.
Oh.
Another vapid 304 selling her flesh while whining about capitalism. Do you not realize what you are doing is capitalism?
Do you have a response to Brandon Lee here?
Yeah, so I live in a capitalist country. Why would I not do what I can to have the best quality of life I could? Just because I believe in something doesn't mean that I should struggle or be poverty stricken.
What is... I think there is actually a good counter argument to this. Maybe, Jake, you're familiar with it. This whole like, well... Because I think it's really important that like your side, whatever side, puts forth like really solid arguments. And I think the counter to that is like typically people, when it comes to communism, they'll argue, well, you have an iPhone. But I don't think that's a very compelling argument, because like people are going to, if they're born into society, they're going to have to maneuver through that society with the rules that have been placed. So there's
having an iPhone in the eyes of a communist, that having an iPhone is a bad thing.
No, it's more so just, and I'm not in favor of communism, but I'm just trying to steelman the capitalist position. Like, I'm not sure if the best argument is, well, you engage in capitalism, so why are you in favor of communism?
Oh yeah.
You like? I can't think of the steelman for it, but
I get
Brandon
what you mean.
Lee, I appreciate
because Brandon kind of said that she's engaging in capitalism. Well, you do live in a capitalist society,
Yeah.
and I'm not saying there's no problems with capitalism, but by far and away, it's the best system we've ever tried. And you just have to look at the evidence. And you can literally, I went to Korea last year, and I went to South Korea, and I went to the demilitarized zone, which is on the border of North Korea, and it is night and day between those two countries, because one of them embraced a Soviet-style communist system or socialist system, and one of them embraced a Western-style capitalist system. You go to Cambodia, and you look at what happens when the Khmer Rouge came and took over. Absolute brutality. And that's because equality has to be forced, because human beings are inherently different.
Before you respond, we're not going to linger too long. We're not going to linger too long on this
Motorsports
topic.
donated $100. Tell me you know jack crap about economics in plain language. Check. In the little box on your tax return where it asks how much extra you want to pay, how much do you write in? Bet it is 0.
What?
In the little box on your tax return,
Yeah.
when it asks how much extra you want to pay.
But I think essentially what you're saying is that there's economic disparity in America, and you're saying that it's unfair.
Yeah.
It is unfair, but life's unfair, and
I
we
mean, I
can
don't think that's
do better, certainly. But I'm telling you, and I can explain it to you more if you'd like throughout the podcast. Communism, not the answer. There are answers. Communism, not it.
I have
I
a
think
question.
it's-
Could I ask you a question about
Yeah.
it? Just to get more of a sense of what you believe. You said that you can't really like tell us exactly what country has socialism that you can point to and say that's a positive. If there was one, would you move there and then give up the work that you do because you wouldn't be able to do it under that governmental
Yeah,
structure?
like I would give up my work to have like on a baseline be around a community where there's a higher quality of life than America.
But didn't you say that you can't point to a country that has that? So where would you go?
No, I'm saying like communism and socialism is kind of the closest thing to what I believe in. I haven't seen it played out, and it's not exactly that, but it would be the closest thing to kind of put language into it.
So how can you believe that something is great if you've never seen it be great?
I never said it was great. I said it's like what I believe to be the best system.
Have you seen
So it's
it
the
be
best,
great?
not not
Has
great.
communism ever worked?
No.
And this is what
I don't
I'm
think
saying,
so.
like it's the closest thing to what I believe in.
But I think
So it
that
would
when you
be
just look at it
the
on
closest solution.
the raw facts, though, communism was responsible for the death of north of 100 million people in the 20th century. So when you look at that ideology and you say, you know what, I think we should try it again, you'd have your detractors. Okay, but I do get what you're saying, because
Also
you
think part of it is
believe in
that-
inequality, and you think that and you've arrived at this. Do you go to university or college?
I dropped out.
Okay.
before-
Did you hear a little bit of this sort of rhetoric / propaganda at university? Is that where you pick these ideas up? Yeah.
Yeah, but I also think it's really tricky because I mean we're all like we have like a capitalist scope on things, so it's the way we're viewing communism is also through like how we've been socialized and how our
You can
brains
go
are
to
kind of,
communist
like,
countries, see how it is. I've
I
been
mean,
to
yeah,
many
but
of
I
them.
haven't had the opportunity yet. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
I'm still very like young, and there's a lot
I
of
understand,
things
because
are,
when I
like-
was your age, I actually used to think similarly. I used to be like a Bernie Sanders bro, like Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. You know, I used to love it. I used to think, so everyone can just be equal and it'll be the best. But then after a while, when you look into it and you realize that actually it's manufactured equality, and when you try and manufacture equality, it leads to brutality. But you know, keep going, you'll get there.
Brandon Lee donated $100.
Thank you, Brandon.
There is no country that makes the example of communism to be anywhere near our current society. Your learning life has failed you. Stick to learning about how to get guys off.
Do you have a response to Brandon Lee?
Damn. I don't know, he's tipping a lot for this, so you know.
Redirect him.
Yeah. Well, so thank you, Brandon. Appreciate it. I have a question. So, look, I'm not super well versed in this topic, but under communism, would there be currency?
Yeah.
There'd be currency, so there'd be we'd still have U.S. dollars.
So what I'm trying to say, right, is that I don't fully believe in communism as how communism is. That's just the closest thing to what I believe in, and that's why I was trying to like address some of the things that I do believe in. Like I think there should be like a baseline of like livable wages and things like that.
Wait, but
so it's
okay.
more so things that I would like to have for the community as a whole.
Doc Vinably donated $100. Cuba is 90 miles from Key West. You can swim there. Once there,
You're in
the
Miami,
bread lines
right?
will help you get even skinnier. Good luck finding a good hookup for your of. Genius.
Would you consider, how's your swimming?
Decent, I guess.
Wait, if you were to swim from Miami to Cuba, would it be a breaststroke? Would it be butterfly?
Maybe like a
What's your preferred backstroke? That would be a good way to get there. Thank you, Doc Vanablis. Good to see you in the chat. Well, okay, so under communism, let's say there's somebody who's a doctor and then somebody who's a secretary. How are they, like, are they both compensated equally, like the same amount?
Yeah.
So the secretary, who need not spend hundreds, thousands of hours attaining secondary, like other forms of education, she's compensated just as well as the doctor. So what's the incentive for somebody in a communist society where everything is supposedly provided for them to like put in all this extra effort? Like, also, what about who wants to be a janitor or who wants a dirty or dangerous job under communism? Wouldn't everybody just want to
So
do
there
the
are
most?
some places that aren't communist, but they do like have certain like other developed countries like the Netherlands, right, where they have a pretty high quality.
You
of
think
life.
that
capitalist
the
country.
No,
Netherlands
it's
is
not
I've been
communist, but
I've been
there's-
there 3 times.
I'm
It's not
getting there. I'm getting to the point that I'm
Okay.
making. I'm not saying it's a communist,
but
whatever.
you
But they have like livable wages and higher taxes, right? And one of the things you look at is when everyone has enough to live, the incentive to make more money, or a lot of Europe like doesn't have a lot of millionaires because there's not that drive to have this excess of wealth when you can survive. That it's just not natural. You know what I mean? Like,
Can I ask
the
something?
Netherlands.
Getting rid of like the labels capitalism, socialism, communism, can you give us like an idea of what the ideal society system would be? Like, you don't have to stick to any names, just like if I were in charge, if I could set up a country to run a certain way, how would you want it to run, like specifically?
okay, like is there like one avenue, like economics?
Yeah,
or, like,
economically.
Okay. Yeah, I feel like that's a little bit better too, because I feel like trying to stick to a label, but that would be the closest thing. I think equal pay for everyone would be like a good start. There would still be an incentive. People still want to be doctors without pay. I mean,
think
Cuba
that-
actually has the highest.
What was it?
Hunter donated $100. Daphne drinking the water that turns the frogs gay.
It does turn the frogs gay.
So you said that.
I want to hear her answer.
Yeah. She just said that there would be incentives, and I'm saying
Yeah,
that. Do you think
Cuba-
that there would be incentives? Like, do you think that we would get the best quality though?
I mean, yeah, that's why I believe in it. But also, like you said, what would be the incentive to become like a doctor or something like that when Cuba has the most doctors per capita? You know what I mean? Like, people still want to be doctors. People naturally want to help each other.
Do you think they're good? They're the best doctors?
Well, I don't know. I can't.
What's the
speak
life
for that.
expectancy in Cuba?
Probably lower than here, but you can't really trust the government's numbers though.
That's fair.
Yeah. This is the problem in Cuba. I've got my barber back in Brisbane is Cuban. Shout outs to Yaz. And his mum is a doctor. And he says that she basically makes the same as somebody who flips burgers in the United States. She just makes absolutely no money. And she's a doctor.
Mount_Everest donated $100. Communism has failed and will fail at every nation that has tried. RFK Jr. 2024.
Yep. Yeah, so I mean, it's just human nature though that the reason why people strive to be the best and succeed is because they get paid more and they get more prestige. But in those countries, there is no prestige with those jobs. They're slaves. Any other economic policies? Because you mentioned Netherlands and
Yeah, so they have high taxes.
Hold on.
Alfie donated $100. My philosophy, best summed up by the only advice my father ever gave me. He said, son, whenever you meet a beautiful woman, just remember, somewhere there's a bloke who's sick of shagging her.
Thank you, Alfie. That is a bit more dating related. I appreciate it. Thanks, Alfie. I think you were going to ask her a follow-up question.
Yeah, so you mentioned the Netherlands, and what is it particularly the social safety nets? Like, because when you talk about Scandinavian countries, I think that a lot of people refer to their social safety nets and these things that they've got going on.
Mm-hmm.
Is that what you like about those countries, that they've got robust social safety nets?
Yeah, and they also like have the highest quality of life. Like, people are happiest there than anywhere else, which I think says something, you know what I mean? Because people complain in the States about high taxes, but it's what we're doing with that tax money when we're asking for more, when the government's asking for more.
Well, they have some pretty high SUI rates in those Nordic countries. But with the social safety nets, though, do you understand that it's like comparing apples and oranges when you compare America to the Scandinavian countries? Because for a number of reasons. First of all, they're very, very resource rich. Like a country like Norway has more money than it knows what to do with it. So like these countries are they just throw money into these social programs.
And what's the population? Like 10? No, it's like 4 million in Norway or something.
And also they're very, very culturally homogenous as well. They're very strict with immigration. You don't have that in America. You guys pay a price for how lenient you are with your borders and everything. So it's comparing apples and oranges. But they do have, I have spent time in some of those countries, especially Holland, and they do have social safety nets, but they're pretty different to those countries to here.
I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
So do you think that your life would be better? Like, how would it personally affect you if the United States was more socialist?
I think that's
or worse.
Interesting. I don't know. I think it would have affected me probably a couple, like 2 years ago, more so than now.
Doc Venabilis donated $100. Doctors are used as slave labor in Cuba. The doctors are sent to work in Mexico and Venezuela, and those countries pay Cuba. Doctors earn $30 a month within Cuba. Cab drivers earn much more.
Mm-hmm. Doc Venabilis, thank you very much. That's a good point. Like, what, under a communist society, like, what is the incentive to work hard if the person who doesn't even work gets the same exact benefits and privileges as you?
It becomes like more personal and less on survival. So one of the things why money is an incentive is because money raises your quality of life here. Like, people still have an incentive to be doctors there because naturally there are some people who want to help people, like in other ways than just how much this is going to pay me or how little this is going to pay me.
You mentioned that did you just say that it would have benefited you a little while ago but not anymore? Is that because you make more money now because you're doing what you're doing?
So I benefit from capitalism now.
But if you weren't benefiting from it, then you'd want to live in a socialist community.
No, I would want to either way, but I am saying that I do benefit from capitalism.
So you're benefiting from capitalism now means you see capitalism in a good light because you're benefiting from it, right? But if you weren't,
I still see the flaws in it, but I do benefit from it.
So if you were making a lot of money right now, you'd want to give like most of that money away.
I do give a decent amount of the money that I make away. I definitely
stop the cap.
What do you mean you give it away?
Where do you give it?
Like, not only that, but like in my daily life, but also I like donate. Like, I also like
to who do you donate to?
Like things I believe in. Like, it's not one specific thing. It kind of changes as it fluctuates.
Like, what percentage would you say you donate?
I don't have an exact percentage.
Like, roughly.
Or like a couple organizations. Like any organization you've donated to.
3 nonprofits. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm like getting nervous, but one of the things, like, also in my daily life is like I give to people that I know, you know what I mean? Like,
but what 3
people.
Organizations? 3 anything? Just 2?
I'm trying to think. Like,
Yeah, sometimes it'll escape you. We understand. Look, I appreciate you actually having this conversation because I know it feels like there's like a lot of people ganging up on you right now. But you did come and say you're a socialist communist.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
It's quite the starting point.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyways.
Well, the reason I'm asking is like, is the reason you want it is because you want people to, like, do you feel like some people are entitled to other people's money? Because that's basically what socialism is.
I don't think like other people are entitled to other people's money, but I think everyone should be like, I don't think people should be living on the street, you know what I mean, on a baseline. Like, I think the wealth disparity in the United States is like a crisis. That's what I'm trying to get at.
The notion that you're talking about where people will become doctors just because they want to help people and stuff, it's so verifiably untrue. Even if you look at the example that you said, Cuba, when Che Guevara was in charge of the finances there, he ran this big campaign where he was going to get everybody to rally around the nation and everybody to rally around Cuba and to do their work, and it failed so miserably because people were just like, but you're like, we're not really paying us, so like, why would we do it? And there was a saying in the Soviet Union that was, they pretend to pay us, we pretend to work, which meant that the government just pretends to pay us and we just pretend to do the work. So nothing actually gets done. But when you look at a capitalist system, for all its flaws, and you've done a good job in identifying some of the flaws, one of the biggest strengths is that people are incentivized. You can literally come from the bottom, and we have such social and economic mobilization in capitalist countries that you can get to the absolute top. And there are many examples of that. But if you go to countries that have been decimated by communism, like when you spend time in Cambodia, the only people that are rich are the high-level military personnel and government. That's it.
A great example of a country that socialism has taken over is Venezuela. They were doing better than the United States economically, and then they actually voted in socialism. It's one of the few countries they voted in, and it wasn't even a dictator that took over anything. And then now, like, they wouldn't even be able to afford like a meal for their family a week. They have, like, the inflation was so bad because the government just kept on printing more and more money. And that's honestly also what's happening in the States. It's because more socialist policies have been implemented, and that's actually lowered the standard of living because we've been printing more and more money.
There are some correlations there. But yeah, Venezuela, like she said, it's another good example. And there was a guy named Hugo Chavez in the 1990s that was president of Venezuela. And Venezuela at this time was one of the burgeoning countries in the world economically. And they had all these like natural resources and they were killing it, and all these celebrities were going to Venezuela, and it was amazing. And then he brought in socialism, and this is where he nationalized the industries. And this is one of the great dangers of socialism, which is what maybe you haven't quite realized yet, is that when the government nationalizes things, they're normally pretty bad at it. Like, you look at South Africa at the moment. I don't know if you guys have seen much about what's happening in South Africa at the moment. The government nationalized everything, the ANC, bless them, and it's basically a failed state. It's falling apart. So it happens when the government nationalizes things because they don't have the incentive. It's not people making money off it and businesses.
Yeah, I think it's also, you talking about like different countries. It's interesting when you think about, if you travel to other countries and you interact with the people there, like for example, I run a nonprofit where I go and like do workshops and stuff with people in different countries. And something that I always hear most places that I go to is that people want to come to the United States. Like it's just a trend. Like if you travel and you go and you see other cultures, a lot of times people are interested in coming to the United States for various reasons, mostly financially. Like if you go to a country that's really struggling and they're not a capitalist society, they want money from the United States. They see a United States person and they say money. Like that's what they look at, So it's something to think about because, I mean, you said you're from Florida, right? Or you live in Florida?
I live in Florida.
Last time I was in Fort Lauderdale, I thought I was in Cuba. And
I mean,
it's really interesting because it shows that like people want to be in the United States. People want to come to America because they see it as not only a place of freedom, but a place for economic gain. So,
like, I was like born in like the poorest part of the country, like Appalachia, right? And like that's where I'm from. So I think like a lot of my opinions do have to do with seeing the wealth disparity as such a firsthand experience that I think maybe some people like haven't got to see. That it's like, it honestly, like in a lot of ways, it's like there are people that still like have outhouses. You know what I mean?
Okay.
The poor.
Hunter donated $100. This has got to be the most boring conversation. I'm sitting here with my left hand in my pants and have never been more turned off.
We've talked about this for a little too long. I'll have a brief back and forth with you. Please don't anybody else jump in, and then 2 minutes, and then we'll move back. So, Hunter, thank you for your TTS. Appreciate it. So, question for you: If nobody wants to work, and they just want to go in and take the free bread, every morning. What happens if you multiply that by everybody? I think you underestimate the degree to which people are lazy.
I mean, maybe, but there's no like indicator for that.
There's no indicator that people are lazy?
Like, or how, like, many people are lazy or like whatever. What would happen like over a certain period of time?
What would happen over a... Okay. I mean, there's also this concept of the tragedy of the commons. Like, everybody owns something. Nobody owns it. Like, if collectively everybody owns everything, so nobody's going to give a damn about it. Nobody's going to take care of it. And everything just withers into disrepair.
I mean, most people in my generation won't be able to afford a home, so I think it's kind of like the same thing.
Well, I think we can also acknowledge, look, I mean, I think anybody who's in favor of capitalism can obviously acknowledge that it's not perfect, and there's flaws, and there's losers in the system. But I mean, there is no better system that so far devised as capitalism. Because, like, okay, you may very well have fair criticisms and valid criticisms of capitalism, but it's not clear to me if the answer is, let's just tear it all down and install a new system.
I guess, like, that would be where my opinion is like, it would be the closest thing, like,
What? So,
something closer to...
So are you merely just a critic of capitalism?
I guess more so, yeah.
But I mean, you said you're socialist slash communist.
Yeah, that's like the closest thing to identify with for me, or where.
But you can still be in favor of
aligned.
Capitalism, but also acknowledge, here's some ways capitalism gets it wrong. Here's some ways we can improve it.
I don't know where I sit on that.
Because the system that you're suggesting that we switch to, communism, is, I mean, it's been attempted, it's failed. I suppose in some perfect way, like if you're expecting people to move in the most idealistic way, then perhaps it could work. But people break rules, people break systems. So if you have imperfect actors who are criminals, for example, you have people that can be greedy. If those greedy people become the people that hold the power, I guess, in this communist society, how's that going to work?
Then it doesn't.
Like corruption.
Like, if corruption happens, then that...
Are humans corrupt?
Naturally?
Are humans...
I don't think so.
You don't think?
Naturally? Like, I feel like when there's no incentive to be greedy, which greed usually, like, is their survival, like, instinct, then I don't think naturally most people, like,
well, so how
result to corruption.
But so you're saying if there's like this base level of sustenance that people could reach, then we would live in some like utopia.
I'm not saying like everything would be perfect all of the time.
Let's say the standard of living for everyone had health insurance, everybody had food, everybody had a house. You don't think there'd be people that want more?
I think maybe some, but it would be pretty sparse.
Pretty sparse? Okay. All right, okay. We're going to move on from the... Yeah, guys, go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow, drop us a Prime sub. Also, guys, go subscribe to our second channel, our Clips channel. We're trying to get to 1 million subscribers. We're about less than 100,000 away. Okay, is there something dating related that you disagree with us on? With the show on?
I can't.
Hold on.
7 sextillion 777
right.
sextillion 777 quintillion 777 quadrillion 777 trillion 777 billion 777 million 777,777 donated $100.
Sub to the Clips channel.
My sprinkler
Thank you.
goes like this. And comes back like this.
Thank you.
Stochastic Decay donated $99.
Hey, I haven't seen
Brain.
this guy in a while.
Sorry I'm late.
Thank you, man.
Long day. I've been donating to a ton of charities. So many I can't name one. Anyway, does the commie OF share profits evenly with her typer? Or does she exploit labor?
My typer?
Your chatter.
I run it all myself.
Okay. All right. That's a good question. Do you exploit labor?
Do I exploit my own, I guess?
Oh, okay. All right. Good to, dude, Stochastic Decay, good to see you. So is there anything not maybe more dating related that you disagree with us on? Or is it more just like, I'm super left leaning, I view you as like conservative, so like you're more generally disagreeing politically?
Yeah.
Well, you do have a couple women here who are pro-life, and I suspect, given your political leanings, you're pro-choice. Is that fair to say?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'd be interested to see where the table is on that.
Yeah, why don't we see like who's pro-choice, who's pro-life?
Pro-life.
Well, here, start with you. We'll go around the table.
Pro-life.
Pro-choice.
Very pro-life.
Pro-choice.
Pro-life.
Pro-life.
Pro-life. I already said it.
Anti-abortion every day.
Okay, so we have, is it 2 versus what, 6, 7?
Abortion is the greatest human rights and justice of our time.
Say that again.
Oh, she's
Wait, I
wearing the
didn't-
shirt. I didn't
Abortion
realize.
is the greatest human rights and justice of our time.
All right, there you have it.
Just a fact. Just a fact.
Wait, so you know, before I have like maybe before me and Jake weigh in, as somebody who's pro-choice, do you think? I often hear the term "no uterus, no opinion." Do you concur? Do you agree with that?
Not 100%.
Okay.
Because it's like, I feel like a father should have rights. Do you know what I mean? And should have
Sure.
a say.
Mhm.
I feel like ultimately, because it's a
Wait,
woman
you-
and her body, she should have the majority.
Okay.
1 septillion 111 sextillion 111 quintillion
Hold that thought.
111 quadrillion 111 trillion 111 billion 111 million 111,111 donated $100.
I hope it doesn't get.
My helicopter goes like this.
Oh my god.
Thank you, 1 trillion billion. Thank you. Wait, you said that you think fathers should have rights, but so I mean, if we're talking about abortion, so are you arguing that men should be able to compel women to get abortions? It's kind
I
of
think
based.
they
I'm
should.
just kidding.
No, I
that's
think
a
they
good
should have a say. You know what I mean? Like,
What do you
I
mean?
think,
How would a man
like
have a say?
in the realm of like pro-life or pro-choice,
okay, if we're
like,
talking-
I
you
feel like they
said-
should have an opinion. I mean,
Oh,
not
well, that's-
an
okay.
overpowering opinion, not an opinion that overshadows.
But you
women's
specifically,
opinions,
I think,
but-
if correct me if I'm wrong, I think you specifically said men should have rights. Fathers should have rights.
Yeah, I feel like
Related-
yeah, in terms of like
To
the
a
core and child support and just all of that
Okay.
nature, women usually do have like a benefit over that.
But I mean, since we're specifically talking about abortion, do you think men should be able to compel women to have abortions?
Compel them to?
Like, let's say she wants to keep the kid. He doesn't want to keep the kid. Should he be able to compel her to get an abortion?
No.
Oh, okay. Because you said like father's rights.
Yeah,
in the
if
context
she wanted
of
to get an
abortion,
abortion,
we
but
could
the
have a
father wanted
conversation.
to keep the child, then like I say like
okay, so
he
there's
should be allowed.
There's a
to-
concept called legal paternal surrender, where after the child's born, or even before the child's born, the father can say, well, obviously he can't have a say in terms of compelling her to have the child, but he could say, well, I don't want any parental rights, and I don't want any financial responsibility or parental responsibility, and that's it's a men's rights position, legal paternal surrender. So you're in favor of that?
Yeah.
Okay, that's not. I mean, it's semi-related to the abortion issue, but it's not really central to it. Although I would certainly agree with you that, for example, in any state where abortion is legal, certainly there should be a corresponding legal paternal surrender where a man could say, well, if a woman has a right to murder the child, I ought to at least be able to do away with my parental responsibilities and obligations, so that when it comes to child support or any sort of parental responsibility, I think that's a fair position.
Is there like a certain cutoff? I know that abortion, there's like a isn't there a time frame of when you can and can't get one? Do you support late term abortions? Is that what it's called when it's later
Yeah,
on?
late term.
Would you like support that or be an advocate for a late term abortion?
I mean, it's not my, my body. So yeah,
if
I mean,
you
pretty
had
much,
to
it's
make-
not my choice to make. It's someone else's. And I don't think I should take that from someone.
Oh no.
I think. Oh yeah, that's. He was dropping. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna look into that. Continue on with the conversation, guys.
If you had to say from your standpoint, though, if you had to make a cutoff of when you think is a reasonable time where it's no longer ethical to have an abortion, what would that cutoff be?
My whole stance is that I don't think it's my choice to make that for other people.
So if
I
a
think
woman
it's
was
up to
in
someone else.
if a woman was in labor and she said, "I want to kill this baby," you would be
I mean,
okay.
no.
Okay, so then what's the cutoff?
Then, I mean, like labor is
A
like
day
in
before?
process of giving birth.
What about a
and
day
that's,
a day
like-
before?
Yeah,
Yes.
You think that it's fine? Have you ever seen what it looks like,
yeah,
an abortion taking place?
yeah.
You have seen that? What does it look like?
I mean, there's like different types of abortion. You can take the pill.
You think you can
like-
take a bill? No. In
I
terms
mean,
of
I'm
a
not
late term
talking-
abortion,
later?
like the day before, let's say. Do you know what that
I
would
mean,
look
I've
like?
seen what like a full term like fetus looks like.
Yeah.
What's the difference between the baby a day before
one, Mike.
the woman goes into labor and then while the woman's in labor? What's the difference between those children?
Like,
Why does one get the right to life and the other one doesn't?
I just think it's prioritize until the child is born. I think you should prioritize the
You said in labor, though.
person bearing the child first. Their mental health, their body, everything.
But are you agreeing that there's another person involved?
I mean, potentially there could be. I don't
Potentially,
know.
or is there? Because if someone were to get killed, you wouldn't say potentially someone got killed. You'd be like, someone got killed. That's crazy.
Okay, then no.
So there is another person involved.
No.
So just to make both of your stances clear, you both don't think that, like, when do you think that the unborn becomes a person?
I
takes
would
us
disagree with that. I am not as extreme in that way. I'm pro-choice, but I would say I used to be much more aloof with it. Like, anybody should be able to get an abortion, not at any time, but like in a reasonable amount of time, which I don't know exactly what that would be. And the more I listen to podcasts like this and other things that talk about this, I would say I completely agree that there needs to be like a serious cutback, and like you probably know the statistics of how much it happens. It's like crazy. It's probably like really out of control. And
How much what happens?
How much abortion happens. Like, I think that there's probably a lot of people using it as, a backup plan.
Birth control.
Exactly. And I don't agree with that. I do think that there's probably a lot of benefit to cutting it back.
If you had to say, when do you think that a human life becomes a human life?
That's tough. I would say it's pretty early for me. Like, I think, when it's just the first little cells that usually everyone talks about, like, I would say, yeah, that's reasonable.
What
if
if
you
I-
just found out you were pregnant.
What if I were to tell you that it's an unassailable scientific fact that a human life becomes a human life at the moment of conception?
That would be a claim that it's like hard for me to fully believe that, but if you like
Propaganda's real.
if you could fully convince me of that, then yeah, I would say that
90% of biologists actually agree that life begins at conception. So if we're deciding when someone lives or dies, I think we have to have a definitive point. We can't just arbitrarily pick a point in pregnancy to decide whether someone has the right to life or not. And since biology does say fertilization is the start of life, it seems to me that that's the only like viable time we can say that that's when life begins. And therefore we must protect all life from the moment of conception all the way up until birth and afterwards too.
Seems like you're very open-minded about it, which is good. And I think that if you follow this path of logic, you'll eventually find yourselves with your back up against the wall, where you realize that it's not even scientifically contested with anybody who's worth their salt in the field of biology to say that human life doesn't begin at the moment of conception. So, I mean, you find yourself in a position, and I've done this as well. I used to be pro-life. I used to be pro-choice. Myself.
Right.
And eventually, you're just confronted with the facts, and you can't really.
I don't
say
know.
anything else.
I don't know if this was asked. One question for you: do you have a sense of, like, should a woman be able to get an abortion at any point throughout the pregnancy, or do you have a
She said
cutoff?
yeah.
I feel like that's her choice. I feel like it's not for me to
she said yeah.
decide. for someone else.
So for example, like, would you be okay with women being able to get abortions a day before they would otherwise give birth?
I mean, like I said, it's not my choice. It's
Does
for
that
somebody
feel-
else.
No,
I
but-
feel like it's excessive to do it at that point, but at the end of the day, I don't.
Why is it excessive? What's wrong with an abortion right before birth, or whether it's right after conception? What's the fundamental difference?
I mean, as something's developing, like, it feels like it's like, oh, that's right there at the cutoff. Do you know what I mean?
That's
So that
interesting,
feels
yeah.
like there's
Well,
a reasonable time in which, but late-term abortions don't happen that frequent.
Right,
Well,
but
what's the
just
difference between-
just in terms
So-
of having an intellectual conversation about it, would you be okay with a woman getting an abortion a day before she would otherwise have
That's
a
her
healthy?
body. That is her body. That is her choice. It is not my choice for what someone should do or shouldn't. Like,
Would
what
you be
I would
willing-
do is I wouldn't have an abortion at all. But that's me.
Why wouldn't you have an abortion?
Because I feel like for me, like, what aligns with me, I wouldn't want to do that. But it's not my choice to make that for someone else.
When you say it doesn't align for you, is it like a moral thing for you that you wouldn't have an abortion because
well,
you
the
think
whole
it kills
debate
a person?
is moral.
Or,
The whole thing is morality.
but for you said that you wouldn't have one. Is it a moral thing for you?
yes, the whole topic is moral. So,
do
yes,
you think
it's
that
moral on every
if I were to
sense.
say I'm for child abuse, but you guys aren't, therefore I can abuse my child because I personally am not like against child abuse, or would you step in and say, excuse me, you can't abuse your child, right? Like moral issues are our problems. It's your problem too. You know, you can't just say I'm personally pro-life, but you can do whatever you want. You see
well,
what
there
I
are
mean?
different things that's an extreme.
I don't think so. I mean, killing a child could in some ways seem worse than just abusing your child, but the point is, if it's a moral issue,
Wiley50 donated $100. Roughly
Thank you, Wiley.
63.5 million children murdered since Roe v. Wade was enacted. Almost as many as the estimated 70 million murdered by their own government under communist Russia. Pick better beliefs. Like YHWH.
Thank you, Wiley. Did you want to continue on with your thread?
yeah, I just want to understand in the sense of morality, since you agree it's a moral issue, right? Like we can agree on that at least, right?
Yeah, I mean, most things are a moral issue.
Right. And so if let's talk about another moral issue where you would agree that there should be some kind of objective reality, right? Like, do you agree child abuse is wrong?
Yes.
Why?
What do you mean, why?
Because
Like,
it
it's-
harms children, right?
Yes.
We can agree on that. And we
Yeah,
can agree
but
on
it's-
many other moral issues where we can both say, oh, that's wrong. That's hurting somebody else, right?
But this is like a more tricky topic. Like, it's
Why is it-
not
why
as
is it more
black
tricky
and
for
white
you?
as like hitting a child or something like that. This is something that there are responsibilities to bear once this happens. And there are a lot of children in foster care, and there's a lot of people who are and I'm not saying this is you, right? Like, you put a lot of effort into fixing the
Doc
issues that you believe
Venabilly's
in. So this
donated
is-
$100. Greater than 90% of biologists agree that life begins at conception. Also, an important principle of bioethics, when making decisions regarding life or death, always err on the side of life.
Hey, Doc Vanadlis, thank you, man. Appreciate it. Continue with your point. Go ahead.
But it becomes more tricky when it's like most of the people that are pro-life are just like, oh, just don't do anything or provide resources for people in tricky positions. Do you know what I mean? Like, domestic violence is a huge issue, and most of it isn't even, put on to numbers.
Yeah. I mean, I would argue, honestly, that pro-life people generally do care more about, like, the entire life versus just the fetus. Because you hear that a lot, oh, pro-life people only care about the fetus. That's not true. Pregnancy resource centers actually are, like, 4-to-1 to Planned Parenthoods. And if you call up a Planned Parenthood and ask them, hey, I'm having a baby, do you have any, like, resources like diapers and, like, can I have a place to stay? They're going to be like, what are you talking about? All we have is the abortion pill. Like, that's all we have for you. Whereas pro-life people are actually giving resources to women to be able to say, like, you can do this. You're strong enough to be a mother. So I would argue that that's really not the case.
And they'd also adopt the kid as well.
Yeah.
They would make you take it to term, and then the adoption list in America is much bigger than the amount of abortions that take place. As well.
I want to try to get a little bit more precise on the question that I asked you before. So I asked you, would you be okay with a woman getting an abortion a day before she would otherwise go through with a healthy pregnancy? Her life is in at risk. The baby's health is fine. You said you'd be okay with that, correct?
I mean, I feel like it's not for me to put my opinion on what someone else should judge. That's for someone else to weigh out, not me. That is not my responsibility.
Here,
to
then
bear.
I'll make it a two-pronged question. For you, let's say you've decided a day before you were otherwise going to give birth, you decided you wanted to get an abortion. Would you?
I wouldn't do that.
Okay, so then, and you would not legislate or let me think about this. You would not put forth legislation to prevent women from getting an abortion a day before they would otherwise give birth. No. Would you at least have some sort of moral objection or judgment to them doing that? Perhaps you wouldn't want to
Like I said, I feel
prevent
like
it
it's
legally,
a little
but
bit excessive. Like I feel like it's
What do
like,
you mean?
oh, you're waiting up until the last point. You know what I mean?
do you find it morally objectionable?
I mean, I guess to a degree.
Okay. What about an hour before a woman were to otherwise give birth? 1 hour. She's in the hospital, right? But she's in the hospital. Ooh, the pain's really bad. Let's just do an abortion. Not that I don't think that might not be the pretext for why she would get an abortion, but I suppose the pain would still persist anyways. But let's say an hour before she was otherwise going to give birth, she wanted to get
I feel
an
like
abortion.
it's not for me to say. Like it's
Okay.
not my decision to make. Like I feel like that's for each individual person to assess their situation.
But didn't you
and
agree it was a
make their
moral
own.
issue though? You agreed
Yeah.
it was a moral issue where if you
I mean,
agree it's killing a person, that's why you wouldn't do it. Why
No,
would you?
I didn't
why
agree
would
that
you?
it was killing a person. I'm saying for me, it would feel immoral for me to do
Well,
it.
why is it immoral to you?
Because if it wasn't under extreme circumstances for me, then I have the financial resources that I'm okay with a child. Like I have
But you agree it's a
everything-
child. So the moral issue for you is that it kills your child. Is
Would-
that correct?
Just no.
No.
Would-
So then what's wrong with abortion? If it doesn't kill a person, then abortion's totally fine, right? You would want more abortions in some ways.
My personal opinion on what I would do for my body is still, I don't think I should push that on anyone else. It's the same thing for like a religious belief or anything else like that. I have
If
my
there
opinion.
was, let me ask you a question. If there was a pro-life lobby trying to legislate that a woman could not get an abortion a day before she would otherwise give birth, would you be against that? Like if you had, or there was a something on the ballot, you could vote. Can women get an abortion a day before they would otherwise give birth?
I feel like a day is excessive, and if I had to have an opinion, it would probably lean more towards I wouldn't want that to happen because it is so last minute.
What about a
But
second? she's a second away from
this is still excessive. Like, is this realistic? No.
But okay, she's
not realistic.
she's 1 second away from giving birth. Should she be able to have an abortion?
Like,
You
it's
might
a
not
ridiculous
personally-
question. Like
But-
1
It's
second.
a hypothetical.
that
Just
really happens
engage
in
with the
real life.
hypothetical. Do you think it's right or wrong? Like, do you think that it's morally right or wrong to do that?
I feel like for me personally, and I can only answer for myself, it would be wrong for me, but
Why?
I cannot answer for other people.
Why is it wrong?
Because I feel like I can bear the responsibility of a child. If it were to happen, I
Here,
feel
let
like
me-
I have the right resources. I can't make that decision for someone
Wait,
else.
here, let me give you a hypothetical. So okay, the woman's in the hospital. She's an hour away from otherwise giving birth. At 59 minutes before giving birth, she realizes that her entire life savings have been wiped out. She can no longer financially, she's realized, oh no, my finances have been totally wiped away. On this sole basis, now, before I was able to financially provide, now I can't. She wants to now get an abortion because just financially she's not in a good position. Do you think that is sufficient reason to get an abortion?
Like, I don't know how many times I have to say it. Like, it's not my opinion to have. It's that simple. It's not for me to have an opinion
Okay.
on someone else.
Can
Like,
I jump in? I understand your point that you're not trying to like make your opinion influence someone else's decision, and it's kind of like, oh, each individual person should just do what they want. But then what would be the point in having a government that takes care of people if we just say, oh, do whatever you want at the risk of whoever? Like, it doesn't make sense.
It's not at the risk of whoever.
But
This is a
it's at the
contained
risk
issue.
at-
It's the same thing as if you were to push a religion on every single person. That it doesn't. There are certain things that don't work, and they aren't so black and white. And this
But
is
there
one of
are
the
certain-
things that sit in a very gray area.
But there are certain rights that everyone has that is black and white, like life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
Why is it
Yeah.
not black and white for you?
Because it is an issue of morality.
But there's other moral
Morality
issues that
is
are
not black and
And
white.
morality
It's
is
not.
a-
It's
So
what's good and
Rick,
what's
wait,
evil.
hold on.
we just decided.
Oh, yo, Rick, are you Hunter on Streamlabs? Is that you, Rick? Are you Hunter? Send another super so I can see it. Here, last back and forth, and we're going to switch gears a bit if you guys want to just wrap up on the point.
I just wanted to also ask, do you know what the point of viability is? Like, what's the difference between a child at 20 weeks versus like right before birth?
Like probably like pain.
But
How
you-
much it can feel pain, like I don't know, biological.
Because most places in the United States, you can have an abortion all the way up to the point of viability, and babies are being born in the same hospitals where they're being aborted. Do you think that that's a moral issue where like these children, one child gets the right to life, they get to have, you know, the life that you have right now because their mother made a decision, versus a child in a different room is literally being killed, pulled apart limb from limb at that point in an abortion, and they don't have that right to live? Why is it someone else's decision whether someone lives or dies?
But it's also consciousness.
And don't you think
right?
that's black
like
and white?
Once you become unconscious, right? Like if you're in a coma, then you no longer have the ability to assess decisions for yourself. It's the same thing. Someone that would be a caretaker to you would make that decision if you should live or die or when it happens. It's the same situation. You're not conscious.
So consciousness
a
decides
child's
whether
not-
you have
Yes.
like value?
Yes.
Well,
and
what
it has
about
for a long
when
time.
you're asleep? Can you just kill me if I'm asleep? Just because I would never
That's
know
not the
that
same
you killed
level
me.
of consciousness.
I don't think there's a
That's-
gray area. It's life or like in death. I mean, if even the moment of contraception, it's a living being. It's life. There is no gray area.
They're
There shouldn't
conscious.
be a gray area.
Everything
Conscious
is-
or not, there should be no gray area.
It's completely, that's so linear, because at the same time you could be like murder is bad, but if you were stuck somewhere
There
in a
is no but.
situation,
Murder is
life
bad.
or death,
No but.
right?
Do you
and
think
you were to
preborn
kill
babies
someone
aren't
who was
innocent,
trying
though?
to kill you, that would be different than you murdering
Sure, but
someone
but
else.
That's not murder.
A preborn
Yeah,
baby is
self-defense
innocent, though.
isn't murder.
Self-defense is not murder. This is death.
It's an
This is-
opinion.
Well, okay, so
because
once
there
the
are some
baby-
people that
once
would
the baby
consider
is
that murder.
born-
That's the whole issue.
Once the baby is born, that newborn
Well, if
requires
it's provably
requires their
self-defense,
mother
it wouldn't be
to-
murder, but
once the baby's born, that's a newborn, right? And you can't just leave a baby and walk away. They're not just like, now they're on their own, like now it's a person separate from itself and the mother has nothing to do with it. The child still requires support from people around them. So what is the fundamental difference if you're saying it's her body, her choice, 5 seconds before birth, but then 5 seconds after birth, suddenly, you know, you can't kill that child. Like, that's
I
terrible.
told
you.
It
Baby's
may be
conscious.
consciousness. Do you
The baby's
remember
conscious.
anything from that moment? Like when you...
Wait, do you think that a child doesn't have consciousness right before they're born?
Like once it takes its first breath and it's into the world,
No,
and
so
it's like,
scientifically, a child actually has consciousness very, very early in pregnancy. In
And
fact,
you're
the
talking
heart
about
starts
the
beating
indication of
before
it being
a
able
mother
to
even knows
feel
she's
pain.
pregnant. All of it. Like, they have brain waves very early in pregnancy. In fact, mothers don't even know they're pregnant while their baby's heart starts beating. And then not shortly after do they have brain waves. So that's why I'm telling you, viability is very early, because you can have a baby born premature
Here.
and they can survive outside the womb.
do you have a final thought, or otherwise I'm going to switch gears?
no.
Is there, okay, so going back to my initial question, is there anyone who disagrees with me? You've seen a clip, anything else? Anybody? Okay, all right, so maybe there will be some other things we can disagree on. We have Me Too here. Canadian 50, Brian, not a huge fan of you. You're not much better than the Tates. You're making money off these women. At least Tate pretends he's not disgusted with these women. I may consider joining this LOL podcast simply to put you in your place. Well, hey, listen, I invite people on all the time who disagree with me. I'm very open to dissenting opinions and debates. So you could certainly shoot us a DM on Instagram. I like your Karen haircut there. It's probably not even you, but
It would be so good to get a Karen on this podcast.
Nick, come back. So, I mean, you're welcome to shoot us a DM. We can see about having you come on the show. It's kind of failing to see your comparison to the Tates, because, I mean, they were, I'm hosting a podcast where I invite women on the show. I not really a critic of the Tates, but I mean, they were involved in like cam modeling, which like I don't produce any pornographic content, so it's totally different. But anyways, you're welcome to DM us. I'm happy to debate. All right, we have, let's see. Oh, we have Stifler here. Okay, let's just get this one out of the way early. Ask everyone to rate their looks on a scale of 1 to 10, starting with you. Go ahead.
If I had to rate myself on a scale of 1 to 10, right now in this outfit, I would say like 7.
Okay.
Yeah, I feel like a 7.
6.
Currently, I would say I'm like in the 5 range, but when I'm at my best and taking care of myself better, I think I can get up to like a 6 or 7.
Okay.
I have no idea. I've never really thought about the scaling of people's attractiveness on a number scale of 1 to 10, but
Okay.
so I don't know.
What? I'll push a little there, or do you want to try it right now?
Not really. I don't really believe in putting people on like number scales, basically.
Okay. Well, I'll engage with you on that in a bit, but go ahead. What about you?
I'm kind of the opposite.
Oh, hold on.
Matthew Lee donated $100.
Thank you, Matthew Lee.
Once you say you have no opinion, then why speak stupid shit? Anything you say means nothing.
Is this directed
Is that for me?
at Vixen?
I think that was
Or
like
is
a
it
while
for
back.
it was
I don't know.
about
I think
something
it was
else?
on the abortion topic.
Because I have
Probably.
opinions, but not.
Matthew Lee, appreciate it, man. Thank you. Do you want to? I think this is directed to you. Do you
Okay.
want to respond?
I mean, it's basically like I have an opinion, and I have an opinion for myself. And then also, my opinion is that I shouldn't make opinions for other people because it's so like personalized to other people's issues and what they have going on.
But I mean, so would you fight against legislation that outright banned abortion in this country?
Yes.
So you do have an opinion. You do have a position.
Somewhat, yes. Like, and I
Okay.
have an opinion for myself also.
Okay.
That's pretty much it. Like, I
All
don't
right.
think there should be a ruling thumb.
So I kind of want to like jump off what you were saying. You don't think about it a lot. Honestly, when it comes to other people, I say they're either pretty or they're not pretty. Like I can tell off the bat. When it comes to myself though, I'm the opposite. I've been thinking about this like all the time just because I have like struggles with like looking like lately it's like, oh, I wish I looked more like Latina, or I wish I looked more like what I am. So I don't know, kind of harsh on myself, but I'd say like right now about a 5.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sarah?
I think it's kind of a stupid question. I don't really I think beauty's subjective for the most part. So
That's true.
Okay. Jake?
Give myself a 7 again. Hasn't ebbed off load.
I give myself a 5. Once I lose some weight, though, I'll be back to a 6.
That's
Let's
it.
go.
Yeah.
Wait, so remind me what you said, right? You said...
I just said in general, I'm not a big fan of the 1 to 10 concept, like scaling system. And I've heard you say many times you're very objective about this, and you're very intense about making sure people know that attractiveness is objective, and it's on a 1 to 10 scale, and you use Victoria's Secret models as like your basis.
I think that was Jake.
Okay, sorry.
I don't
Someone
use-
said.
I used Victoria's Secret
Okay.
models as like a...
Okay.
Although, have you seen some of the Victoria's Secret models lately?
I haven't.
Oh my
Dude, it's
God.
like, have you seen the fucking
this
like
is
Calvin
perfect.
Klein? You know, the like obese Calvin Klein
Oh,
models?
they've gone woke, have they?
Victoria's Secret.
Forget I ever
they've-
said it.
Yeah, yeah.
That's actually perfect for what my point is, because once you create like this like top thing, like you mentioned, like actresses or Victoria's Secret models, suddenly that's like the standard that like women have to look to, like all of us would look to say like, oh, I'm like a 5 compared to this person's name. And as you just pointed out, Victoria's Secret models can change all the time, and the
Yeah, but
the
they're not-
concept
they're not
of
put
who
there
But it's like
to-
the
beautiful-
classic Victoria's
Yeah.
Secret models, like
Right.
the Candace, and like back when they had the runways when people actually had legs to walk down the aisle, and now it's like obese people in a
thank you.
wheelchair
Thank you,
posing in
Daphne.
lingerie.
I don't think either side is really that good, honestly, because what we saw is like a complete like 180 to like what Victoria's Secret models like classically are. So I totally agree with that. Like I don't think we need to go from like anorexia to, you know, full obesity. I'm saying to put that as like the height of your scale and like mention women's names who are famous doesn't work, in my opinion, because someone can become famous who isn't conventionally attractive, but now
don't
we
think that's
see
really
them
the-
that
We're not
way.
saying
not really-
people who are famous.
it's
though.
not-
We were saying that these ladies who are typically seen as the most beautiful women in the world, the Victoria's Secret supermodels.
Giselle Bundchen,
I don't even
Candace
really,
Swanepoel,
I don't really know
like Kate
too much
Moss.
about this world, if I'm honest, but that's just what I sort of saw. I think mostly it's females who they tend to appeal to, the Victoria's Secret supermodels, because females are obviously the ones who are buying this, but you know they're pretty attractive as well to men. So I think that beauty is something that we can quantify. You can tell if someone's ugly, you can tell if someone's beautiful, and you know you
I
can look
think
at
I
all sort
agree
of
with you.
statistics on dating apps as well, the kinds of people that people swipe on.
Sure.
And
I think there's definitely certain objective things that make someone attractive or not attractive, but in general, a scaling system is my issue, because putting someone on like a number scale where there's like a 1 and a 10, and you're using examples of like people you particularly find attractive, because there could be like a woman you put a picture in front of both of you, and one of you guys is like, the other one's like,
people have types. Yeah.
Sure, there's types, but I mean, for example, so we're not far from UCSB here, and I think you go to UCSB, correct? Right?
Yeah.
I mean, there's 20,000 undergrads or something like that. Probably about 12,000 of those, because you know there's more women who go to college, but 12,000 of those are women. And I think if you asked all the male undergrads, like, okay, rank every single woman at this university, like, and if you had 10,000 men, and you put all the, it would take a long fucking time to do this, but you had them rank them, there would probably be like, people would start like moving more towards the top, you know, there'd be some more towards the bottom. So I mean, I think you can, if you were to survey people would come to some degree of consensus. Now, do some people have certain types? Would some people, you know, I would say probably, and if people were being honest in their rankings and their ratings, I would say most people are going to be able to put someone within plus or minus a point.
yeah.
Typically, maybe plus or minus 2, but you will have a generalized sort of graph there.
A general consensus of like what, there's a beauty standard for a
Right.
reason.
Now, I mean, when it comes to like, you know, it's kind of perhaps super, I don't know, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but you said you don't see the point of like actually ranking somebody using this sort of scale. I know you're currently in a relationship right now. I mean, maybe looks don't matter a whole lot to you, but how tall is your boyfriend?
He's 5'8",
How tall are you?
3, 4.
5'3" or 4. Okay, and I mean, you've dated people before him, correct?
No.
Oh, he's been your only partner?
Yes.
Okay. You've been on first dates at all, or you've just...
Like accidentally afterwards, like I guess that was a date, but not really, no.
Okay, you're 24, correct?
Yes.
Okay. This is your first relationship. So from like 18 to 22, you've pretty much been single. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. No first dates during that period?
No.
Okay. Well, in that case,
I didn't really believe in dating.
this might not
at the
hit totally as I'd liked it to, but do you have any height preference for men?
time. Height preference?
Height preference.
Oh, height preference, sorry. No.
No height preference.
I mean,
So you wouldn't like
okay, to
a
be
guy
fair,
who's
I've
shorter
never
than
thought
you.
about it because I just met the person I'm with, and
Sure.
like I never thought about it ever again.
Okay.
So.
So perhaps you're an outlier in this regard, but would you agree that most women
Yes.
tend to have a height preference and
Yes.
tend to prefer men who are tall?
Yes, I think you miscalculated my position before when you said I don't care about like attractiveness or whatever. I do. I'm saying you mentioned the point about the Santa Barbara College and ranking people tens of thousands of votes and everything. I would agree on my analysis if I was put into that pool and someone said like, oh, based on the rankings, you're like a 6 or a 5 or whatever. I'd be like, okay. Because that's the opinions that was determined by like statistics. I'd be like, sure, I'm a statistic now.
Right.
But when you're asking me in a table, like, what do I think? I'm just gonna be like, I don't know. Like, it doesn't. There's no statistic to tell me that. So I'm not gonna put myself in a number.
Right. And I'm bringing this up because I want to ask Sarah here too. Sarah, do you have a height preference at all when it comes to men? How tall are you?
I'm 5'9".
Would you date a guy who's 5'7"?
I've dated a guy who's like 5'8".
Would you prefer to date a guy who's a couple inches taller than you?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I mean, you said that the question to ask is stupid, to ask people to rate themselves on a scale of 1 to 10. But I mean, you're quite literally qualifying or disqualifying men based on a literal numerical metric, a numerical measurement, someone's height, which has absolutely no bearing on their capability to be a good partner to you. So, you know, this whole idea of, you know, this being a stupid question. One, it's sort of like a check on someone's degree to which they can accurately self-assess their own physical attractiveness, which I think when it comes to dating is extremely important because, and I won't linger on it too long because I've talked about it plenty of times, but if you have an inaccurate self-assessment of your own attractiveness, you're going to tend to perhaps pursue men who...
I don't pursue men.
That's a good one. That's a good one.
You are... Okay, you don't pursue men.
Mm-hmm.
You... Okay, you... To some degree, you are competing for men, though.
No, I'm not. They're competing for me.
You think that men are competing to get you, but you don't have competition with other women for like a man that you might have your eyes on?
I wouldn't compete for a man. Like I wouldn't go for a man that I had to compete for. I want a man that wants me.
Do you think that you have to do your hair and look nice and pretty and wear makeup and all these sorts of things so that you can look pretty, so that eventually one of the suitors might think that you're pretty?
Yeah, that's not like the whole reason I do it. I also just like to look good.
You're making an effort so that you can look good, so that a man
Yeah,
might
I want
find you
people to think I look good. But that doesn't mean
I'm not doubting
I
that.
would like no, but I wouldn't compete with other women for a man if they were like
you
other
naturally
women.
are. You don't have to say that you are or you're not. You just are.
Wait, what?
You just are. You don't have to say that you are or you're not. You just are, because we exist in a marketplace. So that you're competing to look pretty, so that you can look pretty, so that men will find you attractive. And it's not that you're trying to elbow some bitches out the way, but you just are naturally existing in the sexual marketplace. So men are going to find you attractive or unattractive due to their own type and due to how much effort you make, and you keep yourself in great shape. You look very pretty, which is fantastic. And you're putting yourself in a good posse in the marketplace. Would you agree?
I guess so. I don't really look at it like a marketplace, though.
It's not, it's not like a shopping center, but it's somewhere where, you want to increase your value, and you take certain steps to increase your value, and then you can attract the best buyer.
I don't know. That's just not really my view on like dating and relationships, is that it's like a market and people have their own specific values, because I think different people have different preferences. Like I want someone who has the same values as me and outlook on life and everything. So like what I'm looking for in a man is maybe going to be different than like what the average.
Well, what are you looking for in a man?
Like I want someone who shares the same values and beliefs as me. So like on like very specific things too.
Give me your most important thing. What is it?
Well, Christianity for sure. Like someone who has a relationship with God.
Okay.
I think that's like the most important thing for me. So that's why I'm saying like that's a completely different value system than maybe like the world has in the sexual marketplace.
So would you say that a Christian man to you is more appealing than an atheist man?
Yeah.
Would you say that if we did look at the sexual marketplace or the dating marketplace as a marketplace, he would be of higher value to you? You'd be willing to do more to attract that man's attention?
Yeah, but isn't that like more subjective though?
Yeah, but it's a marketplace, and I go...
But then that's like my own personal marketplace, right?
Yeah, exactly. But it is a marketplace though, because you are looking at men and their qualities and their features, and you're making an assessment on them, whether they're a good partner for you, and they're doing the same for you. So you're like I said before, keeping yourself in good shape, looking very pretty, and then men are going to judge you based on that, and also your internal values as well. So I think we do exist in a marketplace, even though we don't want to look at it as somewhere where we can go and check out at the counter. Mm-hmm. It is more...
Well, I do think I want to take back my answer earlier about beauty being subjective, because I think it's kind of like, I view it kind of 50% in with what you're saying too. Like part of it is people do have types and people do have specific preferences. Like a lot of people want to have date people with the same values as them or whatever. Maybe they even just have specific interests that they're looking for. So, and same with attractiveness. Like what I might find attractive, someone might not find attractive at all. Like there's some guys that I've dated, my friends, they're like, oh, they're so ugly. Yep. But to me, right? And it's true. Everyone has different types. So I think it's like 50%, honestly. 50% objective, but there's an element of subjectivity there.
I would agree. I think that beauty is something that's completely unexplainable by any sort of scientific metric, but it's also, like you said, I think beauty is very objective, but there's also a subjective nature to beauty as well, because we find different things beautiful. But I also don't think that necessarily detracts from the fact that we are sort of competing with each other. Not necessarily in a way that you're super conscious about, that you're always thinking about, I got to compete. But there's a reason why you're not allowing yourself to get really fat, and there's a reason why you're not allowing yourself to like look really ugly, and why you might take care of yourself. That's because you want to present yourself nicely, and present yourself nicely to men as well. to potential suitors. You're a young single lady, of course.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't view it as like a conscious competition, though.
Yeah,
I guess.
that's
I
what-
don't think most people view it like that.
Yeah. Yep. I would agree. Would you agree with that?
I personally have never really thought about it that way. Before I met the person I'm with, I really never thought about dating much. I was focused on other things, and it didn't really appeal to me at all. So
Yeah, I get it. I get what you guys are saying there, because you guys hold yourself to a very high standard, and I can understand why you'd have that attitude where you're not thinking about it all the time. So,
But I certainly agree that, in a sense, like the word marketplace it's an interesting term to use for people.
Yeah.
But I agree with. The
I think it's kind of
concept.
just the colloquial term that gets used
but
in this space.
It's the same as like an intellectual marketplace. Like it's something that exists amongst a society where we're all like eventually trying to populate the world. Like it's down to a science. Like it's true.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, here I'll do this one just to on the whole rate. Well, nobody was like really claiming 10 or anything. I don't know if I have to go for it, but really quick. Okay. Are you more attractive now, or will you be more attractive in 10 years? Physically attractive.
I mean, I think it's obvious. I'm women age, and I feel like a prime for a woman is 18 to 25. I'm 24, so I have 1 year left, and then like it's down. Yeah, I mean, it's a sad thing to think about, but I mean, it is truth, and it's biology, and it's 18 to 25 is prime time.
Prime time.
Prime time for babies, for all of it. I may not have this fast metabolism forever, but I think that I definitely will become unattractive in the next 10 years. But I think I have 2 good years.
It's not that you're going to be not attractive. It's just, are you more attractive now than you will be in 10 years?
Oh yeah, by like the second. As the seconds go on,
it's all downhill. Okay.
I don't know. I feel like when I'm 30, I'm gonna have like big ass titties and be like a hot MILF. So I don't know.
Chick's a MILF.
Okay. So you're currently 20, so you think you'll be more physically attractive at 30 than you are now?
Yeah.
What about at 40?
40. Prime, no, but hot, yeah.
Still hot, but not. Okay. Okay. All right. Okay.
I guess not. Or I guess I would.
Well,
be
so you're
more
28.
attractive.
Will you be more
Yeah.
attractive at 38 or now at 28?
I guess 28, because I'm not 18 to 25. I guess now.
Okay.
I personally don't think the prime is so short for women. But I know you guys probably disagree. But no, I'm hotter now than 38.
what do you think the prime is? Just curious.
I
For
think
women.
for like, I'm 28, and I was like very naive. Like when I was in my early 20s, like I didn't know how to do myself up. Like I didn't know how to look good. And yes, technically maybe my body was like, I don't even know.
Your body was better?
I don't think it's changed that much. And I think
Okay.
I actually learned to be like more fit. Like it's not like I'm falling apart. You know what I
Okay.
mean? Oh my God, I'm hot.
What about you?
Once again, I've never really thought about this, but
Okay.
if I'm now confronted with the question, I would say now, probably.
Okay.
I have no idea what I'm gonna look like in 10 years.
Well, I mean, knowing what you know about, just the reality of aging and biology, you want to take a wager?
Yeah, probably now. Not now. Let's say a year from now, after I have been going to the gym and figured out my skincare. A year from now. So when I'm 20, I'll be in my prime.
I really don't know. I think it's like 50-50 because right now I don't have that much time to work out or anything. So like if I'm 30, I'm thinking I'll have a lot more time to, I don't know, do Pilates and stuff, get toned up. So I might look better. And also I have no money right now at all. So
Do you think money will help you become more physically attractive?
yeah.
What about in 20 years' time?
No, I think by that time. But 30, you guys are acting like 30's old. 30's not old.
30's hot as fuck.
30
Like,
looks really
but
good. I
here.
think a lot of women look better when they're 30 than 20. Like,
You
also,
think women? Okay. all
also
right,
like,
all right.
I like milfs.
as you get older, you learn to do yourself up better, like you guys were saying.
But okay, you have to understand, right? So, when we're asking this question, it's not like at 20 you're just taking dog shit care of yourself. You don't know how to do your makeup. You're obese, and then 30. You're like a fitness model. You're the best at doing makeup. Your diet's the best. No, it's like your optimum at 20 and your optimum at 30.
Grid 1 Motorsports donated $100. Women's marketplace value is youth, physical appearance, purity, and a ability to have children. This is what defines your marketplace value. Feminism has failed you by telling you that you have time.
I completely agree with that.
Based.
Very based.
Based Grid
yeah.
1 Motorsports. Dude, good to see you in the chat, man. Thank you.
I kind of agree with that, kind of disagree because, well, okay, obviously.
With grid or what I just said?
Grid,
Okay.
Because I don't know what grid considers like a optimal like time limit in which women still have value, like in youth and whatnot. Obviously, when you're 30, you're not as young as you used to be. There's gonna be your prime, like you said, 18 through 25. But also, like, sorry to put you out on the spot here, Mom, but my mom had me when I was 28. My mom had my youngest sister when she was like 32. So there is still time in the 30s. I think gagging on 30s in a physical appearance, you guys have some groundwork there, but when it comes to like the scientific fact, oh yeah, women are attractive only when they can have children, you like there is time. Like, feminism isn't telling me this, it's just
So you're saying that there's time to have children still?
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you take care of yourself, obviously.
There obviously is time to have children, but if you thought about it right now in terms of the attractiveness of a young woman who's got those years ahead of her as compared to 10 years time,
Yeah, that's
then
what I said.
those years are going to be detracted. You're not going to have those years anymore.
That's what I
and
said
it's going to
when
be much more difficult to have children.
That's what I said when I agreed with you guys. But when I'm like thinking about what his comment is saying, specifically on like the children part, not in the like attractiveness part, because I will say the younger, the more attractive. But I will say, I don't know, maybe you guys don't have like a full concept of just how far along in your life you can have children.
No, you can have
Grid
children.
1 Motorsports donated
We got a couple coming in.
$100.
Oh, just
I was
grids, actually.
35 when I married my wife, who was 24. I consciously avoided women over 30. Too many bodies, too much baggage, too many disqualifiers.
So what we were saying before, and I think pretty based, but so what we were saying before in terms of having children,
Well done, Grid.
as a woman gets past 25, it starts to go down a little bit, and then as a woman gets past 30, it starts to go quite significantly down, and then 35 is like very difficult to have children. So between 20 and 24, it's actually younger than that would be the ideal like time to have children if you're looking at biologically, and then up to 25 you're pretty good, but then when you get past 30 it starts to really taper off, and especially like conditions with children having things like Down syndrome becomes much higher.
Well, yeah, I know that, but I'm just saying, like, it's not impossible. And like you said, past 35, I would say past 35, but if we're just talking specifically about just like 30, even like 31, 32, there's still a possibility.
I mean, it's not impossible, but it's not ideal.
Didn't say it was impossible.
We're not arguing this. I mean, women can have children into their late 30s, early 40s. Like Jake was saying, though, it does start declining. I mean, and once you get past 35, I think that's when you get into high-risk pregnancy territory, much greater likelihood of miscarriages. There is a greater likelihood of birth defects, that sort of thing. But yes, women can certainly get pregnant into their late 30s, early 40s, perhaps even, pretty low percentage, but mid-40s they can. But I think the fertility thing, that's more so like an evo-psych biological reason for why men are more attracted to younger adult women. And did you have more, Jake? Or
No, I agree with you in terms of that women can have children then, so it's not like they just sort of like lose all their value at 25. I think that women above 25 can have children, can have an immense amount of value. However, if you look at it from a man who's wanting to start a family, maybe wanting to have 3, 4, 5, 6 13 children like me, then I'd probably look at a little bit younger, 22, 23 sort of thing.
How old are you?
28. Yeah.
I wanted to ask, it's Grid, right? The last comment that came up?
Grid 1.
He said he was 35 and he married someone who's 24. I would just ask, why did you wait so long to get married? Like, what were you doing all that time? Why didn't you get married when you were 24?
Well, I have a bit of backstory actually on Grid, so maybe, I mean, if he wants to come in with another one, but I'll let you know. So Grid, for you know, his early 20s, he was in the Peace Corps. Yeah. And so he was like in Mozambique fucking building houses and shit and wells. Then he came back, and then he got into stocks, and he was focused on his stock investments, and he sold oil future. You know, there's oil futures. He invested heavily in that. He made a fuck ton.
So he didn't prioritize having a family and having kids.
Yes, he was very much. He was like
women
just
too.
very focused on oil futures, and then he does racing. He's
Wow.
Talladega Nights type shit. Like he
sells helmets as well.
Oh,
Yeah.
wow. Very productive. I like that.
Yes, and he's also a hunter.
You're just
A
making
bounty
stuff up.
hunter.
You're
A
just
bounty
making stuff
hunter.
up.
It was
this is
hard
all
for
a
him.
lie.
That just
No, this is
proves
all
that he
true.
wasn't
It's not
prioritizing
true.
himself.
He was a
He should've
bounty
been
hunter.
lying.
No,
Big bad
he was a
dad.
bounty hunter. So like he's going from city to city trying to catch the bad guys, and it's just very hard for bounty hunters. I have a lot that contact me who reach out to me, you know, asking for advice
What a high-value man.
on dating.
Wow.
You know, how do you date on the road while trying to catch criminals? And it's tough.
Okay.
It's tough.
That's beautiful. Okay.
Yeah, it was very.
Thank
It's
you.
very beautiful. Thank you.
Brian, are you a high value man?
Wait, where did that come from?
I'm just wondering.
Well, I sort of object to, like, for example, like terms like alpha male, beta male, high value man, low value man. I kind of object to those sorts of terms. But I mean, to actually engage with your question, can you guys be quiet back there? To actually engage with your question, I think in some dimensions of human achievement. Oh, well, okay, I'll let this
Grid
come
1
in.
Motorsports donated
What's going on back there?
$100. Men build themselves up to have a family, and good men do not have a family until they can afford them. I had nothing to offer a woman beyond a bad attitude at 24, but at 35 I was a full-grown man.
Build themselves up. Good men do not have a family. Yeah, I guess there's a little, you know, longer incubation period for men. You know, they have to, if women want providers, men need to become
have to
providers. It
provide.
takes them a bit of time. So I think to answer your question, am I a high value man? Not in all realms. I mean, I think certainly there's some realms of human endeavor I'd like to improve on. I think in certain realms I would consider myself yes, but in totality, I'd say it's hard to really answer that question. But and again, I preface this by saying I don't like those kind of categorizations: high value man, low value man, because that sort of exists on the spectrum. But like, for example, my fitness is not where I'd like it to be right now, and I think you know, that's one dimension that I'm lacking in. But when it comes to, for example, you know, my career success or my finances, I think I'm doing fairly well. So there's that. And then I think I'd like to think I have my head on fairly straight. I don't smoke, don't do drugs, have no debt, don't smoke, don't drink, don't smoke, don't do drugs, don't party, don't go to bars, don't have really any vices. So I think in those dimensions I'm doing quite well. So.
Do you agree with the whole red pill thing, that it's like good for men to sleep around, and it makes you have a higher value as a man if you're sleeping around,
question.
have a ton of bodies?
So I don't think promiscuity is good in men or women. I do think when men and women are promiscuous, I do think that there are differences there. I do think that it can certainly have a negative impact on both, but I do think that the negative impact tends to be more significant in women for men who are promiscuous, but I certainly think there are differences between the genders. I'm not in favor of promiscuity in either sex. I will say, though, that I do think it is the case that to be broadly attractive to women, you're going to have a much higher degree of relational dating and relationship experience than the reverse. So I think that, you know, a man who lacks experience with women is going to be probably deemed
But what about
unattractive.
sexual experience, like the number of partners?
If the woman's a virgin, then it probably won't matter. But once a woman's lost her virginity, and if she's had a few sexual partners, a man lacking in that department is actually going to be could be a pretty big deal breaker for a wide swath of women. I don't think it requires a man to sleep with 50 or 100 women to become sexually experienced, but I think, for example, like even very sexually experienced men may very well prefer women who are not sexually experienced. They might find that attractive or sexually arousing, whereas the reverse is very rarely the case. Sexually experienced women are repulsed by men who are virgins.
I feel like most high-value men look for women who are not experienced. I feel like high-value men in this world look for, or at least in my opinion, I feel like when I think, what does a high-value man want? 18 to 25, virgin, thin, woman of God, no tattoos. I feel like it's different. Like for me personally, I'm not necessarily looking for a high-value man, but I would want a man that has a little bit of experience. But I feel like from a man's perspective, when they're looking for like the woman of their dreams, they would find a woman that doesn't know anything.
Kind of depends. I think we maybe need to define high value man though a little bit better.
Do I define high value
Some
man?
people would look at a high value man as a guy who's like sort of in Dubai with a Maserati and sort of has all these chicks. I wouldn't say that's a high value man. But some people would look at, I look at, for example, Michael Knowles, who was on the podcast last week. I think he's a high value man just because he carries himself so well, and he's a husband, and I think he's a father now as well. I look at guys who are fathers, who have been in a relationship for a while and who have been a good leader of their family as high value men, and especially good leaders of their community.
I think leadership
but
is
sometimes
important.
Having experience with women does come in handy with that. So it's just one of those realities of the world we live in right now.
Yeah, I think there's people say there's a double standard, but I think there's a double standard for a reason. Men and women are very, very different. And I personally don't see an issue with a man going around and being with a bunch of women. Even, my ex who I dated, he would go see other women every now and then, and I never really had a problem with it. I didn't think that there was an issue with it. I think it's normal, but as a woman, I feel like there's just this system in place where you can't. I feel like it's wrong. That's just the way that I feel.
Your position is that women want men to be experienced and go with a bunch of women, but you would prefer not to go and do that because
Can
the
you
man
repeat the
values
first
it?
part again? What was
So
that?
your position is that you value men who go out and get experience with other women?
No, I don't. I think it doesn't matter. But I don't look at a man and I'm like,
you want to preserve yourself for the man you're with. Is that what you're saying?
I mean, I have not preserved myself in the best way, but I think
ideally though, if that's what your view is.
If I'm in a relationship with a man, I think that, I am 100% loyal. I am purely just with the one man that I'm with. I think that from his area, I feel like it's okay for him to do it. I feel like men and women, love and lust are very different emotions. Sure. And for me personally as a woman, when I have any sort of sexual interaction with someone, it's emotional, whether it's a friend or it's in a relationship. There is emotion there. And to me, I could never give my emotion to someone else if I'm in a relationship. As a man, I feel like it's much easier for a man to go out and have a casual hookup and there be absolutely no emotions. For a woman, it's not.
It is easier for them, but do you think that's okay? Do you think that's right? Just because it's harder for a man to separate his emotions from his sexual desires, that he should just go out and do it just because it's easier?
It's not something I would want, but I think
should you have that standard though? If that's what you want, if you want your man to have the standard to look at you emotionally, not just sexually, that he should live up to that. There's men out there that aren't just gonna succumb to their, no pun intended, to their desires and and just do that. There's actually men out there who do see sex as an emotional connection, an emotional bond, and they're not gonna just do it with random women just because they can. Just because you can do something doesn't mean you should do something.
I think if you're in a relationship and it's emotional and you love the other person, there really isn't time. I would not be able to give my emotions away to someone else. Right. Even if I tried, I don't think that I could physically give my love and emotion to someone else. So I know that won't happen. Even if he does want to go be with another woman. I know that that emotion won't go anywhere, that I'm solid and I'm secure where I am in the relationship, and I wouldn't necessarily mind it.
And you don't want that same thing reciprocated to you?
What do you mean?
Well, so you're saying, you have this great loyalty and that's beautiful. I'm wondering why you wouldn't want to see that in the person you're with.
I would, 100%. I think loyalty is important. I think that I get my validation in different ways than, my ex-boyfriend would get his validation. My validation would be I would post a cute selfie on Snapchat, or maybe even a bikini picture on Instagram, and people would comment and be like, oh, you look so cute. That's my sense of validation. Mm-hmm. I think that his sense of validation would be going out and maybe flirting, or, having a one-night stand. And
Do you think that having a one-night stand is more harmful than posting a cute pic on Instagram? Like, in terms of he's bonding with another person chemically, you're posting a photo on Instagram.
I don't think there's necessarily a chemical bond. I think that it's just...
Well, scientifically there is. So are you denying that science, or are you just kind of... Is that your opinion?
I'm not denying the science. I think it's just the way that I feel. I don't necessarily feel
I think you guys are kind of
there's...
talking past each other a little bit as well, because if you look at it, the dating market at the moment, especially in terms of the atheist world that we live in, so you look at dating as like a man and a woman in a unity under God. Would I be right in saying that?
Of course.
Yep. So
he created all of us. So.
Exactly right. I would agree with you. However, in the market that we live in at the moment, especially with women's sexual hypergamy, there's a bunch of men who are sort of at the top who are getting all of the attention. This is borne out on all the sort of dating apps and all this sort of thing. So I think what we're seeing is sort of a return to polygamy in a way, where women are saying, I'm okay with my man going and sleeping with other women because I want the highest value man. I know it might be very difficult for you guys to comprehend, but I think that you'd be very surprised how often this is happening.
I think that monogamy is destroying relationships.
Past each other. I think I was trying to understand literally what your view is. So I'm actually really curious
to
understand it.
Yeah, I think monogamy is one of the reasons why the divorce rates are so high. Monogamy is not natural. For me as a woman, I don't need to go out and be with another man or flirt with another man or get another man's attention or sleep with another man if I'm in a relationship. I don't need that. I don't even want that. I think that, I don't know why, but I feel like men, as time goes on and you're with your wife or you're with your woman, and there's the woman has kids and she's spending all of her time with her children, and then the man doesn't get any love or attention. I think that's why divorce rates are so high. Families are falling apart, and monogamy is not natural. Mm-hmm. But for me as a woman, I don't care. I'm going to be loyal to my husband. I'm going to be 100% obedient and submissive at all times. And that's just how
So if you go into a marriage knowing that there's a chance that you're accepting the fact that this man's going to get bored with you after you have his children, like you mentioned her children, it's their children, right? Like it's his children too. Mm-hmm. If you're kind of expecting it almost based on what I'm gathering from your current position of dating, if you were to marry a man like that, honestly, it seems like it wouldn't be shocking at all. And therefore that is why the divorce rate is so high. But if you enter a marriage, both being on the complete same page, that divorce is completely off the table, that that's what marriage is about. It's not dating. Dating, you can break up. Marriage, why are we breaking up? The whole point is you're bonded for life. So if you both enter that marriage with that understanding, you both have that understanding, whereas your position seems to be that you have that loyalty, but you're okay with the man not having that loyalty, and you kind of expect him to get bored after a few years.
I wouldn't say that it's not loyal. I think it's just biology. I think it's the way that men are engineered.
I think you have a very low view of men. Men are not.
I don't think it's low at all
of making an emotional connection with you.
Oh, they are 100%.
And they can be loyal to you.
That's love and lust. Those are very different.
But don't you think if a man really loves you, he's going to be loyal to you? Love's an action.
Of course, my man will be loyal to me. I know that.
But did you just say that you let him cheat on you?
That I don't consider cheating as a part of loyalty from a man. That's the way that I view it.
Can I jump in? You say, okay, and this is coming from the Christian girl. You say monogamy is not natural, but God gave Adam one wife, and they had their kids, and then they each had their own wives. And I know in the Old Testament, everyone used to have a million wives and whatnot, but in the beginning, before all of that, God gave Adam Eve, and she kind of screwed us all over, but we're not going to talk about that. But also if you don't consider that cheating, that's all right.
Grid 1 Motorsports donated $100. As a man married 18 years, monogamy is natural, and men who cheat are low class. Monogamy is not ruining marriages. This idea that women can divorce a man because they are bored and get paid for it.
I'll come back to that. I just wanted to say, like, you can have your opinion on what cheating is, what cheating not is. I mean, but why would you want that for yourself? Like, you're putting in all this time, putting all this effort, and he's not giving it back. Like, it doesn't make sense how you can be happy with that if you're putting in all this effort. It's like on a scale. You're doing a lot, and he goes and he like treats you as if you're like replaceable. And I don't know, I think the whole like men are biologically like promiscuous, like they should have their needs fulfilled, blah 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 blah. Yes, a relationship is give and take. Yes, men do have sexual needs that they need to be satisfied with their partner, but once you commit to one person, you need to stick to that commitment. Like, this is all about making choices, making decisions, and sticking to them. I don't care if you have, oh my god, I literally like, I need to like go hook up with this girl. You don't need it, okay? You want it, and you make the conscious decision to go and do it. You make a conscious decision to go and cheat on your partner. It's not okay.
For me, I see where you're coming from. It's not okay. It's, you know, that's how your sense of loyalty is. For me, if that, I feel like I hold this sense of being so submissive that maybe I feel like it rubs some people the wrong way. If my man wants to go cheat on me and wants to go be with another woman and that would make him happy, then I want him to do that. My world revolves around exactly what my man wants and what he needs.
Do you have a high value of yourself? Like, would you say you like have a lot of self-worth?
I wouldn't necessarily say that I have a lot of self-worth. I think I'm pretty realistic. I think one of the big issues with modern dating is that a lot of women have this distorted sense of value. They think that they're way more valuable than they really are. I know my value. I'm not a virgin. I'm not 18. I'm not a 10 out of a 10. I'm not some tall, blonde, thin, Swedish girl. I know where I stand, and I know like my expectations of what's realistic and what I think that I deserve. I'm not saying that I think I'm going to get some high value man. I know where I am. It's like the food chain in the wild. Like, there's lions, then you have your gazelles and cheetahs, and there's a whole order to everything. And I know where I'm at.
What's most important for you in terms of like what a man brings to the table?
What I would want a man to bring to the table? I need a sense of control from a man. I don't necessarily like making my own decisions. I don't really, I think a sense of control. I think dominance, masculinity, true masculinity.
Resources?
Pardon?
Resources? You want a man to have resources?
Sure. Yeah. I think resources are important. Yeah. I have this thing where I kind of like being a pet in a sense. I don't really want to make my own decisions. I just kind of want to be told what to do. I look for leadership and guidance, experience, intelligence. I think those are really, really important. Also, financial stability, I think, is important. I mean, I think nobody really wants to work. Yeah. Working sucks.
As much as I wouldn't necessarily agree, I do think that I don't see any moral inconsistency with what you're saying, because in the world that we live in right now, the dating culture is totally screwed.
It's awful.
Yeah, and if you want a guy who's masculine and strong and like sort of alpha type guy, has resources and all of that, then you're going to need to probably look at a guy who isn't a Christian or isn't a God-fearing man.
And I look for a man who believes in God as well, or a follower of Jesus Christ. Not necessarily religion, but believes in Jesus Christ.
No offense or anything, but like they wouldn't really look at an OnlyFans girl. Just realistically, they might.
You're right. They wouldn't.
They might do. I mean, there might be some out there, but realistically, with the position that you're in, you've put yourself in with doing OnlyFans and this. It's obviously your choice. You've put yourself in a position where you are looking at the sorts of men that would cheat on you, because you're not really looking at a man who puts morals and principles before anything.
You're absolutely right. I think my definition of a high value man is someone who would never even look in my direction. That's not what I'm looking for. I know what I deserve, and I know the kind of man that I will probably end up being with, and I'm happy with that. I'm comfortable with that. Just because I want these things doesn't mean I know or feel that I deserve them. I know that what I've done in the past, has had a little bit of an effect on the men that I would bring into my life, and I'm okay with that. I'm comfortable with that.
Do you think that your value changes based on the things that you do in life? Like,
absolutely,
if you do really bad things, but then you change your life, are you just the same person you were back then, or can you change?
I think that's a good question. I think that's a pretty vague not vague, sorry, a pretty broad question. I mean, I think if you grew up and you didn't believe in God and then you found God and you changed, I think, yes, that's great. But if you killed someone and like, and then you want to, you know, say, oh, sorry, I think, can you make it like a specific point, like OnlyFans, for example?
Well, I just mean in the sense that you mentioned, you know, your value is, and then you listed like your physical appearance, your age, and like these things that change over time that aren't innate to like your soul and like who you are as a person. And like, when you talk about value towards a man, like what a man looks for in you, don't you want that man to look towards you, like yourself, and not like the things that you are, the things that you chose, and maybe you can walk away from?
I do, and you're right. There are some things I didn't list. I make really good food. I think that's something that gives me value. I love cooking. I love cleaning. I think the things that I would bring to the table that aren't necessarily my appearance would be submission, obedience, really good food, cooking, cleaning. I love to listen. I take direction very well. I'm a good listener.
And then I had one other question for you, because I was really curious about this. You said that you were looking for a man who can control you because you don't want to make your own decisions, and a man who like is intelligent, right?
Yes.
But you also said you are totally fine with your man. If in some ways it could be good that he goes out and like receives things from other women and does things with other women. Do you think that a man who goes around and does that is an intelligent man?
I do.
So he's making intelligent decisions by being with a bunch of different women?
What if he impregnates them? Is that a smart move? I think it's pretty stupid if a guy does that.
I would have confidence in my man that he would not put himself in a situation to give it a possibility to impregnate a woman. I hope that he would be responsible.
But like having sex, there's always a small chance.
There is. I think there's ways to be pretty sure that you won't.
Depends what you mean by intelligent as well, though.
Possibly vasectomy after,
I'm wondering her gauge of like intelligence.
After I have children, a vasectomy.
I think there are lots of men who are not God-fearing men and who have certain values inside of a relationship that would be considered intelligent men. So what do you mean by intelligent?
Well, that's why I'm asking her, because she said she wants an intelligent man, but she also said she wants a man who would if he's not getting what he wants from her, he would go out and do it with other people. Yeah. So I'm saying like those don't really.
But there's
work.
There's like a premise to your question that suggests that a man who does that can't be intelligent.
That's what I was getting to.
So a man who cheats is not a smart man?
Absolutely not. Of course not.
What do you mean by intelligent?
Well, there's multiple reasons for it. If you are promiscuous, you're not only harming yourself by bonding with all those different women. Scientifically, like that's just, there's going to be negative consequences of that. Also, you mentioned pregnancy. You're saying that, oh, that would never happen. He would do this certain precautions. But you see where there's like this path you're going down. Like as soon as a man walks out of your house and says, bye, I'm no longer committed to you, I'm going to go do whatever I want, there's going to be negative consequences to that.
Do you think that there are lots of men in high positions in society who would do that?
Absolutely.
Do you think that they're intelligent?
Not in that way. Absolutely not.
Not in that way. Okay.
Definitely not.
So you have to be a bit more specific when you say intelligent, though.
Well, that's exactly what I'm talking about. I just defined that decision would be unintelligent.
So there's social
within the bounds of a relationship, you think they're unintelligent?
I think that people are not,
because you can have a 180 IQ and still cheat.
Sure. Well, I think that if he's going to be unintelligent in that way, he might be unintelligent other ways. Maybe he runs a business and he also looks.
What if he's got a 180 IQ?
Then he's
maybe
he's book smart, but he's not smart with
but
you
said
he's in front of.
I think maybe wisdom is like a better term.
Wise would
like
be.
It's not a
wise is a much better.
True,
but
he could have a high
IQ. I mentioned intelligent because she mentioned the word intelligent, so I was just kind of going off of like what she defined as intelligence.
I have a question.
You can be intelligent.
Well, Sarah, before you ask that question, you asked me a question. I responded.
Good questions, by the way.
Do you want to go back to that? Because I think you were asking me, well, what do you think about this whole thing about, well, it's okay for men to be promiscuous, but not for women? And I responded to you there, and then the conversation went on from there. Did you want to respond to me?
Trying to remember, that was a little while ago. Well, I think it depends on your worldview. Like from a Christian worldview, like for me, like I would not want a promiscuous man. Like for me, that's low value. It's like you don't have morals. But I was wondering if you think like, I guess you were saying it's good for men to have sexual experience. Is that what you're saying?
I mean, I could reiterate my answer. I don't think promiscuity is good in men or women. I think the negatives are more tend to manifest themselves a little bit more in women than they do in men. Again, I'm not saying that it's good in men, but there are differences between the sexes. And I think one example that I could perhaps give is that I think, for example, when it comes to somebody's body count, I think women are much more, say, forgiving of a man's promiscuity or high body count. I find that generally speaking, most women don't seem to really care all that much or as much as men seem to care about body count. And I mean, if given the option, like if we gave you a scenario, for example, we could perhaps ask the entire table here, okay, so would you prefer dating a man who's 30, who makes $500,000 a year, who's confident and well put together, but he's slept with 70 other women, compared to a guy who, same age, nothing weird about him, but he's not quite as confident, and he makes $10,000 a year, and he slept with 0 women. A lot of women are going to probably accept the high body count of that hyper successful man over the guy who makes $10,000 a year, whose sexual purity or virtue is intact. Now, if you reverse it though, you give men the option of dating a woman who makes $500,000 a year, but has a significant body count. What did I say, 50 or 70 or something like that?
70.
And that compare it to a woman who, not indebted, but she doesn't make a lot of money. Most men are going to pick let's say she's a virgin. I think most men are going to prefer the virgin. So
I feel like men don't care how much money women make.
They don't really.
Yeah.
It's not.
Couldn't give a squirt.
Yeah, like what would be something
Could
that
not
would
give a
make the
squirt.
woman higher value, like the way that the man makes $500,000? Like what would be the woman?
Young and virgin.
Okay.
18, 25, virgin, not fat.
Pleasant, brings
Religious.
you peace.
I'd pick the
can
10K
cook.
personally.
Can cook.
You'd pick the 10K
All
guy?
day, because
Sure.
you can
And
always get higher in your career, but you can't take back all of the promiscuity that you had and all the chemical bonding that you already had with men.
Yeah, I think the body count would say a lot more about his character than the 10K. But at the same time,
Okay.
10K, it's like, how are you only making 10K?
Maybe he's just
I make more
but,
than 10K
we
and I'm not even working full time. So I would question his competence
Sure.
just as a person.
But we can this could
he
be
has to
tested.
be really stupid, I think, or just no work ethic.
This could be tested out, for example, who do you, of the two men that generally speaking, which one do you think is going to be more successful in the dating marketplace?
The first one with the high body count.
Yeah.
Yeah.
First one.
Despite your specific value set, which one do you think will be more successful in
In the marketplace,
finding-
yes, but not according to my personal values.
Okay,
Which
that's
just
fine.
tells you the marketplace is really, really bad.
Yeah.
And it's just
That's
not.
fair.
It's just
That's
doesn't
a
have
fair
its values in
assessment.
the right place. It's just
That's a fair assessment.
I'd say so.
But would his high body count indicate in this situation that he was going to cheat on me, or would I know that he's a good guy and it's just his past? And because that would make a difference.
It's a good question actually, because it kind of depends on where the guy's at the moment that you arrive at that.
Yeah.
And if he's somebody who's sort of reined it in a little bit, then yeah, he's making a conscious effort to do that. But if he's still sort of just throwing it around, then that's obviously a red flag. It's a bad
that
indication.
I couldn't deal with.
In terms of cheating?
Yeah.
But I feel like men can cheat and not have the emotion behind it. I feel like it's more of
I
a
feel
feminine.
like if they don't fear God, they will do that.
If they don't what?
If they don't fear God, they can do that and not have any accountability. But a religious man will not. You won't be able to sleep at night.
So you don't think that a religious man can go out and cheat on his wife?
And he can,
No,
and it
even
does.
if he repents?
do
It does happen. But if you actually have a relationship with God, and if you're actually in tune with it, then have you ever? You wouldn't have read this. I was going to say Dostoevsky's Crime and Punishment. It's a book about the human conscience and the fact that it just sort of eats away.
Story about it, actually.
Have you?
I fucking love Dostoevsky.
Oh yeah, very
She
nice.
fucking loves Dostoevsky.
He's the man.
Yeah.
He's the man.
He's the shit. Wait, actually, this kind of brings up a. Oh, sorry. Did you want to continue with your point?
No,
Sorry.
I was just
Yeah, I
saying. I
wanna
think
know
it's a so for example, me, I've come into faith over the last few years, and I was never a choir boy growing up. From my teenage years, early 20s, and I've had my experiences. So back then, I would have been a bad bet. But now, as I've come into it a little bit more, and as I've developed a relationship with God, and I've sort of gotten more tuned in and plugged in with other men who are sort of Christians, it's helped me a lot. Not perfect by anyone's imagination, but it's helped.
Jake, your view on this? Okay. When it comes to cheating, and I don't think cheating is good, whether it's a man or a woman doing it. If you cheat, that's wrong no matter what. I do think, though, that there is a tendency, the reasons why men and women cheat are different.
Yes.
Would you agree with that?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think it could be said that when a woman cheats, like that's the end of the relationship.
The thought
in terms of how she views her partner. But if a man cheats, now okay, again, if that's a deal breaker for the woman, absolutely. But I think a man cheating doesn't necessarily indicate that, like, if a woman cheats on you, she's not in love with you. It's over. It's done. She doesn't like. But like, I think
she doesn't respect you anymore.
She doesn't respect you anymore. It's gone.
At
like
all.
it's done.
Yeah.
Whereas I do think, and again, I'm not saying cheating is good. I'm not in favor of cheating, but the differences are different. And I do think men will cheat purely on like a physical urge level
It's a source
without
of
any
validation.
emotion being involved. Whereas like if a woman cheats, I think there's like, it's like way fucking heavier.
It is.
Way
That
heavier.
just makes it sound like men are like terrible, though. Like, it makes it sound like men don't have a way to have an emotional connection with the person that they're with. That you would say that if a woman cheats, oh man, she's like, she doesn't respect me at all. But if a man cheats, I'm not going to have that same reaction. Of course,
It's
I
true,
would.
though.
Because
If a woman
No,
cheats,
that's
there's
not-
no
I
respect.
think your reaction is totally understandable if a man cheats on you, and if that's like your value set particularly. However, the act of having sex for a man and a woman is just two different things. The act of a woman opening herself up and letting a man inside, it's like a very, very like submissive act as well. And the thought for a man of your girl being submissive in that way to another man is just, it's horrifying.
Well, I
and I
think
can understand it would be the same for you.
I think it comes back to, how does the man value sex? Because if you're saying that a woman is like, oh, this is like the big important thing, and that's why it's worse when she cheats on somebody. Why doesn't the man think of it the same way? If a man thought of sex the same way that you're claiming women do, that we see it this high value, like, you know, if she cheats on me, then like it's the end of the world. Why can't men value sex the same way? That it's giving of yourself.
Yeah, I mean,
the other person.
ideally we would.
Because then you would see your partner as like, you're the only person I will ever do this with. I can't even imagine doing it with somebody else.
If the world was perfect, that would be the way it is.
I know, I'm just saying that to make it like so.
Do you think that men and
casual,
women having
it
sex
sounds
is
like
the
men
same?
Are like terrible people.
Do you think that women and men having sex is the same? Do you think
No.
it's biologically the same?
No, and I think that's why, to the point you were making before, how you're okay with a man cheating on you. I think if anything, if we actually agree that men having sex is different than women, then it shows loyalty and commitment and dedication even more, and you can fall more in love with somebody knowing that they're not doing the thing that you claim biologically they're meant to do.
You would rather him not have sex with anyone else, yeah?
I mean, of course, that's what I would
It
wish
shows
for, but I
willpower.
don't necessarily want to make that decision for him.
Because it shows willpower that a man maybe you think this isn't always true, but let's pretend this man is like sex like driven. That's all he's thinking about. If he can stop himself from doing that for the sake of like a relationship, for the sake of your soul, for the sake of his own soul, that's
It
so much
doesn't
more
bother
powerful.
my soul, though. It
It's so much
doesn't
more
affect me.
powerful than just going and doing it, you know, and then saying that he's better, a high value man because he has experience. It doesn't make sense to me. It doesn't add up.
I think just because sex between men and women are different doesn't mean that it makes it more or less okay for one of them to cheat on the other.
That's not
No
what
one said
we're
that.
arguing, though. We're just having a conversation of the reasons why men and women cheat can be different.
Yeah,
I think
they
for
are
So
different.
men,
again,
it's
like
validation.
I already prefaced it by saying cheating is not acceptable. It's wrong. And as a woman, if you want to break up with your guy for cheating, totally acceptable. Vice versa, totally fine. But I think we can all agree, like, there are certainly differences between men and women, and the reasons why a man might cheat may very well differ for the reasons why a woman might cheat. For example, a man might be more motivated by simply satisfying certain physical or sexual urges, where a woman may be, and this could even be the reverse, but a woman may be more inclined to cheat because, bro, it's the end of the relationship, and there's some emotional connection with another person.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I'm just saying the reasons why which could vary quite differently.
But
Which is why, like, for example, I think it may be the case that it's more likely that a man could, and again, I think it's wrong, but a man could cheat on his girlfriend or wife and still absolutely be in love with her. Whereas I think the reverse, I don't think it really plays out that way. Again, I'm not saying cheating is good. I'm just saying the motivations there are different.
But unfaithfulness is like the definition of not loving somebody, though.
Yeah, you're treating love like some kind of like mystical feeling,
But it's emotionally faithful.
Love is a choice.
Not
love is a
physically
decision and it's an action. So by literally going the exact opposite of not loving that person, you can't say that you still love your wife if you go against her like
But
that.
it's emotionless with a man. It's emotional with a woman.
That's not true.
But if
It's just scientifically not accurate to say that men don't have emotions. It makes it sound like they're just like these animals.
No, they have.
Something on this by David Buss. Yeah, let's look at it. I mean, there's also certain biological. Men are more likely to cheat for sexual variety, while women tend to have an affair in a means to find a better suited partner or stronger connection. Thank you. Evidence suggests that women tend to cheat with one person, becoming emotionally involved in the process and often looking to fall in love. David Buss, is he an evolutionary psychologist, or what's his EVA? Evolutionary psychologist, that's right. Okay, cool. Didn't he go to UCSB, or was a professor at UCSB? Or am I thinking of Huberman? Anyways,
It kind of seems like we all agree on this then.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah,
we
then
all
I think
agree
we're
it's
not-
wrong. Yeah,
yeah.
they might do it for
I think
different reasons,
we
but-
do agree, but I think where we would disagree is when you say that a man can't love a woman if he cheats on her. And like, this is me steel manning an argument that I don't agree with. It's a way that I wouldn't act. I've never cheated on somebody, never will. But I think that there would be occasions when a man could cheat on a woman and still love that woman. So
What
I don't
is
think
love?
that disqualifies it.
What is love?
What is your definition of love?
What is this like? I mean, I'm not going to give a definition of love, but I'm just going to
Well,
say
you have to give a definition of love if you say that cheating on someone can still be loving.
It's just an emotion.
I
Love
mean,
is love. It's just
like-
how you feel.
It's not an emotion, though.
in the
Love is not an emotion at all. You can't feel love.
Love is an action, and then you feel it after you create that action.
So it can be it is. or it is not.
Infatuation is like an emotion, a feeling. Lust is a feeling, but love is just an action.
Love
like there's
is
no,
yeah.
like people say like, oh, we just fell out of love, so we got divorced, and like that is a problem for many divorces because they were going to the marriage thinking, love is a feeling, so if we're not in love anymore, just get divorced. And that's kind of the same thing you're saying, like, oh, I still love them, but I cheated. But that's not loving.
Yeah,
but what if
love-
it's an accident? What if you deeply, deeply regret it? Like you can't live with yourself because you regret it so badly.
You shouldn't have done it in the first place. Love is willing the
Okay,
good
people
of the
make
other.
mistakes though. I think
Love
you're like
is willing
coming
the
from
good of
such
the
a
other.
like a worldview
So-
of so like everything
Well,
has
no,
to be
if
so
you make a
perfect.
mistake-
If you make a mistake and you deeply, deeply regret it, you can still love. You can still love
you
that
can
person.
still regret. You can absolutely regret it,
And you can mourn for their
And you
loss.
can be forgiven of it. That doesn't necessarily mean that you can believe the person still loves you.
Okay, so
I
you
completely-
don't
I
think that it's
completely believe in
possible for a
forgiveness,
man
absolutely.
to still love a woman if he's cheated on her? You don't think
I
that's
wouldn't
possible?
believe that they would love you anymore.
Not
Absolutely
possible.
not. Love is willing the good of the other. Cheating on me is not willing the
That's
good of me
crazy.
at all.
But I mean,
But certainly you can be forgiven, but that doesn't mean I believe you love me.
okay, so listen.
For sure.
So the path back is there. If you're a man and you cheat on a woman, you can still technically love her at a later time.
No, you can't. You didn't will the good of that person at all.
At that time,
So you think that you can just erase like things that happen?
do you think that any mistake that happens whatsoever, when you're not willing
I
the
think
good of
that's a
that
mistake
person,
that's
all of a
like a
sudden
bit
you don't
more than
love
like,
them
oh,
anymore?
I like broke your favorite
Do you
thing. Like, what?
but,
That's
but,
different.
But so like, what's the difference between that and say you slap your partner in the face?
Chemical bonding with being with somebody else is a lot worse than
Okay, so
something else.
if I was to
But if you're talking about abuse, then
if you're a
that's
man who
also
slaps
completely
his
out of
wife in the
the
face,
You don't love
heat
me.
of the moment, you love this
You don't love
person,
me.
and it's just the next day
No.
you're so sorry, you apologize. She says, "I know, I was acting a bit."
That's called abuse, and if you tolerate that, it's going to get worse and worse, and that's
You
what
think
it is.
cheating is a
violence.
No, wait.
It
I'm
happens.
not saying that there's anything right
That's not
about
love.
abuse, but I'm saying in a hypothetical scenario,
And I'm
if that were
answering
to
your
happen, like you see, like what happened with Dana White and his
Yep.
wife, like a few months ago.
Yeah, if the man that I'm with slaps me in the face, I'm leaving, and I don't believe he loves me anymore. Because if I
What
let
about
that
if you
happen,
slapped him first?
I wouldn't. That's
What about
literally
if you did?
domestic
The
violence.
hypothetical.
That's domestic violence.
Okay, but
I
what
don't
about
support.
if that happened? I don't support it either, but it's a hypothetical.
If
So
I
what
slapped the person I'm with, or he slapped me,
if you slapped
we
the
are not
person you're
together
with
anymore.
and then he slapped
you
you,
need
can
to
he
seek
still love you?
therapy. No. Love is willing the good of the other.
What if you have
You
5
have to have
children
standards.
together?
Are you going to be with a woman who's going to slap you?
Hold on a second. What if you have 5 children together,
Yes.
and that was a heat of the moment mistake, and then 1 year later you still have those children together, you're still building your life together, but you can't love that person anymore? That's
You
ridiculous.
can forgive that person if they never do
Okay,
it
so
to you
you
ever
can
again.
love them again.
No, I said forgive them.
Okay, and then
So
you
the
can
love
love them.
is gone?
You forgive them.
The love's just
You
gone?
forgive them, and then is the
Also,
love
I
gone?
wouldn't have 5 children with a man who would slap me.
Hypothetical. It's a hypothetical.
You would, so you're saying, so you're in a relationship, you have 5 children, you're married, you've been married, and he cheats one time, and you say that he doesn't love you after all, you birth all those 5 children, y'all have a little house on
With the new
Nantucket
hypothetical of
Island.
having
And
5 children, and he did it one time. I wouldn't marry someone who would do that. So
The hypothetical, though, the hypothetical. It's not all about your perfect worldview.
It's
in
not
a
a perfect
hypothetical
worldview.
scenario, if
It's not a
that were to
perfect
happen,
worldview.
can the man still love the woman?
I don't believe so.
That's
wait.
ridiculous.
You've been,
It's
you've
not
been, you've been
perfect.
dating
It's
somebody.
crazy.
You've been dating somebody for 2.5 years. Has your boyfriend done anything wrong?
No.
Nothing.
Not
You've
a
never
single
even
thing?
argued.
No, you mean like
You've never-
slapping me? Sorry, keep
no,
going.
No, no,
keep
no. You've never had an argument. You've never disagreed on something. He's never even said something that you took even a slight offense to. Nothing.
Of course I have. We have discussions all the time.
Okay.
But keep going. Are you going to equate that to slapping?
No, but it seems like you're saying, and look, I think none of us here are in favor of cheating or, you know, if
Domestic
there's a DV.
Obviously,
situation.
nobody's in favor
Yes,
of that. But
nobody's
it's
in
a
favor of
hypothetical
that.
question to say that if hypothetically that were to happen,
It's
a
domestic
terrible
violence.
thing to happen. Yes, I'm not saying it's not domestic violence. Nobody said it's not domestic violence. Hypothetically, could the love still exist?
I have I have a question on this. So, are you Catholic?
Yes, I am.
You're Catholic, so you don't believe in divorce, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So if using Jake's example, there's 5 kids, been married for 10 years, everything's been great. Somehow some superheated argument happens, and like if the husband slapped the wife, divorce.
I know where you're going, and the answer is no, because I wouldn't marry someone who would do that.
That's
No one's
I
gonna
just
slap.
Yeah, you never know.
If
You
you're
can't
with
just
somebody
say.
who would slap you, then you shouldn't be with them. You shouldn't marry them and have 5 kids.
okay,
with them.
but
You're talking from a
engage.
utopian perspective.
But
Engage
engage-
with the
Not
hypothetical.
engage.
We're talking about individual
You are
people.
engaged.
You
You
would
would
choose
not-
somebody who would never do that.
Human
to you.
beings are flawed. Human beings make mistakes.
But they're not.
Those
gonna-
things
but
happen. And good people do that as well.
Making a mistake is maybe having a verbal discussion that gets heated, but it would never lead to a physical altercation. If it does,
Do you think a
that's
good man
violence.
has ever slapped his wife?
I don't believe so.
That's ridiculous.
Why?
People make bad mistakes
What do you
all
think
the
good
time.
means?
Nobody is perfect.
What do you
if
think
you're
good means?
religious,
Good,
you know
good
that no
doesn't
one's
mean
perfect.
good at
Of
all
course no one's
hours of the
perfect,
day, every
absolutely.
single day, never making a mistake. That's not good.
I draw the line at physical altercations, so that's
Just even
me.
a little pop. Just
But
one
okay,
little pop
would
50.
you?
No. Why are we arguing? As
Where
if
does
this
the,
is-
wait,
this
where
is-
does the Bible say
Why
that
should
you
I say
can
that?
divorce your husband
Hold-
if he slaps you?
Wait, okay,
don't see that in the
hold on. So it's a bit. It seems to me, and there's perhaps a specific fallacy for this, but you're saying that you would never marry somebody who would have the capacity to do that, but like you don't have what's that fucking Minority Report thing when they could see into the future? What's that called?
looking
Premonition. Like you wouldn't like.
Predestination.
Yeah, that's true.
Some fucking
of course.
scenario. Maybe you like. I don't know. Again, we're not. You shouldn't be hitting anybody. But if it did happen,
Sure. I understand what you're saying.
but you keep saying like, well, I would never marry somebody
Well,
who did
okay.
that. But engage with the actual conversation.
Okay, fine.
So would you divorce if
No. I wouldn't divorce.
if there was a slap?
No, of course not.
If
So
the
you
love
would
is
stay
gone.
with
The
someone
love
that
is
doesn't
gone.
love you?
That doesn't mean that I
Okay.
have to divorce them.
Fair enough. Okay, so then, but so you wouldn't divorce under those circumstances.
Under no circumstances.
In that circumstance,
Okay.
I would keep it
Alright.
up for the kids.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's not worth it.
But do you think so you wouldn't divorce, although isn't divorce you can divorce in the case of
It's annulment. You can get an annulled if there's domestic violence, which is completely my position.
so
if-
would you get an annulment?
Yeah, because this all comes back to the fact that you say you can be a good man and slap your wife. Like that it's a mistake, but you can still be a good man. My view is that if you have domestic violence inside your relationship, in my view where I'm Catholic and I don't believe in divorce, then you're going against the vows that you said when we got married. And
So you're
therefore,
saying that you have to be perfect in marriage. Otherwise, you
that's
can't
not
be a good man.
Not slapping your wife doesn't mean
The
that
vows
you're not
there's
like,
more vows than that.
Absolutely, but I'm saying domestic violence is a very it's like top. It's
Okay,
up
so
there.
if you
It's-
think
it's
that
literally directly going
okay.
against the vows.
If a man looks at a woman with lust, has he cheated on her?
Yes.
And can he be a good man?
If he repents of it, of course.
Okay, so that the love can still be there even if he goes against the vows.
I already said that domestic violence is a different tier than
But
one of these other
we're talking
examples.
about it in terms of your vows, and we're
Yeah,
talking
of
about it on a biblical sense.
Yes.
So that's also a sin. Looking at someone with lust in your
Of
heart,
course,
you've already
and
cheated.
I think it also has to do
so that's
with.
that you're saying that's cheating.
It can be if you don't repent
That's
of it.
what the Bible
Yeah.
says.
So then if you just go cheat, if your man just goes
Hold
and
on a sec.
cheats,
Hold on a sec.
repents, it's okay?
But if that's what the Bible says, if a man has committed adultery, then you're saying that's adultery.
Absolutely.
So you're saying that he can't be a good man and that the love is gone after that.
I was talking about domestic violence when you asked me that, so I'm not gonna make it about other
Okay,
things
but
now.
is he willing the good of that person in that situation?
No.
Okay.
Just because you're not willing to good of another person in these situations doesn't mean there's grounds for divorce. Like, you're mixing up all the different issues.
Okay. So you're saying that domestic violence is in a different tier, and that there is no way that somebody can ever love somebody if they do that. No circumstance.
You still haven't defined love to me, so therefore you repeating the same sentence doesn't do anything for me.
I'll grant your definition.
Well,
willing
do
the
you
good of the
agree with
other.
the definition?
Yeah.
Otherwise
yeah.
your question.
No, I'll grant your definition. I agree with it. Yeah.
Okay.
So there is no situation where that could happen, where the man could ever still love the woman, is what you're saying.
I personally don't think so, but
I think that's a
then
very
again, that's
harsh
just
thing.
where I'm coming from, and I can see. I think this is the kind of thing where this isn't some, like we were talking about earlier about abortion, where it's a moral, like, black and white. I don't think this is some kind of moral black and white. I think other people can have different opinions on it.
But earlier,
Personally,
did you
that's
say
just where I'm at.
morality is black and white?
No, I'm saying this isn't one. That's what I'm saying.
But-
No, but you
there's
said
morals.
morality as a whole is black and white. This was
And
what
I'm
you're
saying
like,
that this
One
isn't.
just
that's
one question.
correct.
Just one
Yeah.
question.
Moral
Yeah,
is
wait.
black and white.
So
This isn't.
but before we did say that you can't love your partner if you cheat on them after, we did have that conversation where you said that if a man commits adultery, then he can't love his partner after that.
I don't believe that he's willing the good of another person when he cheats.
I
Okay,
think
so
that's a
then
limited
would you
mindset,
agree with
judgmental.
would you agree with the Bible when the Bible says that if you look at a woman with with lust, then you've committed adultery in your heart?
Yes.
So then you're saying that a man can't love a woman if he looks at another woman with lust.
Yes.
That's ridiculous.
Why? You just agreed that
Because
it's
we
not
don't live in a
loving.
perfect world, and men make mistakes, and
It's
men do
called
that all
having
the
a
time.
standard, though. The
Yeah.
point is, I'm speaking from having a standard where we're talking about someone who doesn't think
Here.
cheating's wrong, and so I'm saying that it's actually wrong to.
Yeah,
to
here,
see
let's
that-
we're gonna switch gears here. One to finish off on this really quick. Do you think that I asked you, okay, so annulment would be warranted under the circumstances. If a woman slapped her husband, would annulment be warranted also?
Yes, they're two
Okay.
people. Is
All right.
either or.
I just want to make sure that you had the same standard for both
Absolutely.
men and women. And I don't think anybody here is in favor of like domestic violence or anything.
It was a
we're
hypothetical.
We're just talking
gonna get
hypothetical.
clipped for
I'm
sure.
worried. I was like, oh God, am I going to get clipped? Is Jake going to get clipped? All right. So it's tough when you're having these sort of like kind of nuanced conversations and whatever. But okay, guys, go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow. Drop us a Prime sub if you have one. Also, follow our Clips channel. Boom. Whatever second, we got the link in the description. Get us to 1 million subscribers. I'll dedicate the plaque that we get to you guys. Guys, follow us. Subscribe to our Clips channel. What's up?
Can I respond to a comment I saw in the middle of all this?
Nope. I mean, for where?
On the screen, there was a comment on the screen, and in the middle of like this whole debate, someone like brought up a really good point.
Okay.
Like I forgot who it was, but they were like, oh, like this is why you should date to marry, and why like he said something about like Asian cultures, like they date to marry and they tend to have like better marriages and whatnot, and then he said like that's why the West is kind of like deteriorating when it comes to dating, because it's kind of like a free-for-all now. I wasn't sure if you guys had caught that. I just wanted to know if that's something
It was
you guys
below
wanted to...
it was below the threshold. So
We agree with that. I think we all technically agree that in a perfect world, people would date to marry and people would be virgins until marriage. But we live in a fallen world and we have to meet the world where it is.
we have Fally here. Good evening, everyone. Brixan, small suggestion: increase the TTS back to 200. So apologies if I'm vulgar. D-gens like Hunter and the numbers guy are less likely to comment indecent stuff. Peace. I mean, I think, I think the TTS at this threshold, like I only boost the TTS if we have like a really big panel. Like last show, we had like 12, 13 people, Madison? Yeah, it was just like we had way too much to get through, and if it was the TTS was too frequent, it would just take forever to get through it. I think this is a pretty solid threshold. And also if we have a big guest, especially like for example, when we had Charlie Kirk, like, he was only here for a limited period of time. We want to give him, as much uninterrupted airtime as possible. But thank you, Fally, appreciate that. And then we also have Miss Nims, Canadian 50. Hey, thank you, Miss Nims. By 30, what is considered a high body count? I mean, I suppose I could open this up to the panel here, but thoughts? Anybody? What's
Do we
a-
start? I think by 30, a high body count would be
for a woman?
for a woman. Okay.
For both. For both.
For a man, I don't think it matters. For a woman, I would say 5 or 6.
Okay.
I guess anything over 25.
Anything over 25? Is that your way of telling us that your body count's 25?
Way more, but yeah.
Should we do body count? Madison, wait, actually, hold on. We'll do it later. I'll do it later. Okay, your answer. What's a high body count?
For
by 30?
woman?
Yeah.
Anything over 5, 6.
Okay.
I don't know. I've never really considered it as like a bad thing, so I would say more like your answer. Like, I could see girls. I know lots of girls who fuck a lot. Yeah.
I don't know what the scale would be for high or low. Like, I don't know what would be high, because they're just people. So for both men and women, I think, I don't know. What would be a high body count?
Just what is
high? What is
That
high?
is the question.
What you think? It's not about what they think. Like, what do you think a high body count?
1,000? I don't know.
1,000?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like,
Okay,
what,
next.
what's a high body count?
Go ahead.
I legitimately have no idea.
Okay, Sarah.
I don't know. Like, I'm thinking about what the average would be. I guess probably, right, like the way the world is right now, probably like 5 would be average. So high would be 10 or something. I don't know.
Jake, what is a high body count?
For a
30.
woman over 30, anything over 10. Yeah.
I'd agree. I think over 10. It's obviously the thing is though is like the lower the better. So there you have it. Let me finally get into some of my pre-show notes from all of y'all. So Nick, if you can hide that for me, thank you. Let's start with Alyssa here. Alyssa, you got married too young, got divorced. We went over that a bit. You dated someone new, then got pregnant and married again.
Yep.
Then you were cheated on when your baby was 5 months old in your own home.
With my friend.
RIP. And wait, hold on. And you said it's taken you a long while to stand up for yourself and your daughter and file again? Wait.
Yep.
For divorce. Okay.
Because I agree with you of where love is an action and someone still can love you and you can forgive them and they can be a good man. But if they stop loving you and they're not a good man, then there's nothing you can do. Because I don't believe in divorce.
Oftentimes
at
it
all.
is, once the trust seal is broken,
Exactly.
it's done.
Yeah.
The vast majority of the time. And there's probably no other way. But yeah.
So that's why I stayed way too long. And I finally got to the point where I found some self-confidence and decided to break it. But that's
Wait,
not
break what?
my marriage.
Oh,
Just
break
be
it.
done with it.
Okay. You guys don't still live together, correct?
No, he
Okay.
moved out real quick and real easy.
Oh, like what do you mean?
Like, I told him it was time. Like, it got toxic, and he had no respect for me anymore, and so I like had my low self-esteem. So I finally asked him to go, and he just left.
So
And
you kept did you guys own a house or?
Yeah, I stay in the house. It's my father's.
Oh, it's your, okay. Oh, so he moved in with you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I see. And then, wait, so, okay.
Like,
Does he pay child support or? No?
Nope.
Do you want him to?
Well, I want him to support his child.
Do you guys have shared custody?
That's what I filed for, yeah.
Oh, okay.
He's not a bad father.
Yeah.
Horrible husband.
I see. Okay. Let's see, what else? You said modern dating is too fast. The culture is too perverse and revealing. Mystery is much more enticing, but no judgments here. You had to learn that. When you say mystery is much more enticing, what do you mean?
Like, I don't know. I feel like you'd build a better relationship if you didn't just give it away so quickly. But that's not for me to judge because my example's terrible.
Well, so in all your previous relationship escapades, I mean, how long would you typically wait?
Well, anybody else I was with, it was in high school, so like a year and a half.
What do you mean?
Like when I started dating someone in high school, we'd wait like a year.
To have sex?
Mm-hmm.
A year?
Yeah. That was in
How
high
old are you
school.
again? 20? Is this the fucking 1950s? Or something?
It should be.
God damn,
Wish.
okay. Okay, so, but you say that the culture is too perverse and revealing mystery is much more enticing.
Mm-hmm.
But so for all your relationships, you've always waited? Or
Well, in like high school, yeah.
So with the exception of your most
Yes.
recent relationship,
Yeah.
you waited how long?
Like a few days.
Hey, no judgment.
I got pregnant within a month of us dating. Yeah. But then he was like, oh, I'm going to marry you. Because I had just gotten out of a terrible relationship, like on and off boyfriend from high school. We married young. He did drugs, messed around.
Okay.
But I didn't know any of that. So when I found all that out, it was like huge self-esteem.
Wait, so you had just broken up with your previous husband?
Yeah, him and I weren't together for about a year while the divorce was filing.
Okay,
and I
you're
was like
separated.
21. Yeah, and then after it was officially done,
Okay.
this guy asked me out. And so I said yes. And then he was like Prince Charming, or so I thought.
Until there was infidelity.
Mm-hmm.
Can I ask you a question? How long were you guys married for? Or dating? Dating and married?
When he did that?
No, how long just total were you guys together?
Oh, 4.5 years, almost 5
Mm-hmm.
total. But we got married like a month before my daughter was born. And then, so she was 5 months. So we were only married 6 months.
Okay. Was, hold on. And you were together for 4 years?
Mm-hmm. So I stayed because, you know, that's love.
What do you think precipitated the infidelity? And if you don't mind me asking, I mean, were you guys in a dead bedroom relationship?
No, not at all.
No?
Nope.
Okay.
And then
All
I
right.
got to the point where I was still like begging him.
For sex?
Mm-hmm.
Ah, okay. All right. And he didn't, you wanted it, he didn't.
Yep. But then he
All
found my
right.
friend in the bathroom.
Huh?
My friend came out to visit me to see our baby. And then I woke up at 4 a.m. to find him not in bed with me and walked down the hallway to hear them in the bathroom.
Excuse me?
So.
How good friends? Was it like a long?
Oh, I had known her like 6 years.
Since childhood, or
No.
okay.
6 years?
Yeah, I had known her
This
6
friend of-
years.
Oh,
we worked
God, that's
together.
Wait,
awful.
had
How
they?
did you not kill her?
Hold on. Had you met before?
Christ. Huh? Had they met before?
Had they met before?
I think one time she flew out when we were dating. And I was pregnant. And then, because she lives on the East Coast. And then she flew out after my daughter was born.
Do you
to
have any
see my
suspicion that they cheated that initial meeting?
See, I think about that often because she used to talk to me about how her husband never initiated sex and how she wanted to be wanted. And I remember standing there thinking like, oh, that sucks because my husband was amazing. He was my boyfriend at the time. And I was like, oh, that's all he ever did. He made me feel sexy. And so I don't know if she did have that, but that was the first night her and her sister, her younger sister, came out. And that was the first night they stayed.
That's a pretty
Wait,
egregious
so
example.
she came, your friend came with her sister.
Her younger sister to see the
And
baby.
it was the friend, not the sister, correct?
And it was, yeah, my friend.
Your friend.
Mhm.
Okay. And so they were staying at your house.
Yes.
Your family house.
Yep.
And your friend of 6 years cheated, had sex with your husband.
Yep.
Please tell me it wasn't in your bedroom.
No, it was in our bathroom.
Oh, in the bathroom.
So I knocked because I heard them, and then she goes, just a minute. And I said, no, you need to open this door now. And then she comes out all like, oh. And then I went in and I opened the shower curtain, and he's sitting there in the hat I bought him, the shirt, and his wedding ring.
You not only found out they cheated, you caught them in the act.
Yeah, I heard them. They broke the towel rack.
What the fuck?
What the
Yeah.
Holy shit. Okay.
Now that's
They
a
broke-
reason to
Wait, what did they
leave.
break?
Yeah.
straight away.
They
I
broke
know, and I
the
wish I
towel
had.
holder?
Now that's when I'd agree with you that the love's gone. That's egregious.
And
That is
see,
egregious.
I
Yeah.
wish I did. In that moment, I wish I had the balls to go, but I didn't. I got them both water. I told her to.
What? No, that's it.
Throw the
Don't
water in her face.
clip it. Get rid of that. We cannot have that. Okay. Hold on.
I know.
You're like, hold on. So just like demonstrating you wait, it's okay. You caught them in
Oh, I
the
heard
bathroom.
it all. I
and
know
then,
what he
like,
sounds like.
You know, have you ever gotten a professional massage and after the massage they come to you with like this little cup and they're like, here you go, do you need some hydration? Was it like that?
No, I literally
The bow.
just like, I don't know. All I can say is that
Damn.
I just had Christ in me at the moment, and that look on his face was that of I fucked up, and so I know he knows he fucked up. But after that,
Yo, that's a major.
Do you have an idea about like who seduced who, or did you get any like other details?
yeah, we're all drinking in our back room, and they started to get real flirty. He started to do things with, like, show her music videos that he did with me on our first date. And so I told her sister, I said, you watch them. And she was all, haha. I even actually set my phone up, but I was like buzzed to listen. And I heard her talking bad about me on it. But then I went and grabbed my phone later that night and I went to bed.
Oh, so you went to bed without them, and then
And then I woke up at 4 a.m. and then I went back and the door was locked. So I knew he had locked them out of that room. And then I walked back down the hall, and that's when I heard him in the bathroom.
So okay, you see them,
Oh, I heard it.
what, so you walk in, what do you say, what do you say?
She just kept saying, I love my husband. I'm married. I love my husband.
Oh, she
I
was.
wish I said no.
Wait, your friend was married.
Did they deny
I
or
went
did they
to
just
her wedding, like a couple months prior. I flew out for her wedding, and I did all her fucking flowers.
Wait, so do they have kids?
No.
Are they divorcing?
Nope. I know she lied to him.
why does
She
she?
lied?
Do you reckon she hates
Oh, I
you, or is she
know.
at least very jealous of you? Because often when women are really jealous like that, they might get back at you.
I don't know.
Did you steal a boyfriend or something?
No, I flew out and did her
She seems
flowers
pretty
for
nice.
her
I don't
wedding.
I don't get that impression. That's
I would never.
That's sick.
But she said she still loves her husband. And then
So
she
I
went
still
back
love my
and
husband. He was all drunk, and I
Wait,
literally
so
just...
did
I don't know.
Did
You're
the
convincing me now.
did the husband
I don't think she told him the truth. He unfollowed me on Instagram, like her family.
but how did this not get back to them?
She's a lying sack of crap.
No, but did you approach the husband and say, yo, come
I
get your
thought about
fucking
it.
wife? What the fuck?
I thought about telling her little sister too, but I don't know.
Well,
I
the sister was there at
Yeah.
the house.
Mhm.
How was this not like fucking major fucking nuclear?
I wish I went batshit crazy. I do. I wish I had my moment, and I wish I went crazy.
Okay.
But I did not. I sat there and I did dishes
Because I mean,
at like 4 a.m, and then I
if
waited for the light, and I went to my parents' house.
And this
my
this
baby.
wasn't something you saw it.
Yeah.
Well, just speaking briefly on the fucking husband of that dude's that's a fucking major cuck if you're gonna stay with your cheating.
Yeah.
What? Okay, first
Rip.
off, a couple really terrible things here. Your friend, the betrayal from your friend,
Yeah.
and from your husband,
Yeah.
absolutely egregious. Doing it in your house, I mean, there's just so many layers to this. So first off, sorry to hear that you went through that.
Thank you.
That's terrible.
And I mean, I certainly applaud you for, for actually, I suppose it sounds like you were actually rather stoic in that moment and, did not, I mean, I wouldn't have blamed you certainly if you had a major fucking meltdown seeing that. I mean,
No. But I heard
sort of
later
like,
that I heard somewhere that I don't know if it's in the Bible, but somewhere somebody told me that Jesus prays for you when you're about to go through things, and I know that was that moment. That was the only thing I felt.
Wait,
But-
read this here. Read this down here. I mean, I do think the husband. I mean, you should at least make some sort of.
I think he knows something happened.
Oh, he
does now.
wants to be ignorant, I guess. All right, there we go.
That's a good point.
There we go. God damn, that's fucking
You got your moment.
insane.
Yeah, 5 years later.
Oh,
That's
5
pretty
years ago.
fucking scummy. Super scummy.
Can I ask you a
It
question real
is.
quick?
Yeah.
Do you think that you don't have to answer if it's personal, but do you think you would have married him if you guys didn't have a kid together?
No. Not that quickly. If I had dated him to now know the type of, he's very charming, and then all of a sudden it'll turn to condescending. Like, it got to the point where I was begging him. Like, I would walk in naked for attention, and he would say things like, "We get it, you're tan," or "We get it, you're skinny," and that would, like, to walk away from that and that humiliation.
Yeah.
And then,
Damn.
like, trying to talk to him about it,
Guys
and he
got
would laugh
issues.
at me.
Yeah.
But I had no self-worth. I literally got married so young. It turned out crappy. I got divorced. That was, my parents were like, "You're going to go to hell." And then met and got pregnant.
Yeah.
And it was just like, why, Alyssa?
Do you think it changed your view of like waiting for sex later on in like a relationship, like
Oh,
before marriage,
absolutely.
perhaps? Or did it change that view at all?
Oh, yeah. No, I've repented hardcore. And what's nice is, like, when I had been in bad relationships after, I would seek attention. And not, like, necessarily sexual attention, but just, like, any type of attention to make myself feel worth.
Right.
And I repented of that because I don't want to be that type of person. So it was nice because after that...
Truth Bomb donated $100. Hate to see this. You have no idea. This same thing happened to me in 15-year marriage. I have since turned to my faith.
Yo, Truth Bomb, sorry to hear that
sucks.
happened to you, man. Yeah, so wait, and remind us, so when did the infidelity occur? How long ago? Was it, you said 8 months ago?
No, my daughter was 6 months old, so like 4.5 years ago.
4.5 years ago? Okay.
Hunter donated $100. Nothing wrong with what he did. Men need girlfriends. He cheated because he was tired of the same cat. Woman protect a man's spurt and men give woman children and provide materially.
You're right.
Okay. There you
I
have it
should
from
have
Hunter.
said
Hot
sorry
take
to him.
Hot take from Hunter.
I should have said, "Aren't you
Wait,
happy?"
so have you not dated at all since the incident?
The incident or like filing for divorce?
Both.
No.
Oh, so
No,
you've
no.
had relationships.
No. What do you mean?
Like, have you been seeing guys, dating any guys?
No, my heart's broken.
Okay.
Do you
still?
think there's any chance this may come off as, I hope it probably will come off disrespectful, but I'm just curious. Do you think there's any chance that you would have stayed with him? Like, I know even after all of that happened, you
I
had
did
to
stay with him.
I mean, like,
Oh, wait.
the guy,
whoa. Hold on.
This was years ago.
the guy
She
who
stayed with him for years.
cheated.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought you guys were you only divorced more recently, but you were
Yes.
separated for much longer. Oh, so
No.
you wait.
So after that infidelity happened, like a few months later, my mom was diagnosed with cancer. A month after that, he was diagnosed with cancer. And then it was just that, like, weird talking yourself into, like, well, I can't be the bitch now that doesn't like the guy with cancer. But after that, he got so just aggressive, like angry aggressive, screaming at me, slamming things.
Yikes.
And then it was always my fault. It was always, well, you did this, or I'm angry because you did this. And then it was, I didn't tell anybody about his infidelity. So everyone had a painted picture of, like, him being Prince Charming, because that's what he presented. And so who am I going to be the bitch to divorce the perfect guy with cancer? So I stayed, and I stayed for my daughter. And then she got terrified, and it got to the point where it was like, this isn't healthy anymore. And I remember trying to talk to him that day, and he laughed at me. And I said, I had the balls, and I said, I think it's time for you to go. And he went, huh, yeah? And then I wrote him a letter the next morning, and I said, I don't want you to go. I don't want this relationship to end. You cannot talk to me the way you do, blah, blah, blah. And he just left and didn't say a word to me. He never tried, never said sorry, never asked.
So, okay, so you...
And that was over a year ago.
But you've, from the point of the infidelity occurring and now, you've not been intimate with any other men?
No.
Okay. But you continued being intimate with him after the infidelity?
Yeah, very rarely.
Pretty
Yeah.
rarely?
Yeah. He wouldn't, like,
Okay.
we were like roommates. And I was so embarrassed to keep trying to try to get attention from a man who treated me like that.
And also, men, like, normally we, like, won't. We have certain urges. Do you think that the infidelity may have been more wide-spanning than you thought if he really didn't want to have sex with you? Do you think maybe he was getting it somewhere else?
Dude,
don't
if
know.
he fucked another, like, her friend in her house,
There's like,
this guy is
that's
a
like a
fucking
vicious
dog.
thing to do, you know?
This guy's such a fucking dog. There must have been. I don't.
If you can do
mean to
that,
say
that's like going from
there-
0 to 100.
There's
straight
gotta
away.
be, bro.
Yeah.
There's gotta be
Thanks for saying that.
other guys. So, or excuse me,
Other
other.
I
There
don't-
could be. He
was-
might have been gay. Who knows?
It's a terrible thing to think about, though. I had a girlfriend once, so I'm pretty sure was cheating on me for quite a while,
That's terrible.
and I can't be sure. It was when I was much younger, but looking back on it, I'm like, I don't know, and it's like, it's
Well,
not
I
a
don't
nice
think
feeling.
he was. We were very hot and heavy, and that's. I mean, I got pregnant, and then we got married like 10 months later, and so it was just that, or 9 months later. But I never said no to him. I mean, it was a very lusty relationship, and that's why I don't think it was founded on love. He had no faith. I mean, he would make fun of me for my political beliefs, my religion.
Was he a liberal?
Yeah.
Oh God, you should have.
You should have. You should have.
Straight away.
Oh, I know now.
Wait. So. Hold
He
on.
just treated me like I was some dumb hick. That's what he treated me like. He made fun of my family. It just.
Was he quite a couple questions? How tall was he?
5'11".
Oh, he's 5'11". Okay. How tall are you?
5'8".
Oh, 5. Okay. Was he wealthy? He moved in with her. I don't know.
No.
What did he do for work? Don't dox him. Just like what?
He
is he an engineer?
Yes. He's a very smart man. He makes a lot of money.
Software engineer?
He's a mechanical engineer.
Okay.
It's a good guess.
Yeah. Handsome. Very handsome.
He's a good-looking guy.
Chad.
Yeah, very chatty.
Chatty.
Uh-huh.
Chad. Okay.
Chad liberal? I don't know.
Chad.
He was
Chad
like the overly confident guy, and
That
now
was
I've
spot
learned
on.
like you want the kind guy.
Brian's
Sounds
got
like
that
he's a
vision.
narcissist.
Yeah, he has a lot of those qualities.
Okay. Well, I mean, you've certainly been through quite a lot. I mean, you know, you said that who else got cancer? There was someone else who had cancer.
My mom, she passed of brain cancer.
Shit. Sorry to hear that.
Thanks.
I mean, yeah, you've definitely you've
Had a
been quite
crap
through a
couple
lot,
years,
both in
yeah.
your
Better things around the corner.
yeah.
Guarantee
I
it.
hope so.
Guarantee it. You're on the whatever podcast. It's all uphill. It's all uphill from here. Well, yeah, but definitely seems like you've certainly been through quite a bit. And
Yeah.
although, I mean, my first impression of you, I mean, you come off like a very well put together person. So, I
Absolutely.
mean, my applause for keeping your life together despite some of the difficult things that you've encountered recently. So,
God is good.
I applaud you on that. So,
Thanks.
switching to, we got some more pre-show notes here. We have Katie.
Hi.
Katie here. She's an online content writer / editor. You did do OF for a year or so, but you stopped in 2021.
Yeah.
Were you doing like just BG content, girl content, or just like solo content when you
Mostly solo. Every now and then. Like,
why did you quit?
honestly, I never felt like I could really commit to it, and I just couldn't. Like, if I really wanted to try to make a lot of money, I guess I could have done that. I was a very small operation, and I had a full-time job at the time, and I was kind of just like being crazy and having fun and just like not really knowing what I was doing. So I didn't really have a purpose for doing it. And then I just kind of got sick of it. It was like kind of a lot of work. So props to you who do stuff like that, 'cause it's a lot.
Tell us about there was a threesome. What happened there?
Oh, that's one of my funnier stories that I thought might be interesting. But I had a threesome with a pregnant woman, and I didn't know she was pregnant at the time, but she just showed up and she was pregnant, and I didn't want to be rude, so I
Wait,
just
what do you mean
did it.
she just showed up? Like you didn't know her?
like
before and then you
hardcore
just had threesome?
showing?
I met them
Belly?
on Tinder. Yeah, it was okay. It was like, it wasn't like about to burst, but it was like noticeable. Where I
Yeah.
was like, at first I was like, maybe she's just like heavy, and then I was like, oh no, I'm pretty sure she's pregnant.
Did you at least get godmother status?
You know what? Honestly, I should have asked. Been like, this is.
Wait, I have a
Gotcha.
question.
Yeah.
I don't know if you specified this. Your relationship,
Yes.
is it with a man or with a woman?
A man.
Oh, okay. I don't know where I got that from. Okay.
Yeah.
Are you bisexual though?
I am, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So have you had other threesomes, or is that just the single?
That was like my thing for a while. I was like a unicorn on Tinder.
Yeah.
And it
unicorn.
was like one of those things like some people have talked about, like seeking validation, because I had really low self-esteem, and
Mm-hmm.
it was just like an easy way to just feel validated and
How
good about
many
myself.
Unicorn threesome situations do you think you had?
Not that many. I would say maybe 2 to 3.
2 to 3? Oh, okay. You also wrote here your dating app experience prior to your current relationship was a practice in self-destruction.
Yes.
Too much chaos that came from insecurity. However, I don't think a high body count necessarily means a woman should be discounted, because I think trauma can cause both men and women to use sex as a coping mechanism before growing/learning and coming into oneself. So you said that the dating app experience was a practice in self-destruction. So, I mean, besides the 2 to 3 threesomes, were you also just having kind of, what's the term? Just
Casual
no,
hookup?
there's a different term for it. Indiscriminate sex with.
Kinda.
Yeah,
It often didn't actually like lead to sex, but it was a lot of first dates.
A lot of first dates, okay.
And dates that like I didn't intend to have really go anywhere. It was just like, how can I keep like, I don't know, keep myself validated and busy. And typically it didn't go very far. It was like a lot of douchebags and just like, yeah, it was shitty. It sucked. I didn't meet barely anyone great. I don't know how people do it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Tinder's a bit like that.
And you said,
Yeah.
we touched on body count a little bit here, but hold on. You said, find a lot of the raters. Oh, well, we already did this, but we were talking about the rating, and in your notes here, you said, I also find a lot of the rate yourself answers frustrating. We were talking about physical reality, and being healthily confident is not the same as thinking you're physically perfect.
Yeah.
Did you want to weigh it? I think that's in response to like the 1 to 10 rating thing.
Yeah. So we already did that, and I just watching the show quite a bit.
Mm-hmm.
I find whenever someone gives an answer of like, I don't know, just like, not wanting to do it, but I don't care. No judgment to you guys, but I'm like, no, it's just like relative to what you think about yourself.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah, like I guess I'm just saying I agree with you in what you typically say.
Sure. And you said, going back to the body count thing, I don't think a high body count necessarily means a woman should be discounted.
Yeah.
Because I think trauma can cause both men and women to use sex as a coping mechanism. Do you care to elaborate a little bit on that? So would you object to a guy discounting a woman if she had a high body count?
I think it's, yeah. Like, I'm not going to, yell at them or whatever, but I think
Do you think
there's,
they're wrong?
I don't necessarily think they're wrong. I think as a general rule, it probably is, like, I understand where you're coming from as a guy being like, I don't want you to have a high body count.
Sure.
But I think there are exceptions. I think it's like you said, like, people can go through shitty things in life and learn to be better. And just because you had like a crazy past doesn't mean you're going to have a crazy future. Mm-hmm. Or maybe there's even someone who didn't have a crazy past and then kind of breaks and goes for it like in their 30s or 40s. I don't know. Mm-hmm. That's where I think there can be exceptions.
Sure. Well, going around the table on this question, does body count matter, and do you object to a man discounting, using her words here, discounting a woman with a high body count? Starting with you, going around. Go ahead.
Can you ask that last question about discounting?
Yeah, do you object to a man discounting a woman with a high body count?
I think the body count is really important. I think as a woman, your body count is a reflection of part of your value. And I don't see an issue with a man having a problem with a woman having a high body count. I think that it's reasonable and just.
Hunter donated $100. Men's validation doesn't come from cheating, it comes from masculine achievement. The sexual marketplace for a man is the byproduct of that. With no achievement, the man's access is nearly zero.
Wait, the sexual market for men is the byproduct? Okay.
I kind of look at the point of that.
Thank you, Hunter, for that thought. Appreciate it. Thank you, Hunter. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
I think body count is really important. I think it's a reflection of your value as a woman.
Okay. All right.
I don't really care if somebody discounts me because I have a high body count. They're not typically the people I look for anyway. I personally don't think it's important, but that's it.
Can you repeat the question one more time?
So do you object to men discounting women because of their body count?
No, everyone has a preference.
Okay. I think we know your position on it. Yeah. You think that's you disagree with men doing that?
I believe in, people as a whole. I don't think just because your body count is high that you're necessarily going to be a shitty partner.
Okay. What about you?
I definitely think body count matters, but it's a little bit more than just like a black and white thing. I think it's that it should be both. It's not just women's body count should be discounted by men or whatever. I think it's both, that both men and women's body counts matter.
Okay.
I agree with that take. I think men and women's body counts should be both considered. But going back to the final question, should men be shamed, or should men have the right to just reject a woman because of her body count? I think it depends on the man, because if you are a man with a high body count and you have that standard for yourself, you want to go for a woman, you disregard a woman who also has a high body count, I think you should even out your values for the both of you.
Okay, I have a response to that, but go ahead, Sarah.
I think people can have preferences, and I think it's fine to say, I don't want to be with someone who's promiscuous or whatever. But I also just don't I think it's just the word value bothers me, because I just think it's kind of sad to think I have less value as a person because of things I've done. And I think it's kind of this, you were saying you struggle with self-worth, and you think because I think you're attributing your value to your value in the sexual marketplace. But
I don't struggle with self-worth, but I think that, obviously sexuality plays a big part in your value as a woman. I think if you have a high body count, you're not as valuable as a woman who is a virgin.
I think, when we're using this term value, and I think perhaps, Sarah, where you're maybe misunderstanding, is when we're using this word value, we're not saying your value in terms of your life value, your value as a human being. It's used in the sense of your value in the dating marketplace.
Yeah, you're saying your sexual market value, what the average person would want. So in that case, I think, body count matters, because a lot of men probably would prefer a lower body count. Mm-hmm. That's kind of just a fact.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying I don't like using the word value, because it's just kind of sad. It's
or body count.
I just don't like
body
it.
count.
I feel it's only sad if you have a high body count and you
I don't feel
aren't
it's
a virgin.
Well, because body just removes the soul.
Hunter donated $100. A woman's body count should be 0. Her job is to protect her man's spirit. How can a woman protect a man's spirit if she couldn't protect her own? A man's job is to provide and protect physically.
I would agree with that. I think the most valuable woman would ideally be a virgin. I think her job, if I could go back and change everything and have a higher value as a woman, I would spend my time cooking, learning how to cook better food, staying away from going out, not going to clubs, not going and, traveling. I think that that's something that high value men look for, and I wish that I could change the trajectory of
What's stopping you from doing that now?
That's a good question.
Wait. Sorry. You answer the question. Go ahead.
I haven't been with someone in quite a while. I've been, I guess,
Stop the cap.
You've been celibate?
I have. It has been a bit, but
how long have you been celibate for?
I'd say maybe a year.
Maybe a year.
Maybe.
She's so full of
Give
shit.
or take.
Guys. She's so full of shit. Well, I want you to answer his question, but I do think you're pandering a little bit with some of your answers. Like, I get the impression that you're pandering. Like, I don't know if you're actually, like, you genuinely hold some of these positions and you're just, like, trying to, like, pander to the audience. But, chat, do you think she's pandering a little bit? Anyways, go ahead.
I think that's fair. I mean, I think that my opinion would definitely cater to an audience like this, so I think that's a fair opinion to have. I know that I may not follow through with what I'm speaking about. I know that I'm not the ideal woman. I get that, but that doesn't mean that I don't know what's right from wrong. I know that I've made the wrong decisions. I feel like if I were trying to pander to the audience, maybe I could tell people that I don't have a body count of 4, or that, you know, I haven't been with anyone, but I have, and I am on OnlyFans, and I'm not the perfect woman, but that doesn't mean that I don't know what's right and what's wrong. That doesn't mean that I don't know what a high value man looks for in a woman. I know these things, and I know that I'm not that person, but I still am aware.
So why do you continue to do the wrong thing then? Like,
I mean, that's a great question.
Has to be a reason.
I think, you know, I wish that I could have a good answer for that question. I think that I'm just not sure exactly what, like everyone says, what I want to do right now with my life. And I think that, you know, I believe in Jesus Christ, and I believe that I can be forgiven. I know it's sad, but...
Well, I have a whole... Here, we'll come to that in a sec, but okay, so you're... we're going to say JC. Okay, let's finish up on the body count conversation. So I think we were actually getting into that, everyone's body... Madison, what's your body count?
The only time I get to speak is when I...
Yeah, exactly. That's why she's here.
I'm a virgin. I'm kidding. It's 8.
4.
I can give like a roundabout.
Sure.
Like 120.
120, okay. 4.
8. 0.
0.
0.
Whoa.
That's
Okay.
a lot of virgins.
Jake?
Surrounded by purity here. Yeah, I feel it rubbing off on me. That's between me and the man upstairs.
Okay. All right. Good times. Okay. That's everybody's body count. Thanks for watching the Whatever Pod. No, I'm kidding. Okay. All right. So we hit the body count. I'm trying to think if there was... Here, let me... it came up from your point, right? Your pre-show notes. So you say men should not discount women because of their body count. I think they can be discounted. I think
if you want to, that's fine. Yeah. I would prefer, like, I would be more into somebody who wasn't so judgmental. So that's where I'm coming from.
So you think it's judgmental, wrongly judgmental for a guy to not want to date a woman with a high body count?
I think it's just when I hear people talk about this, it comes with a kind of vibe that's like looking at women with disgust. I think if you're saying
promiscuity, I don't think it's looking at women with disgust. It's looking at promiscuity with disgust.
And that's
and
fine.
I think that disgust. I mean, the reality is, like, STDs are a thing.
Oh, absolutely. Like STDs, for sure. That's something to be concerned about.
So somebody who has a high body count is more likely to have an STD, for example.
I guess I would just always think that this person would be checking, like not just, not just fucking anyone.
Yeah, I mean,
moves.
something
Excuse
could
my language.
perhaps maybe they haven't tested for it. Maybe it's maybe they have HPV. They don't know. Maybe I think even with herpes, you can perhaps be totally asymptomatic, but I don't know. I don't want to say something that's just factually, scientifically incorrect, but yeah, I mean.
Yeah, that's fair. I think it's just more of like and it's not you guys, it's just the tone of a lot of these conversations. It ends up being like, oh, and if she has a high body count, oh, horrible, like disgusting. And
no, I avoid using that sort of language, but like just I would prefer a woman with a low body count.
Yeah, and I respect that for sure. Absolutely.
Yeah. But I think just that on its own is enough to disqualify a woman from a relationship. With me anyways. Other men are free to have their own standards, although I certainly would encourage men. One of the best things I think you can use as a metric when it comes to screening somebody is their promiscuity. whether past or present.
I mean, I'm the most promiscuous person here, and I get tested every 14 days.
They don't. Okay, well, you're in the old adult entertainment industry. You're in the porn industry, but that sort of you're omitting like this is. I hear this argument frequently from porn actresses. You're omitting, rather deceptively, you're omitting the fact that they don't test for herpes or HPV. Right?
No.
What do you mean no?
I mean, they don't.
It's not required, right? You don't have to test.
Required.
Right. And you know, tell me what would happen if they did start testing for herpes in the porn industry.
I don't know.
Well, okay.
I mean, I feel like you should ask somebody who's like been in it longer.
Okay. How
than
many?
Me.
How many you? So you said your body count's over 120. If you had to break, like, how many of those were from work?
The majority.
Like, okay, then.
Like 95.
95 of them, and the rest were civilians, I guess you could say.
Yeah.
As you might say. But the thing is they don't test for herpes or HPV in these in the porn industry. And my understanding, and I've spoken to quite a few women in porn, if you're doing traditional porn, like it's not if, it's when you eventually catch herpes. Like you're gonna catch herpes if you're like frequently doing scenes. You disagree?
I feel like you should ask somebody who's been in it longer. Like,
okay.
I'm still new. Like, I feel like I'm not qualified to answer that.
That's terrifying. Just to think not if, but when.
Yeah, I mean, we had a girl on the show who the crazy thing was, it wasn't so much that she had herpes, but she continued shooting, and she doesn't disclose to her scene partners that she has herpes.
She said, isn't that illegal or something? Can't she get like...
I don't know, but she says no, people don't really disclose in the porn industry if they have herpes, so.
That's terrifying.
Yeah.
Loose Pussy Energy donated $100.
My
These
boy,
thotties
my
got John Wick
Caucasian.
type bodies, with too many face and back shotties. They take no accountabilities and brought great shame to their families, especially
Great
the
shame.
one in the backseas. #get the rocks.
That was fucking Shakespeare in the flesh here. Thank you, LP. Appreciate it, man. Wait, what were we talking about? The STDs or something?
Mm-hmm.
Herpes, yeah. Yeah, you know.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
You said you were new to the porn industry. Like, what was it that made you decide to do it? Like, how recent?
Wait, hold on. I'll let you ask that question, but you said you're new, but you've had sex with 95 men. So you're not that new.
Like 6 months. That's still pretty fucking new.
6 months?
6 months?
Yeah.
I mean,
Is that
How many
day?
is that, like, per week?
I'm thinking of a day.
can somebody do the dick math for us?
There's
so
sites,
assume,
there's
okay,
like threesomes, like there's more than just like a boy girl like
Oh,
scene.
okay.
You know what I mean?
What's
So
the biggest
that's, like,
scene? Like, what's the most in a day?
Like a boy girl. So like 4 people.
Okay. Word. Good times. Good times. Did that answer your question, or did you want to restate it, Sarah?
I guess so. Is that not, like, is that emotionally damaging for you? Like, does that make you happy?
Yeah, it makes me happy. Like, I mean, I'm not gonna say it doesn't like take a certain amount of energy out of me. It's like performing, so yeah, it does take energy out of me. But like, it's not like I sit and like wallow in home all day or something crazy.
But
you know what I
it
mean?
doesn't have, like, a negative effect on your mental health? Like, neutral?
No.
Do you think that takes some of your soul?
Huh?
Like some of your soul?
What do you mean?
Like being with that many men, do you think that you kind of lose sight of like your soul through it?
No, I feel like men has no correlation to my soul or anything like that.
Do you have any like moral qualms with the porn industry, or are you just part of it regardless of them?
She's a communist socialist.
Yeah, it's
But like actually, because like I mean, so many people who are in the porn industry are like actual victims of, you know, sex trafficking, and so when people watch porn, they don't even know if they're watching someone consenting to it or not. So it's very like, it's kind of one of those industries that has a lot of like evil to it. So I'm just wondering, do you know about that, and like do you just...
Before I have her answer that question, I want to ask the chat feedback on this. So oftentimes, look, I'm not a huge proponent of the porn industry. With that said, I do invite women who are involved in porn and OnlyFans on the show. Do you guys think that the conversations we have, and I have the chat pulled up here. Chat, do you think that the conversations we have on the show, like, do you think it's kind of played out, like do you think it's productive to like have the porn bad conversation on the show? Because it just, I feel like it's never productive. It's not really related to dating, and you know, like it's just, what's that? You know, it's like, look, we get it.
It's
Porn's
definitely
bad.
related to dating.
You know, dead horse, redundant, played out.
How is it not related to dating?
Maybe I'll do a poll. Oh, hey, Jay. Oh, look, speaking of the... Okay, all right.
Brixan, over 70% of genital herpes transmissions are spread without an outbreak. 60 bodies equals 12 infected partners. Do you think this putrid creature in front of you is
Jay
actually
Butler.
clean? Hashtag vomit, hashtag filthy.
Whoa, Jay Butler. Rude. How dare you, sir? Please, no, disavow. I disavow Jay Butler. As a urologist, I'd expect you to have a little more, what's the word? A little more class. Yeah. I will not stand. Okay, all right, whatever. All right. I don't know where we were. Where were we?
You were saying the porn doesn't affect dating, or it's not part of dating.
No,
and
that's not.
Asking the chat if it was.
No, that's not what I was asking. It's just like, I feel like it's not even interesting for the audience to like have a conversation with the girls like about, oh, porn's bad. That's basically it. Like,
so everyone agrees porn's bad. Is that what you're saying? That it hurts relationships and it's run by trafficking and the patriarchy.
Okay, we'll get to your patriarchy comment in a little bit. It's just like having the conversation with women who are in the industry. It's just like, it's kind of, I view it as it's just such a boring conversation, and it's like, it's just never productive.
That's fair. I only think it's
for entertainment.
I think it's only interesting because she just recently got into it. Was why I wanted to know her thoughts on it. But that's fair.
Well, and it's just like, it's not really related to dating. Like asking somebody, well, what, like that's, porn generally can be related to dating, but like having a conversation of like the porn's impact on the broader society is not really dating related.
Nickelodeon donated $100. The snarky smile definitely tells me she knows, and probably doesn't share either. This convo is a little played out, but important to know. To be fair, so is your World War II argument, lol.
The World War II argument will never be old, first of all. And I typically go to World War I. That's my preferred war conflict to reference. I'm more of a World War I guy. You know, the uniforms were better. So okay, all right. Moving on. Let's see here. We have, I think we got through Katie. We have Angelique.
Hello.
Okay. You're a conservative feminist.
Yes. I mean, I wouldn't necessarily put them together like that, but I am a conservative and I am a feminist, yes.
You are a conservative, you are a feminist,
Yes.
okay. Can you explain how you're a feminist?
Absolutely. I'm a feminist because I stand for equal rights for all people. Specifically, in our current society, the one right that people do not have equally is the right to life. And so I fight for the rights of all women to be born, firstly, and men as well. But since we're talking about women's rights specifically,
Why
feminism,
firstly women?
Oh, just because we're talking about feminism. And a lot of times in modern feminism, which is not real feminism, I don't really want to consider it feminism, but for the sake of the argument, modern feminism likes to say that we're fighting for women's rights. But to me, I look around in society, women have the same rights as men, except women have more rights than men because we have the right to kill our own children. So I'm a feminist because I stand for the original reality of feminism, which is simply, at the very basis, a legal equality between men and women. And the original purpose of feminism was simply to have like the same right to vote, the same right to do basic functions in society, but not to kill our own children.
But you've already acknowledged that women do have all those equalities.
Except the right to life.
But how's that a feminist position?
Because it's equality amongst people. We don't have equality amongst people right now.
But women are capable of aborting their sons, their unborn sons and daughters. So I
capable or like legally allowed to? What do you mean? Like, I guess you're capable anywhere, but even illegally.
No, but you said you're specifically talking about abortion, about aborting unborn females.
I specify that for the sake of the argument that we're fighting for women's rights to choose, but I'm saying women before they're born don't even have the right to life.
But why?
Including men.
Women,
I'm using
women
it as
will
a
abort.
specific example
But
of
here,
women. But I think it should be men and women. It's equality.
I'm just confused why you seem to overvalue. Like,
I'm not. I'm
does
doing
the
it for
value?
The sake of the argument. No, the value is the same between men and women. I think I understand what you're getting at. I'm only specifying it for the sake of the argument.
That you're a feminist?
Yes.
How's that
I
a
mean,
feminist position,
it's
though?
also true that the original feminists were pro-life, and they fought against abortion. And I stand for original feminism, not the corrupt, fake feminism of today.
But if you're I would categorize you more as a. I mean, abortion doesn't even strike me as like an egalitarian or feminist like position, really.
It does, because if you actually look at the abortion industry, it is highly patriarchal. Most men actually profit more and gain more from the abortion industry than women do. Abortion hurts women and it kills people, and men profit off of it. The entire pro-abortion movement was started by men, and we claim that it's some kind of like women's right, when in reality it was started by men. Roe v. Wade was decided by men, and the entire thing is...
So you think the abortion is men's fault?
It's not a fault, absolutely not.
Wait,
but it's run by... Predominantly, it is run by men.
Is that because most industries are run by men, though?
Sorry?
Is that because most industries are predominantly run by men?
You could argue that that's a correlation, but my point is specifically about abortion being claimed as a like feminist movement, that like modern feminists are for abortion. Like, that's just a fact. But if you actually look at the abortion industry, it's not run by women.
AB check. Thank you for the 20 memberships. Wait, so hold on. You said abortion is a tool of the patriarchy?
Yes.
Okay. Well,
it can be in many ways.
But you say abortion was... I don't have a thorough history of abortion, but you're saying it's something that men wanted.
Absolutely. Yes.
Men wanted... I'm going to have to look into that one.
If you look at the
I actually agree with her. Like, I don't remember the exact facts, but I remember learning about this as well. It was mostly men behind the scenes pushing the abortion movement.
Are you saying that like it's a depopulationist movement? Is that what you're getting at? It's like more of a eugenics movement, and that there are men who are atop of that spear?
The founder of Planned Parenthood, Margaret Sanger, was a eugenicist. She was a racist. Her entire goal, as she was quoted to say, is to exterminate the
She's
undesirables. And so that was, and she worked alongside Bernard Nathanson, and he was the one who founded NARAL, Pro-Choice America. And so it's literally a industry run by men. If you look at, I mean, you mentioned porn. We're not going to talk about
how is it? But how is it abortion is an industry run by men? How so?
Well, you look at the reason why women get abortions, and a lot of times it's because they don't have support to continue their pregnancy, and they think that they're all alone in it. And oftentimes men say, "Oh, I believe in a woman's right to choose," and therefore they take a back seat to their own child, and so women feel the need to go and seek abortions because of that.
Wait, hold on.
And so oftentimes men are using abortion as a tool to escape responsibility.
Isn't it? I mean, I would like to see the statistics on this, but isn't it the case that like it's about 50-50 pro-life, pro-choice for both men and women?
Statistics have proven that usually it's about 50-50 throughout the time since Roe v. Wade, but that doesn't necessarily change the fact that the industry itself, I'm not talking about just general people's opinions. What industry? The industry of abortion.
And how is it, so you say that's controlled by men?
It's very, very predominantly run by men.
Who's the primary argument that, what institution or system is having what's it called? What's the term when you provide an abortion? Is it Planned Parenthood?
The International Planned Parenthood Federation, yes.
Okay.
They're all over the entire world.
And is that, so you're saying that's primary? I mean, I don't know what the the C-suite looks like for Planned Parenthood, but I mean, it occurs to me that's probably a very female-heavy organization.
It's a multi-billion-dollar nonprofit, and it was founded by the entire movement of the pro-choice movement early around the time of Roe v. Wade, and it was founded by men.
So you're saying because the founders are men, that's why it's you can take the feminist position on it?
It's not just the foundation of like NARAL being founded by men. It's the idea that in our current society, if you look at like sex trafficking, for example, the amount of predators who go into Planned Parenthoods with their like 14-year-old victim and they've gotten them pregnant, they go in there and there are in many places no need to have any kind of like determination if the person they're with is their parent. There's no parental consent or notification. And so men are going in, predators of these children, and getting them abortions to hide the abuse that they're giving. So
yeah, I mean,
so you're saying, do you think that's the case for most abortions?
It's not most, but it happens. The fact that it happens should be acknowledged.
No, but you're using an exceptional scenario to...
That's one example of the fact that it's a very patriarchal concept. It's also the idea that the modern feminism
your logic is not sound on that, but okay.
The modern feminism believes that in order to be equal to men, we have to have the right to kill our own children, and that is simply not true.
So you're not a modern feminist then?
Correct.
But I'm looking at Planned Parenthood on here, and it says that it was founded by Margaret Sanger.
Margaret Sanger, yes.
A woman.
And look up NARAL. NARAL in some ways has even more influence.
I see the predecessor was the American Birth Control League, and I'll look at that, which
Bernard
was
Nathanson,
also founded by Margaret Sanger.
And he became pro-life afterwards, and he showed a video of what an abortion is, and he changed millions of people's views.
This is getting into apex fallacy territory a little bit. Or wait, is it? You're looking at the behavior of one singular individual and sort of. I mean, what's that organization called? NARAL?
Yeah.
So your argument is because there was one man who was involved in...
That's not my argument. That's not my argument.
You're saying that it's dominated by... It's something that's dominated by men and men sort of profit from it. But wouldn't you also say that that's the case with most industries? And generally when there's money being made and when it's a big industrial... Because abortion is basically an industrial complex. Wouldn't you say that for the most part, men are going to dominate these industries?
I think it depends on the industry. We can have a conversation about the beauty industry and have a whole conversation about that too. And I would agree.
Sure, but I mean, the vast majority of industries will be run by men, right?
It's used to control the idea of like how women see themselves. And I think this is kind of no different in a sense. But my point is that it's the concept of women have been convinced to believe that in order to be equal to men, they have to kill their own children. And who is purporting this idea? But
like if you look at the marches that happen, the vast majority of the people who are protesting for abortion and the vast majority of people who are in favor of abortion and will die on that hill are women. So you can look at the very top and you can say there's the problem, or you can look at everybody else.
I mean, all of the protests
statistically, more women are pro-choice.
Yeah, all the protests I've ever been to, either the pro-abortion side were paid for to be there and they're just random people who didn't actually care, or it was both men and women.
Do you think it's a very
And the men were telling me, no uterus, no opinion to my face. And I was like, what?
So you think that more men are protesting for abortion than women?
I don't think that that's an accurate example of whether or not abortion as a whole, whether I show up to a protest and somebody is there and he happens to be a man.
But so if you look at like a big protest with say 10,000 people all wearing their pussy hats, you don't think that that's a good representation of who is
I don't
in
think that's
favor
a
of
good
abortion?
example, because if you go to a beauty event and let's say hypothetically the beauty industry is run by men, you think a bunch of men are going to show up? It's a behind the scenes concept. That's why I mentioned.
Sounds like a conspiracy theory to me.
It's the reason why I mentioned the abusers coming into Planned Parenthood and bringing these young girls who are victims of their crimes and hiding that crime. Why is sex trafficking like modern day slavery?
Yeah, I'd say sex trafficking is probably a different issue though to the issue of like why being anti-abortion is necessarily a feminist issue.
It's connected though, because you can hide abuse if you have abortion.
Yeah, I would say that's an aspect of it that is obviously absolutely horrible, and yeah, I would agree with you there. However, your position though is that you're a feminist because of this abortion industry that is supposedly patriarchal.
I'm not just a feminist because of that. The primary reason why I'm a feminist, besides the fact that I agree with early feminism and my right to vote, the right to be here right now and have my own nonprofit, is also because I'm a feminist because we should stand for equal rights for all people. And women don't have the right to life. Women don't have the right to life.
Wait, but men don't have the right to life either.
I just said that. I just said.
So but how is it a
feminist? Men don't have the right to life. Equality would be
So it occurs.
both genders having the right
So
to
your
life.
position
at the
is
very
you
beginning.
care more about
Both people.
female fetuses than male
False.
fetuses.
False.
So then you're
But then you're not.
yeah.
It's
I'm
not a
using it as an
feminist position.
It's
You're
a
just-
pro-life
You're
position.
pro-life. You're
Yeah, it's a pro-life
pro-lifer.
position.
You don't understand the point I'm making.
No, because you're not either. You're not articulating it very well, or
It's
it's just.
equality. Equality among both sexes would be both having the right to life.
So are you arguing that women have less of a right to life than men?
I'm arguing that women have more rights than men right now, which is not feminist. And I'm a feminist because I don't think women should have more rights than men. They shouldn't have the right to kill other people. It's really straightforward, actually.
No, but then that
Oh,
makes it
so
not
you want to
necess-
walk back? I think I sort of see what you're
So
saying.
you're an original. You call yourself like an original sort of first wave feminist, if you will, and you don't necessarily think that women don't have the rights. Like you would agree that they achieve their means.
Of course.
Their first.
Yeah, the
wave
I think I
only-
see what you're saying.
Yeah,
Right.
I
Sort
believe
of.
we're literally
kind
equal
of.
people.
Sort of.
Yeah.
I just happen
But
to
I
have
think
an
that the
extra right than you
just
do,
the
which is
abortion
the
thing is not necessarily a feminist position. It's just a pro-life position because you believe in pro-life for both.
I think correct me if I'm wrong here. Okay, so you think that women, when it comes to abortion, they have a right that men don't have,
Correct.
which is not equality. Therefore, you want to walk back women's abortion rights to create equality, aka true equality, and that would be a feminist position.
Yes, but you also have to mention the fact that I believe both people should have equal right to life, which is the fundamental purpose of not allowing women to kill
It's a
people.
pro-life
So, yes.
position. Yeah.
Okay, all right. Let's define our terms here a little bit. You mentioned patriarchy. What is the patriarchy?
I say this is the patriarchy in the sense that abortion is an industry that has been predominantly run by men.
What evidence do you have for that? I mean,
You can look at the statistics on
If you go to
trafficking predators, on the people who founded the movement, and on the people who are on the court on Roe v. Wade. That's what I mean when I say that. It's not a conspiracy, it's a fact.
But okay, you say that it's an industry that is run by men, but if you walk into, I mean, can we find the topic, can you find the C-suite for Planned Parenthood? Who are the executives? I want to know the board. I want to know the executives for Planned Parenthood
The industry,
right now.
not the board of Planned Parenthood.
What industry?
The industry of abortion.
And would you agree with me that Planned Parenthood is like probably the number one?
Yes, I was the one who said that. But that doesn't mean that the board necessarily reflects the fact that the industry of abortion has men using women and leaving responsibility for their child and using abortion as a tool for their own gain. That's what I'm talking about by patriarchy.
Okay.
Do you think that women use it as a tool for their own gain?
Absolutely.
So why is it patriarchal?
It's primarily patriarchal in the sense that a lot of women have become victims to the idea that they don't actually understand what they're doing with abortion. And so a lot of times...
So you think that the men do understand, the women don't?
Wait.
No, but a lot of times men don't care to find out, just like women don't, and they use it anyway.
So you're saying that there's not a there's no moral equivalence there. The men are worse in this situation than the
No.
women. Because
No,
then a
it's
feminist
also- it's the
position would be to try and like
It's also
alleviate.
historical.
Grid 1 Motorsports donated $100. Patriarchy supports and values women. More men are pro-life than women. Accuracy matters. Feminism in all forms has failed you. How can the patriarchy help you today?
Okay, we'll put a pause on this conversation. So wait, what are you upset at the conversation or what's up?
No, I just think it's like, I don't know, kind of like redundant. I feel like we're kind of just talking about the same thing over and over, which is like fine, but it's like...
You need
I
to
don't
speak
know.
into the mic, please. Can you scoot into the table a little bit?
Like, I mean, I don't agree with what's being said, but it's not like it's making me upset. It's just like, I don't know how to say it in like not a rude way. It's like, we're sitting here talking about the same thing for like hours.
Do you have like a response to it? Do you have
No,
thoughts?
stop. Don't try to engage her
Okay.
in the conversation, which she's about to leave for. Okay, so I'll get through your notes here. You're a liberal, correct?
Yeah, I guess.
You consider yourself a feminist?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you say how many total scenes you've done for...
I don't have like an approximate number,
Okay.
but
Okay.
I would correlate with
I believe on your Instagram you describe yourself as a cult leader. Is that correct?
So that's like a joke, I guess, because I have like a darker aesthetic, but I think I would be like a really good cult leader.
You think
I don't
so?
know. Yeah, I think I like can be captivating enough to get people to listen to me. So
I mean, you did a pretty poor job arguing the case for communism.
Yeah, I was like under
earlier.
pressure too, which I feel like, you know what I mean? It
Yeah,
happens,
cult leaders
but
should be able to be cool under pressure and be able to.
We're working
You should
on
have,
it.
if you're a cult
but-
leader, you should have been able to convince me to communism. But you also say, this is on your Instagram, right? That you're a soul eater. Is that correct?
No, it's on my Twitter.
Oh, Twitter, excuse me. What is a soul eater? What does that mean?
I suck really good ween. Like dick. Can I say that?
Excuse me?
Okay. That's not
You
what
know?
is that what you mean by
Like,
soul eater?
Suck it, the soul out.
Okay. That's,
That's fucking disgusting. Oh.
okay. You're an X-rated philanthropist, also on your Twitter. We talked a bit about your charitable givings, although you were unable to name the charities to which you donate to. Have you been able to come up with a few, or you gave your homie like $100 to cover some fucking Plan B pills? Is that your philanthropy?
No.
Okay.
That's
All right.
all of that is like kind of like a joke, like my Twitter bio, because it like, I don't know, it goes with my aesthetic, but like philanthropist is kind of like a joke that a lot of like adult industry people say that's their job, is they're a philanthropist. It's like,
Oh, you're
leaning
joking.
into-
Okay, you're
it's
being facetious.
leaning
Okay.
into that.
What do you mean? What's leaning into what?
It's like, I'm a philanthropist.
Because you
yeah, because it's like
produce nude content. Is that?
yeah.
You're doing a service to the people of the world with your, what did you say, dick sucking or whatever? What was
Yeah.
it? Okay. So I did take a look at your Twitter. Or one question: do you want to get married one day?
Yeah.
Do you want to have kids?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Look, I looked at your Twitter.
Yeah.
I gotta be honest, the shit that's on there. I saw you eating a dude's ass.
Yeah.
I gotta be, listen, you're an attractive girl. You're perhaps a little misguided on the whole communism thing, but hey, listen, you're 20. You'll grow out of it, You'll grow out of it, right? Jake here will fix you. You good, Jake? Okay. If you show the video, if you were to show your Twitter feed to your dating prospects, that's gonna be a fucking no-go for like 90% of dudes dating-wise. Any thoughts on that?
I don't really give a fuck, I
You don't
guess.
care?
Like, I mean, if I gave like a shit about other people's opinions, I probably wouldn't do what I do.
Fair.
So-
But do you agree with me in the sense that like probably 90% of dudes are gonna check out from pursuing you based off of?
Yeah, but I have no issue dating. I mean,
Okay.
I
You
haven't
don't?
ran into any issues yet, so
Okay.
like I'm cool.
Okay. We do have a photo, Nick. I think I pulled up a photo. She's posing. This is the one we can show you.
Oh my
I
god,
thought it was going to be.
This is the one we can show. Nick, did I pull it up?
I'm scared.
It's really not that bad. But if you go to her Twitter and look, okay.
Oh my god, she's
So this is, that's her. So this is the man whose ass I saw you eating.
Yeah.
Jesus, I can't believe I'm even saying that. I apologize to our earmuffs for the fucking, the youth out there.
it's where your G spot is. I'm doing him a service.
Word.
Okay.
Hunter donated $100. This is dumb. No competition at Tiny Duff
Who's
on OF
Tiny?
is way better than her Twitter.
Okay. Thank you, Hunter. Dudes see, like, I couldn't show the videos, the photos of you with him, but the ones with him,
That was for a better site, so
90%. You can't, like, bro. I feel like you've closed the door on 90% of dudes.
That's totally cool.
Okay, all right, that's fine. You said after high school, before you started mainstream porn, you ended up sleeping with a science teacher that you had in high school.
Yeah, I did. That was
Used to be
something I talked about in my first like porn interview too. That's
Okay.
somewhere on the internet.
Now this was after high school, right? You weren't.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, still not. I would not co-signing that, but Nick. So okay, how did you guys meet?
Oh my god. Okay. I was friends with like his daughter, but then I ended up having him like in science class, and then he was like flirting with me, but I was like,
In science class?
I'm not saying anything.
No, but when I say how did you guys how did you guys meet? I mean, like, how did you meet again? Because you said you met again after high school.
Like I live in I came from like a really small ass fucking town, so like everybody like spoke to each other, everybody knew everybody's business, so like it wasn't really hard.
Okay.
And it just kind of happened. Like, I don't know.
Well, but like, okay, how long after high school did you guys? Was it a year after, 2 years after? Well, you're 20, right? So this is pretty recent. Is this your current boyfriend? You said you've been in a relationship for 3 months.
No.
What kind of science? Chemistry?
No, it was biology, but
Okay. All right. Oh, biological.
I'm trying to think. Yeah, it was like I had like my first boyfriend ever, and then we broke up kind of like a year after we started.
Yeah.
So it was like probably like a year ago, like year and a half.
Change the split, Nick. You met him a year and a half ago? But okay, like,
Yeah,
did
like
you
we hooked
did you
up, like,
did you
after
meet
my
him on a
first
dating
boyfriend.
app? How did you
No.
connect after high school?
Hunter
just-
donated $100. Anyone else see Brian's tent under the desk? He's really liking this conversation.
Yeah, thank you, Hunter. Appreciate it.
Get away
Come here, Jake.
Like, everybody sees everybody. Like you run into somebody at the fucking Walmart.
Okay,
and,
but
like,
so
it's whatever, you know. Like,
was it like a month after graduation?
no, I had like a relationship, like my last little bit. Of
Okay,
high
so you
school,
graduate high school.
into college, and then once me and my first boyfriend broke up, like then I went back to my little hometown, and it just kind of.
Okay, so you graduated high school. How long after graduating high
Yeah,
school
like-
did you have sex with your high school
It was
science
like a
teacher?
year and a half, like.
Okay, how did you meet him again?
Like I ran into him again.
Where? On a
I-
dating app?
No, like it was literally like Food City or something, like, and then we like chatted, whatever, and then we started like messaging online, like through like social media.
He messaged you or you messaged him?
He messaged me.
Okay. And it was like, was it a one-time thing or you guys were
It was like a few time thing.
a few-time thing?
Yeah.
Is he married?
Yes.
He has a daughter,
How
right?
old was he?
Wait,
I don't know exactly how old he is. I don't know.
40s, 50s?
Yeah, around about.
Okay.
If-
Wait,
If this is too personal, you said he was flirting with. You don't have to answer. You said he was flirting with you while you were a student. Do you feel?
I cannot answer.
that is a yikes. Okay. So
Do you not feel like guilty about that, sleeping with a married man?
No.
wait, he was married while you were. Okay.
Why not?
Lot of
It's not.
damage tonight. Okay. All right. You said divorce rates wouldn't be so high in America if more people experimented and found out what they actually liked. What do you mean?
Yeah, like I feel like most people aren't monogamous. That's not to say there aren't monogamous people, but I feel like most people probably are like interested in seeing more than one person at once. So I feel like I don't know, if more people I guess were poly, like they had like multiple like suitors,
Okay.
that there probably wouldn't be like such
Sure.
a high divorce rate. Like you have a wife and like a girlfriend. And it was like spoken about and obviously not something that was like behind closed doors or like shady or anything. You know what I mean? It was like accepted.
Mhm. So you said you're in a relationship right now. Is it poly? Is it open?
Outside my work, no, it's monogamous.
It's monogamous.
Yeah.
Okay. Does your boyfriend? You said this guy you've been seeing. It's been 3 months, correct?
Mhm.
But you shoot porn scenes with other men.
Yeah.
Your boyfriend doesn't have any issues with it?
Nope.
No issues.
Nope. And I mean, if he did at some point in the future, I mean, we could talk about opening our relationship up, but it's not.
What if he
there.
wanted you to stop?
Then we could talk about that privately.
Okay. I question any man that's okay with his girlfriend having sexual intercourse with other men for any reason.
Okay.
That's just like, I don't know. Is he a cuck?
No.
I'm not saying that to be insulting, but like
Apollo Shonada donated $100.
Hey, Apollo Shinoda,
Great
you
podcast
changed your
as
name,
usual,
dude. Thank you, man.
but PLS bring this show on the road. As
One day.
always, Madison is the only 9 in the room. Quite a divided room tonight on the panel.
Yes. Very divided. Apollo Shinoda. Thank you, man. Good to see you in the chat. You changed your name, though. I thought it was Shinoda, not Shonoda. Appreciate it, man. Wait, okay. So, and that's... Oh, we got... Oh, Hunter's
Hunter
back.
donated $100. Dis fucking gusting. I would rather eat my own shit.
I mean, no one's stopping you from doing that. Then.
All
if
right,
you feel
Hunter.
compelled to.
Okay, wait. So, yeah, I mean, I feel like it meets the definition of being a cuck if you are cool with your girlfriend having sex with other men, right? I think.
No, it's like a job.
What?
You know what I mean? It's like any other job.
I don't know if it's like any other job, but
But you're still having sex
Yeah.
with other
yeah,
men.
you're still having sex with other men. So even though it's like,
I mean, cool, but like he's not a cuck.
do you do any scenes where like you get, I mean, earmuffs for the virgins over, earmuffs, guys, earmuffs for the 3 virgin women over here. Do you do like scenes where men come inside of you,
Yep.
and then do you go home and have sex with
There's
your...
a shower in between there.
But it's like
I mean,
still there.
that's shit. It can take a couple days to,
No,
you know.
you douche it out. Like what?
Do you
But it's
do
like
shit-
still
do you do
there,
shit?
like the remnants. Like they're still swimming in there. They're they are. They're
I
swimming
mean, if
around.
that's how
Wait.
you
for a
feel,
little
Oh.
bit.
that's cool.
Question. Have you shot a scene with a guy and then that same day had sex with your
Yep.
boyfriend?
And he's okay with that?
Hold up.
Wait, with them
Hold
swimming
up.
in you or without them swimming in you?
That's an asteroid,
Like,
boys.
Either
We send
or,
the asteroid
like-
for that one. Oh my God. Wow. Asteroid sent. Has there ever been a time where you like the sex from a scene was so intense that maybe you're in a bit of pain
Yep.
and you didn't want to have sex with your boyfriend because of the sex that you had at your job?
Yeah.
Okay, that deserves a funny a missile,
Can I
a
ask a
nuclear
question?
missile. Oh, there's the nuke. Okay, sorry, hold on. The nuke is currently going off.
You're good.
We have nuked the whatever podcast. What's your question?
So you said you filmed a scene where you have had a man let it out within you.
Yeah.
You go home to your man and he does it again. This may come across really offensive and I apologize. Is he bisexual or gay by any, like not gay,
No.
but like maybe bisexual at all?
Does he go down on you, your boyfriend?
After that? Okay, he's bisexual.
No, he's not.
He's
I
gotta
mean,
be.
You can
There's
feel
no
that
way
but like that's not the
As a
actuality at all.
man putting your face down there and
you-
having another man's
Come.
swim around and
I mean,
go
are
all
you-
over the place in between your teeth and the tongue, like that's.
It's not like flowing out of my vagina, like.
But it's
what
there
you're
and it's
trying
in
to
his
say.
mouth.
Like, that's just not how it works.
There's
but-
residue. There's residue. It's
Sick.
okay. All right.
Like there's
Hey,
nothing wrong
listen,
with being gay. I'm just saying like that.
He's
There's
not
nothing
gay,
wrong
though.
with.
I mean, then you would be also
like
bisexual because you let your man cheat on you. Like then the same thing. Like, do you identify?
I mean,
She
as
might be
gay?
bi. I
You
think
know
she's
what?
bi. I think she's bi.
I
Actually.
guess you may have a point. I mean,
Bro, there's videos of you making out with chicks, so you're bi. But I mean, like, you know.
it's maybe.
Okay, all
But I
right.
mean,
Okay, all
I
right.
think that's a little gay. That's just.
All
I
right.
mean, you can feel that way.
She feels that way, all right. Oh, look at that. We got a.
Apollo
Oh, he
Shinoda
fixed his
donated
name.
$100. I'd cow this dumb donation system accepted my
Rude.
typo, but whatever.
Rude. Thank you.
Brian, if you're running out of girls there in the Lost Lands, come to Austin. 6th Street girl fights, and girls are pretty real.
Dude, it would be dope to go to Texas to do a couple episodes in Texas. The thing is, we have such a robust studio set up here. It's not really mobile.
I have a spot there you could use.
Appreciate it. Yo, Grid 1 Motorsports, gotta be honest, the one question a man never wants another man to be able to ask is, how does my blank taste? May Christ have mercy on your soul, because I cannot find any. Abdul, you know what to do.
Get the rocks. Yeah. Abdul? Yeah. Get the rocks. Get the rocks.
Okay.
Do you like accept cheating in your relationship? Like, are you okay with it? Do you think that
if
doing your
we were to
job
get
is
to a
considered-
point where he would have an issue with me shooting, then maybe we could open our relationship up. But like
Wait.
cheating is another thing.
Wait,
in
but
and
do you
of
not
itself.
consider what you're doing cheating on him? 'Cause
No,
you're
and neither
having-
does he, which is fine.
What do you define as cheating?
Like, he knew before we got into a relationship what I do. I was very transparent with that.
No, I'm asking, like, what do you consider cheating in a relationship?
If like he were to
I don't know
go
if it's
it
cheating.
behind my back.
No, you.
In her defense,
know what
I'm
I
not
mean?
sure if it's cheating.
Is he a cuck?
Well, you're having
No. How
relations
many
with
times
other
do I have to answer
people.
that? He's not a cuck. He's not gay. I'm not cheating on him. He doesn't feel like I'm cheating on him.
I don't think it's cheating, but it's like it's a major L for him to accept the circumstances. Wait, so hold on. Would you be upset if he wanted to start an OnlyFans and start fucking other women?
Nah, more
okay, you wouldn't
bread.
mind? Okay, we've had a girl on the show. She does porn, but she was like, no, my man could not do what I do, basically. Okay, so what else? We have, you think the divorce rates wouldn't be so high if
Yeah, you asked me that.
we talked about that. You're kind of in favor of polyamory. I feel like you can no pigeonhole men and women into fitting into a certain box, and also don't agree that body count matters. I think we talked about the whole body count
Yeah,
thing.
and that kind of goes with the pigeonholing thing, like trying to make every woman like fit into this one box of like what would be like a high value woman or
Yeah.
like this purity shit. Like, I just don't agree with it. That's all.
Don't agree with what?
Like purity culture or whatever. I mean, it's not like I care about it. Like, live your truth. You
Sure.
know what I mean? But like, I just don't agree with it.
Okay.
Do you think it benefits you to do what you do? Like, it's better than if you didn't do it?
Yeah.
Why?
I have more disposable income. I have more freedom. I have a lot, like, I can like own things at a very young age. Also, it's like, I feel like purity culture also really benefits men. That's not to say what I do doesn't in a way, but like, I feel like the whole surrounding thing, it puts like this weighing like pressure on women and like trying to like value them by something, whereas like being promiscuous, like it's more on my accord.
Do you think
which
that
makes me happier.
if you found a man who valued it for himself as well, it wouldn't be as hypocritical? Because you're saying it's like hypocritical, right, for a man to be like, oh, women's values based on like whether they've been.
I mean, they can live that. Like a man or a woman
Sit
can live
your
by that.
blank back down, Daff, and bark. Okay.
So primarily it's for money, though, is what you're saying. Like, you like being able to buy things and have like the freedom to buy things.
Yeah, and I also like the flexibility of my schedule. Like, I also like being able to like express myself. Like, I like being sexual and like also pleasing other people. So it's like fulfilling.
Oh, hold on, let me.
Apollo Shinoda donated $100. Don't care how many times she says it. Blondie Batman eyeliner girl's boyfriend is a beta cuck.
Oh,
Absolutely
shit.
sickening.
Okay. Do you have a response to Apollo Shinoda?
I don't really care. Like, I don't know.
Okay, we have J-Rod coming in here in just a sec here, guys. Apollo Shinoda, thank you very much for your patronage, guys. Guys, twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow, drop us a prime time. Whatever clips. Oh, there's J-Rod. Hold on, bring it back. Man, woman cheat, different reasons, biology, sociology. Sure, male cheaters aren't men, but weak, selfish boys. Sexually obese? Do you mean obtuse? Or narcissist wreck you, but believe they love you. Moment of weakness, skip gym. What's that thing from like The Office? Who's the chubby guy on The Office? Kevin. He's like, why say many word when few word do trick, or something like that. Yeah. Thank you, J-Rod. Appreciate it. Guys, twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow. Drop us a prime sub. Go to our second Clips channel, mods, if you can spam our Clips channel in the chat. Guys, we're trying to get to 1 million subs. Guys, help us get to 1 million. We're so close, guys. Drop us a little sub if you can in the chat. Okay, thank you, sir. Okay, where were we? I think we were just dogpiling you, basically. How's that been going for you?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't care.
I do want to at least give you credit. I feel like, you came in with some hot takes.
Yeah.
You said some dissenting opinions. So I give you credit for what's it called? Being
a good sport.
Being a good sport.
Being a good sport.
Yeah.
Thanks.
you know, normally I try to stack the panels where it's more like people who disagree with me. There's people who disagree with me here, but good for you for being willing to have a debate and subjecting yourself to Jay Butler. Okay, I don't know if he's still watching, but okay, let's see. Are there any more notes with you? Venus Vixen. I feel like I had something, but trying to see. Okay. You should stay for the whole show, though. That'd be very rude if you were to leave.
Yeah,
Are you
it's just getting late.
Are you
Like, I'm just getting
satisfied
tired.
with the attention you've received? I've given you
I
like
guess.
20 minutes of undivided attention. I know it's hard. I know TikTok has melted, not your brain in specific, but you know, the brains of Generation Z, and it's difficult to, you know,
Brain rot.
you know, that whole thing. So
Let's get her an energy drink.
do you want an energy drink?
I think that would definitely help.
Would you like an energy drink? Let's get her an
Yeah.
energy drink. What do we got? Some applesauce? Get her a fucking applesauce.
Oh my God.
Get her an applesauce.
Bender the Offender donated $100.
She wants an applesauce too.
She keeps
you
her
get an
legs open
applesauce.
for everybody.
You get an applesauce.
Just like the southern border right now.
You get an applesauce. Do we have any?
We have cough drops.
We got Ricola. Would you like a Ricola?
What is that?
It's you know, it's like a cough drop.
I'm gonna have to pass on the cough drop.
You're passing on the cough drop. Okay. Keeps her lungs on just like the southern border right now. Well, Bender the Offender. What the? Here's a dating-related question. Would you date an illegal immigrant?
No.
Wouldn't you be taking them? Well,
Taking them what?
isn't it like like if you kill someone and then you're running from the police and then you go stay at another person's
Oh, I
house?
know
What
what
is
you're
the word?
talking-
Isn't there a word?
Aiding and abetting?
Maybe. Wouldn't
Or,
it be something along those lines? Like if you're
there's
dating
another
in,
word for it. I know what you're like aiding.
like
what's
seeking
chat? What's the
asylum
word?
or like
You're
an accessory to
accessory.
yeah to
Criminal. Wait, there's another word.
immigration.
There's another word though. Wait, what's the other word? So aiding and abetting, accessory, accomplice.
Accomplice maybe to illegal immigrants.
Accessory, accomplice, complicit, harboring a fugitive.
Yeah, all of those things
All
right
right.
there. No, I wouldn't.
Going around the table, would you date an illegal immigrant?
No.
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 Sure.
Okay.
No.
Yeah.
No.
You know what I think? I'm in favor of illegal immigration for women between the ages of 18 and 29, preferably pole vaulters, gymnasts, preferably from Asian and Eastern European countries. I'm in favor. You know, it's unfortunate we don't have more of that type of illegal immigrant.
That's a fair point.
You've got a lot of immigrants around a lot of different places around the world, from Ukraine and Russia at the moment. Go to
Oh.
Thailand, you can see many of them.
Oh,
Also
that's
Israel
something else
too.
I wanted to talk about. Maybe another time. But what the? Yeah, really. What is? Are we losing our country? I don't know.
I think so.
Yes.
I think yes.
Should we need borders? Don't we? I
Yes.
can't
We
just
Build the wall.
I want to go. I want to go to move. I'll never be able to. I can't become Japanese. I don't think. I can't go to Japan. Oh, huh? What if I want to move to Japan? I can't just arrive and just stay there. I'll get deported.
Yeah.
Every other country has borders.
What if I want to?
Yeah.
I can't just become Japanese. What if I want to go? I want to move to Norway so I can benefit from their robust social security, social safety net, rather. I
Good
can't.
girl
I
Def
don't
donated
think, right?
$100. Def barking? Good girl. Where is the leash? Lol, 2 panels in a row with animal girls.
My leash and collar are at home. I'm sorry I left them.
And I don't know. I feel like this is kind of a conservative panel, so I don't know if there's, but it's, to me, it occurs like if you. It's interesting. Like if any of us were to go to some other country and we overstayed our visa or whatever, we would be deported, and nobody in that country would object to our deportation because we overstayed our visa or that we even crossed the border illegally. But for some reason, when it comes to the United States, somehow it's wrong to insist that people immigrate here legally or that we have a strong border.
Yeah, it's pretty
What's
sickening.
going on? Are we losing our country?
Yes.
Pretty
100%.
fast as well.
Country?
Yeah.
I'm scared for the future. I'm scared for the future.
Might have to annex Canada. They keep coming.
I think we're gonna annex. We're gonna.
I'm from Canada and I'm on board with that.
Yeah, they need new leadership. Hey.
Yeah, I want out.
Oh yeah.
Anyways,
I think
back
everyone
to
in Canada
dating.
hates Justin Trudeau.
Yeah.
Back to dating. Okay, who do we have here? We have. We got Daphne. So Daphne, in your pre-show notes here, you said that you're conservative, correct?
Yes.
And you are traditional.
I'd consider that I have a traditional mindset, I think, yes.
Okay, you do OnlyFans, correct?
Yes, I do.
What
which
kind
I
of
know
content do you do on OnlyFans?
I do solo content.
Have you done any boy-girl content?
Mm-mm.
Okay. I suppose that helps your case a little bit, but okay, you have a couple things here. Wait, hold on. Oh, you said you consider yourself extremely traditional.
I mean, I think I would, yes. I think all the things that I believe in, that my values are pretty traditional. I know that I do OnlyFans, and that is not traditional, but I feel like that's the one thing that I do that is bad.
What do you think is like the essence of a traditional conservative woman?
Well, I'm from the South, so I grew up in a traditional family. Manners, I think I know my role as a woman, a traditional role as a woman, and I have expectations for a man to have a traditional role as a man in a relationship.
So cooking, cleaning, being rather feminine in your temperament, you'd say?
I would say I'm very feminine. I try and control, you know, that, and very submissive.
However, do you think that being on OnlyFans and dressing as a cat and woofing for people is an automatic disqualifier? I mean, do you think that is something that makes you automatically not conservative anymore?
I think it's definitely weird. I think it is not traditional, but I'm not perfect, and I don't think anyone is perfect. And
do you think it's a rather sort of, it's a rather dominant aspect of who you are?
Hunter donated $100. You can be traditional and not be perfect. I am a child of Christ or a Christian. I am not perfect. That doesn't exclude me from being Christian. They aren't mutually exclusive by any means.
I mean, if the book says don't do X and you do X,
I mean, yeah, you can be forgiven and people can repent and everything, but it just kind of depends if you continue to do it.
Yeah,
even though you know that it's not, even though you know that it's wrong.
yeah, that is pretty tricky.
Wait, Nick, can you pull up her Instagram for me, please? Oh, he has it ready. Go to the reels. Just switch over to the reels.
They're pretty weird.
Scroll down. Okay. Scroll up a bit. Yeah, it's a little. Go to her tagged too. Go over to her tag. Tell me, pull it back up when you're at her tagged. Traditional, by the way. Okay, scroll down. That's you making out with women. That's you making out with multiple women.
Yes.
This is not exactly the epitome of traditional, but you claim to be extremely traditional. How do you reconcile having the photos you've taken, the videos you've taken, doing OnlyFans, producing pornographic content, making out with women? How do you reconcile being extremely traditional?
I wouldn't necessarily make an excuse for it. Obviously, that is not traditional at all. I wouldn't consider it a mistake, but I would consider it something that I have learned to not do. I was kind of confused at the time, and I was having fun. I know it sounds like a BS excuse, but I think with trial and error and, you know, the best lessons are always learned the hard way. And I think that I'm growing as a person every day. I pray, I try and get closer to the Lord. And I think that, yes, I have made mistakes in the past.
She's
yes,
pandering.
I'm not. No, I'm not pandering. I'm trying to answer your question to the best of my ability. So I apologize if.
But you say you're trying to do better, right? But I mean, I still see those. So one component of traditionalism is modesty. But I mean, you're not. No, go up, Nick. I mean, those
when's the last
reels.
time-
I mean, it's like
Yeah.
you have a photo with your legs up in the. I don't even think. Can we even? We showed it earlier. Like. There's a photo. It's like looking right down Main Street.
Yep. Yes, it is.
Like, it doesn't compute,
I understand that.
and they're still up online.
Yeah, true.
Apollo Shinoda donated $100. Question for the panel members. Would you retain a sugar daddy who told you he was anti-American and was a financial supporter of groups that actually want to destroy your profession?
Who's anti-American, was a financial support of groups that actually want to destroy. What?
I don't want a sugar daddy.
Would you retain a sugar
No.
daddy? I mean, what about you?
If I want a
She's the
sugar
only
daddy,
other OF girl, so
like,
who's anti-American? You might actually
yeah,
like that. Oh, are you anti-American?
that's really broad. Like, I don't know what you mean
Like
by
America.
that.
Are you anti-American?
I mean, if I was taking his money, I'd be happy to take anybody's money.
But are you anti-American?
Potentially, I could be. I don't know.
We need to.
I'm
can we
filling it out.
deport her? We're gonna deport you to
We're gonna raft to
Venezuela.
Cuba.
Is Venezuela communist or is it socialist? I
It's
don't know.
socialist,
I
yeah.
don't know. Okay, good times. So, okay, how do you reconcile your claims of being extremely traditional? And then you said something about Jesus Christ too. So it's not that you're just traditional. You're also Christian.
I believe in Jesus Christ. I follow Jesus. Not necessarily a religion.
Okay. Well, hold on.
What does that mean?
Wait, hold on. What?
I mean, I believe
Actually,
in.
so you're an atheist for
No.
Jesus? Is
No.
that a thing? I think that's a thing.
No, I am not an atheist.
Who is John Galt donated $100. Can we go around the room and ask
okay.
if they would vote for Trump or Biden and briefly explain why?
Actually, fuck it. Let's just do it now. While it's okay. Trump or Biden? Why?
Trump. And why?
Yeah.
Everything was better when he was in office. Biden is an incompetent idiot.
Best.
It's beautiful. What about you?
Neither.
Neither. You're more of a Kanye gal.
No.
You'd vote for Kanye. Okay. What about you?
I think votes are personal, but I wouldn't vote for Biden.
Okay. What about you?
Can I pass? I feel like deeply afraid of this question.
Do it. Do it.
I don't
Do
know.
it.
I don't
Wait,
know.
Do it!
No,
Even
Shia,
Shia-
no.
Do it!
Even
Shia,
Shia LaBeouf
stop
wants you to
it.
answer.
Don't dreams.
Bro.
Yesterday, you said tomorrow. So just do it! Make your dreams come true! Just
Nickelodeon donated $100.
Thank you,
Surprise,
brother.
surprise, the communist wants to take everyone else's money and keep it all for themselves. Oh, the irony.
I'm not taking anyone's money. Like, I'm not pulling it out of their pocket. They're putting it in my fucking hands. Like, there's a
Capitalism's beautiful like
difference.
that.
Put it in her. So is it Biden? Just say it's Biden. It's okay. No one's gonna hate you.
I don't.
That's.
It's not for you guys. It's more about like everyone else in life who's. I feel like people get
That's fine.
psycho
If you,
over
if
this.
if you don't want to answer, that's totally fine. What about you?
Neither.
Neither.
Correct.
But hold on. But okay. All right.
Neither of them are pro-life, and I only vote for
Oh, I
people who
thought-
are anti-abortion.
I thought Trump was.
He's not. He's not.
Well, he might not be.
He's not like staunch pro-life. He sort of like tries to appease both sides.
Yeah.
Yeah, which means you're not pro-life. You either believe it's killing a person or you don't. There's no such thing as middle ground for.
Well, it's
abortion.
probably for him. It's probably like since he's Republican, it would be expedient for him to be pro-life. So if it was politically expedient for him to further pro-life positions or the pro-life causes, then he's probably better for you than...
You would think that, but he literally said to the Republicans who voted to make abortion illegal earlier that they were being dumb for doing that. So he's
Recently?
not pro-life.
Did he say
Very
that recently?
yes.
Pretty recently. He might. Well, he's the kind of guy though who kind of does things like Brian said to be politically expedient though.
Yeah, and when it comes to life and death, you can't be like wishy-washy about that. So
It's going to be hard though to find someone because, like, first of all, like they probably won't get elected because it's that much of a contentious issue if they're really super duper like pro-life. So maybe they'd want to just sort of say they're not and then sneak it in after.
Well, I think for the Republicans, it's... You can be pro-life. And
Yeah,
I'm
none of them
pretty
do
sure
that much for it though.
Okay, what about you?
Trump.
Yeah, heavy on Trump.
You work at Rebel News, you said?
Yeah, I do.
Avi, Many?
I mean, I haven't met him in person, but yeah, he works there with me.
Another
Have
Aussie.
you met him? Because you're from Australia.
No, but he's another Aussie.
Okay, yeah.
He's another...
Great guy.
Going back to your robust traditionalism, you know what I mean? Like, I pulled up the photos. Okay. Big part of being traditional is modesty, right? So you're dressing provocatively, wearing little clothing. You've got your ass out on Instagram, the internet. You're doing porn. Yep. It's not traditional. Also on your Twitter, which I can't pull up, you're talking about coming and squirt earmuffs.
we can hear it. It doesn't mean anything. It doesn't
Guys, gosh. There's multiple videos of you licking and or filleting a dildo.
What?
Nothing about that is traditional.
That is true. Yeah.
And these are recent posts. They're not like from 2 years ago. Go look at her Twitter if you don't believe me.
Yeah, I mean, I get that that's not traditional.
It's like a smack in the face.
Yeah, I wish
to traditionalism.
It's a total affront to
It's like a
traditionalism.
buffet. You want the buffet of traditionalism.
I think that I know that it's wrong. I think my views on it, I have traditional opinions. I know that what I'm doing is wrong and not traditional, but I know that it's wrong and I still do it. I'm not sure exactly why, but I do know that it is not right and it is wrong. But I think that the way that I try and live my life, and especially in dating, I think that I try and be as traditional as I can. I mean, it's what I'm used to.
Okay, but you're talking about like your behavior in dating is traditional.
I would think so.
But like, okay, I think one thing like a traditional man would want in a traditional woman is there not being photos of her sucking on dildos on Twitter. You know?
I mean,
Am I
yeah.
wrong here?
No, you're not wrong at all. No, you're not wrong. I know that because of what I've done, I might not find that exact traditional man that I'm looking for, and that's not what I'm expecting.
But just don't claim the traditional. Just say you're a modern woman.
I'm not a modern woman.
You're a modern woman.
That's what you are.
You're a modern woman. Look, I'm not. That's fine. Don't steal. Don't co-opt
Apolshinoda donated $100. Props to Daphne, it's correctly spelled Daphne BTW, for her Trump vote, as well as the others who were at minimum voting against ATO candidates. But Daphne, Jesus, isn't liking what you're doing.
I know. And I'm sorry,
Tell you what.
Lord.
I will allow you to claim your traditional title if on the show right now you take your phone and you delete your OnlyFans and you scrub your Twitter of your degenerate dildo sucking. Sorry guys, I'm putting your earmuffs on.
I feel like you're trolling.
So are you saying that if I delete my OnlyFans, I'll prove to you that I'm a traditional woman?
You must, as the arbiter, as the patriarchy, as the representative of the patriarchy, as the arbiter of traditionalism, yes, that's what you got to do, and you got to prove it to me.
I think that the most important thing is proving it to myself. I mean, it's what I believe. You know, I believe that I'm traditional, even though I do have a little craziness to me on the internet.
No, not just a little craziness. My dear, modesty and traditionalism go hand in hand. There's photos and videos of you. I don't know what you do on your OnlyFans, but just what's publicly available on your Twitter. That shit ain't traditional, son. It ain't traditional.
Don't you think that Jesus wants better for you?
Go and sin no
Like,
more.
don't you want to
wants
improve
better
even
for-
if you think you're never going to get a good guy because of what you've done? Wouldn't you want to improve just for yourself if you know what you're doing is wrong? Like, what's holding you back?
I mean, I'm not necessarily looking for a relationship right now. I don't think that that's, I'm not going to change my ways so that I could find a better man. I'm happy right now. I'm the happiest that I've ever been. And
How
I
are you
think
happy if you know what everything you're doing is morally wrong, like your
not
entire
everything,
job?
not everything.
But didn't you say you had a
Maybe-
relationship with Jesus Christ?
I do. I
How
pray
is
to
that
him
not
every
getting in
night
the
on
way
my
with
knees.
your
Cap.
relationships?
Yeah,
with
yeah,
God?
you're trolling.
It's
You're
cap.
not being
You have to be
serious.
trolling when you mention cooking and cleaning as being traditional as a woman.
It is
which
traditional. Cooking
but
and
not
cleaning is traditional.
OnlyFans. That's such a strange
I
specification
know that
for a
it's not.
traditional
I know
woman.
that is
You can be-
not traditional. But
You can be an actual traditional woman and not cook and clean. But what you're doing is not being a traditional woman. So.
In the grand scale of things,
I mean, I mean, you have a point. I'm not disagreeing with you. I know that it's not traditional. I'm not trying to argue that.
We'll come back to this. I need to get a couple chats in because they're about to drop off my thing. We have Fally here. Good evening, all. Kind of haram, but I wonder who would win. Oh my! In a Miss Soul Eater or Miss Gluck Gluck, excuse me, 9,000 from a month or two ago. You remember her name being Lana?
Haram!
Thank you, Fally. Appreciate it. Maybe you should DM them, and you can ask. Okay, Yogi Bear. Thank you for the Canadian 50. Illegal immigrants vote for weak borders and all the other terrible policies that come with that. Not all are a drain on society, but most are. Look, I mean, America is a great place. A lot of people. I question for the conservatives. Okay.
Apollo Shinoda donated $100. Brian, check yourself. The patriarchy is a red herring construct. Like all of the faux pejoratives they throw around to gaslight the sheep.
Oh, I use patriarchy totally in a ironic sort of memeing sort of way. I don't believe that there's a patriarchy. I believe we live in a gynocentric society, and the patriarchy is QAnon for feminists. On the illegal immigration thing, wait, shit, what was I going to say?
You were gonna turn.
Oh, America's great. Oh, for the conservative people here, would you guys be in favor of like us helping these countries where a lot of people immigrate from, like helping them like in some way like develop their countries so that they didn't feel the need?
Yep, they need cheap energy, and they need us not to take all of their best people as well, all of the most talented people.
Brain drain, yeah.
No.
You guys in favor of that?
I would
maybe?
say we help them through our nonprofits that exist in the United States, through the private sector, not through the government.
Through the private sector? Okay.
Because
Yeah.
we
I
can
feel like we
help
already
people as Christians, and we can help people, or just as good people, we can help people, but we don't have to do it through our government.
But if, let's say, if the cost to the American taxpayer for one illegal immigrant is $100, versus if we spent $50 to somehow bolster these other countries, and that reduced the cost to reduce one illegal immigrant from coming was $50, would it then make sense to financially? It occurs to me it would make sense to.
I mean, I guess that's like an option. I just feel like having good borders would probably just be a better use.
And
of
also,
our
you need to have
money.
I agree with
relationships
that.
with those countries as well. Like Europe, for example, when they killed Gaddafi, he was like stopping all of the people coming because they were all coming through Libya, and he wouldn't let them come. And then that sort of just opened up the floodgates. And it's similar with Mexico. The floodgates are basically just open. So
We're getting a lot of chats here coming in. I'm going to try to read them. We have one. I'm going to get back to this one. Expose the narcissist. We have J-Rod. Daff, I saw you smile reading my message. Good girl. You have a Southern traditional heart with an untamed soul. You haven't met a strong enough man where you choose to truly submit, scared or looking.
that's so
Okay.
fucking gay.
Okay. All right. We have J-Rod. My perfect woman equals S stock in the street. Daphne in the sheets. S stock. My textbook definition of a refined, classy, educated, conservative woman, a lady. My unicorn, does she shoot, two-step, and like sushi? Okay, I have no fucking idea. Can someone translate that? Thank you, J-Raw. Oh, we got Hunter here.
Donated
Okay.
$100.
There you go. There's Hunter.
Ask the girls if they have had any wild or extreme dating stories, maybe even wild S3 for L experiences or stories. I bet Daphne has some wild ones, lol.
We'll come back to that one in just a second, Hunter. I have Chill 808 coming in here in just a moment. Twitch.tv. Guys, twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow. Drop us a Prime sub. Subscribe to my Second Clips channel. Thank you. Okay. All right. Romans 7:15-20. For the good that I want, I do not do, but I practice the very evil that I do not want. From the Chill 808. Is that a Hawaii area code? 808? Does anyone know what area is that? Yo, Chill 808. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Thank you for dropping a verse there. Oh, we got Nickelodeon to Daphne. You claim to be some kind of religious. Name 10 books from the Bible. I thought the other one was Leaving.
I wouldn't say religious.
I reeled her back in with I bribed her with a energy. Did we get her applesauce?
No.
Guys, we gotta be on the applesauce. We gotta be on it. Okay. Wait. So Daphne, you're.
I wouldn't say I'm religious. I
name
believe
10 books.
Any 10 books.
In the Bible.
Name 10 books. Go.
Any 10 books?
Any 10 books.
Any 10 books at all.
It doesn't have to be the Bible.
Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas by Hunter S. Thompson. The Bible. Tom Sawyer. A Heart is a Lonely Hunter by Alice Walker. All of the Harry Potter series. All the Game of Thrones series. The Craft of Intelligence by Alan W. Dulles, who was a former director of the CIA. The Sun Also Rises, or The Sun Also Rises by Ernest Hemingway. Cocaine Politics. It's a book about how cocaine basically runs everything. There's a lot of drug corrupt money in the United States. I don't know. Naming 10 books on the spot is pretty hard. I can't remember how many am I in.
You did good. You did good. I'm proud of you. All right, we have. Oh, hold on. I'll read this one. Show of hands who think Jacob and Alyssa would make a cute couple. Grid One Motorsports. Can you use some of that stock money and sponsor a first date?
I'm Jake. That might be me. Are you Alyssa?
Yep.
We can talk.
Show hands.
Good times. All right. We have based. Oh, okay. Hold on. Expose the narcissist. To the girl that got cheated on, so sorry for what you went through. You're so strong, emotionally healthy, and beautiful. Wasn't your fault. Stay strong and take care of yourself and your daughter. And then he sent another one.
Oh, thank you.
He says, it's coming in just pretty much the same thing. To the girl that got cheated on, you're so strong, emotionally healthy, and beautiful. It wasn't your fault. Stay strong and take care of your... Oh, okay. He sent it
Thank you again.
twice, kind of. Worded a little differently. You know what, though? I do want to say, when that happened, it should have been... Afuera! Get the fuck out! Should be done! Oh my God, I spit a little bit. Okay, my bad. Sorry, laptop. Oh, and then Hunter was asking, ask the girls if they had any wild or extreme dating stories, maybe even wild sexual experiences or stories. Bet Daphne has some wild ones. Okay, Daphne, why don't you start? I got to get up.
I have one that, I mean, obviously is the first thing that it's the first thing that comes to mind. Probably the craziest thing that's ever happened to me. And I didn't talk about it for the longest time, but I will talk about it here. So basically I was 18 and I was working in a restaurant. And I met this guy who was a little bit older than me. He was like around 30. So we started dating and talking. I eventually ended up getting fired from the restaurant and went somewhere else. He stayed, but we moved in and we really fell in love. He was pretty quiet. Didn't really talk about his emotions too much. He was a very kind of closed off person, which I can respect. But we had a pretty interesting and unique relationship dynamic. I was like his dog, and he was like my owner. So I know this is strange, but like I would have a little kennel that I would stay in and I would sleep in my kennel, and if I would try to get out, he'd like spray me with water. I had a little dog bed that I would keep like under his gaming setup and like sleep under there like his little dog. I know that's strange, but yeah, our relationship I think was, I loved it. I loved being his pet.
Wait, so
Okay, no, continue.
And so we talked for about like a year and a half. And then so he brought up that his mom got married, and I hadn't really ever talked to my father. And this is kind of the first time that he talked about his family. I wasn't ever really bringing up whether he should meet my family. I felt like that wasn't my place to bring it up. So he brought it up about maybe meeting his family. And he had just told them about me. So he was like, yeah, my mom, just got, recently married a couple months ago, remarried. And, I think that his family lived in LA. He was like, I think we should take a trip up to LA. And goes to show me a picture of his mom, and she married my dad. So he was my stepbrother. But it was
a real story.
I
or
feel
is
like
this
that
to
sounds
pander
fake.
to the audience?
Oh, it's real. It wasn't weird. I wasn't grossed out by it. I wasn't thinking like, oh, this is strange or this is sick, because we had been talking for a while, but we ended up breaking up a couple months after that, but it wasn't because of that. But we didn't really know how to talk about it. I didn't really bring it up because it kind of made me, I guess, a little bit uncomfortable. I didn't like it. It's not like it was a kink. It's not something that I had, I think about like, oh, this is hot in a sense.
Literally don't believe anything you
I
say.
feel like that's cap.
Yeah.
Are they still together?
You're lying about everything.
I don't really
your mom
speak
and
to
his
my
dad?
father.
Your mom and his dad.
I'm not sure. We don't talk.
I feel like you're just trying to create this as some kind of fantasy for weird men online, and that's like your whole persona.
Also about the dog thing, was that like your whole entire relationship, or did you guys like actually treat each other like humans for a certain point in time, or is that just like a little thing that went on for like?
That wasn't the whole thing. Obviously I walk and talk like a human, but I enjoy acting like a dog. It's comforting for me. Like growing up, when my mom got married, we got a dog. His name was Sebastian. He was a Rottweiler, and I would go out and, I was very sheltered, so I would my dog was like my best friend in a sense. I would act like a dog. He would sleep in my mom's room. I would go sleep in his kennel. I'd get in trouble for it, but I'd drink out of a bowl. I feel like it's not a kink thing. Like, I don't look at it as a kinky thing. I know other people may do, and that's okay.
This is the second time in 2 podcasts that I've been confronted with a dog person. Yeah, maybe this is something that's more common than I thought.
It's not a kink, and I see how it could be.
Do you think that you said you really enjoy being very submissive to a man?
do.
You don't like making your own decisions. So do you,
You
think
can
that?
be all
And then you
those
were sort of
qualities without being a
you were at
dog.
his feet literally, and you were sleeping on a mat. Do you think that this is a sexual
was in a
thing?
whole
You were
cage.
turned on by the fact that you were being controlled like a dog.
I think in a sense it does.
Okay.
But that's
biblical
not-
submission is nothing that you're describing, right?
What did you say?
Biblical submission means you're submitting to a man who deserves to be submitted to, and you respect yourself because he respects you as well. So, like, the idea that you're equating, like, biblical submission and, like, your religion or lack thereof, your Jesus relationship with submission as a dog doesn't add up. Like, it's not the same thing.
I don't think anything adds up. Honestly.
Yeah, but that's just one of the things.
Anything
It's
that
what
you
I
said, please.
enjoy. I know that it's hard to believe, but
But can you agree that that's not the same type of submission? So when you say that you believe in like biblical submission, that's not what you're doing.
Well, I never said that I believe in biblical submission.
But
I
did you
said
say
that I
you're-
am submissive.
You're a
Do you
Christian. Why don't you
believe
believe
she
in
doesn't.
the Bible, right?
Do you not believe in the Bible?
Do you believe in the church that Jesus founded, or do you just believe in Jesus?
I mean, I believe in the Bible. I believe in Jesus. I'm not the most religious person. I feel like obviously that's something I need to work on and get closer to the Lord. But
What do you have like things that you do to do that, or like what are your usual routines?
I do Bible study on Tuesday. It's called like Life Men's Bible Study. I'm trying my best to learn as much as I can. I know that I'm not the most.
Do you do it online or in person?
It's online, but I have printed out. I can pull up a photo of like the formats, the prompts that we have that I look over. But I'm learning as much as I can. You know, I feel like I can obviously do better, and that's what I'm trying to do, get closer to the Lord and try my best to.
Yeah, that's good. If you are doing that, that's fantastic. But I felt like you were being a bit like tongue-in-cheek before when you were saying, I get on my knees and I pray to him every night. It's
I
kind
do.
of-
I pray every night.
Yeah, but the way you said it, though, you said it, you were trying to be tongue-in-cheek, cheeky and looking at the camera, and it's not really the way you should say it.
I mean, that's fair.
Were you being tongue-in-cheek, though?
I
Were you
wasn't
being
trying
flirty?
to. I think I come across as flirty or cheeky when I get nervous. So, yeah, maybe that wasn't my intention behind it.
Yeah.
Do you treat like all of your other relationships kind of how you treated the one that you just described?
I like to be
relationship-wise.
Yeah, I like to be treated in that sense. I'm always very submissive. I feel like, I mean, I've only been in 2 real relationships, I guess, and I prefer to be submissive all the time. I think it's like my duty, I guess. I feel safer that way. I don't want to have to make my own decisions. I don't want to have to, I guess, really just make my own decisions. It's just what I prefer. I feel like I need a sense of control. Have like a wild card, I guess. And I feel like I need that guidance and those rules and consequences that can kind of keep me,
If you don't mind me
stable.
asking, and you don't have to answer this, but do you have some kind of like childhood trauma, something that happened to you that might have caused this? And you don't have to go into detail. But.
No, that's fine. I mean, I think that's a fair question. I am into some weird stuff, and I think most people who are into really weird things do have that trauma. I don't think. I mean, my parents got divorced when I was probably maybe 1.
Apollo Shinida donated $100. We have a serious mental health crisis in this country.
But I don't think that directly affected me growing up.
Was your dad in your life when your parents got divorced?
Mm-mm. I mean, I was probably 1 year old, so I don't really remember any of it at all. I think maybe that's a good thing, but no, I don't have any childhood trauma. I think I'm just
single mum, raised by a single mum.
She got remarried.
Okay.
Did that man treat you well? Like, was he a good example?
Yeah.
Good.
Wait, going around the table, who here's parents are still together, just one by one? Go ahead.
Mine are not.
Nope. Mine were before my mom passed.
No. I don't want to answer.
Yes.
Yes, shout out mom and dad watching.
Yo, shout out Sarah's mom and dad. Are they watching?
I don't know. I think so. They knew I was doing this, so.
Sweet. Okay. What did I miss, guys? It seems like I stepped away. Something about dogs and kennels or something. What?
Yeah,
I'll fix it.
But no, I don't have. I mean, I don't think I have any childhood trauma. I think I'm just maybe a little bit weird.
Huh. Okay. Let me get a couple chats here. We have Loon, and if anybody else wants to answer that, but Lunaroo donated 50. Hey, thank you, man. I feel that Daphne is afraid to say that she's doing this for the money, but off stream out of work, she isn't technically the same person as she posts an actor. Daphne, what's your take? Explain.
I mean, obviously, I want to do OnlyFans for the money. I'm not making a bunch of money right now. I'm really not.
How much you making?
I mean, I don't want to say an exact
5
amount.
figures?
What? No.
5 figures a month.
5 figures a month? God, no, I wish. I wish. No, I'm not like
Step it
rolling
up.
in the... Well, I mean, yeah.
Or don't step it up. Excuse me. Don't step it up.
I mean, obviously the goal would be to make a bunch of money and be able to get all the things, that I would want. But I'm not rolling around in a bunch of money. That would be really cool, though, if I was.
Seaberg, people do not decide their futures. They decide their habits, and their habits decide their futures. FM Alexander, when you make a choice, you change the future. Deepak Chopra? Thank you, Seaberg. Hey, good to see you in the chat, man. Appreciate your patronage. Thank you, dude. We have Stochastic316. Is this the same as Stochastic Decay? Thou shalt not subscribe to her OnlyFans. You don't have a chance with her. You can't save her. I forbid everyone watching from DMing or subscribing to her OnlyFans. Okay? All right. I almost feel is that like a reverse psychology thing? Like you're actually trying to get people to sub to her?
Sounds like it.
Seems a little bit
yeah.
Like it. Okay. All right. I think we're all caught up on... Oh, we got one from CJ here. Coming in hot. Ladies, please reiterate your age and state the theoretical maximum age of a man you would consider dating for the purposes of marriage. Okay, we can do this. Starting with you, what's your age and what's the oldest man you would date?
I'm 24. I think realistically I would date up to, I don't know, 70. I like older men. But I feel as long as they're
the pandering continues.
As long as they can make sense.
Stop the cap.
I think as long as they can make sense. But I don't know. I mean, I haven't been with.
Have Alzheimer's? Is that what you're saying?
I'm gonna try and not judge.
So you wouldn't date Joe Biden, right?
Well, no, he's an
she
idiot.
Actually would. Probably.
No.
But what if he wanted like a pet dog relationship?
He's liberal, so no. I wouldn't give him that.
Crazy.
Yeah, you'd need to be the owner.
Are you dating to get married? Or are you gonna get married for like 2 years?
I'm not dating right now.
The dogs out.
I'm not dating right now. I don't plan on dating right now. Right now, I'm just trying to.
But I'm saying if you dated a 70-year-old, then you wouldn't have very much time.
I mean, yeah. No, you're. I mean, no, you're
strategy,
right.
Though.
Enjoy that senior discount.
He kicks the bucket and you get the inheritance.
Oh God.
Would you date a 28-year-old Australian man?
They're hard to come by.
I don't know. I mean, obviously age is important, but I think I do go based off of personality, but I don't know, maybe.
Okay.
Yeah,
All right.
question.
All right. Okay. What about you?
I'm 20 and maximum age for marriage.
Oldest guy that you would date?
I feel like 27.
Okay.
Like for something serious, yeah.
What about you?
I'm 28. No older than like 34.
I got a chance, boys. Okay, what about you?
I'm 28 and I don't know, I probably try to keep it within a decade range.
Okay.
I'm 24 and I don't really know, probably like 28 or something like that.
Okay.
I'm 19. I'm about to be 20 in a couple weeks. So the oldest I would date maybe would be 24, 25.
Sure.
I'm 20. I haven't thought about this too hard, but probably like 26 is the oldest right now. But I'd date older in a few years.
Okay, we have that. Let's see here. We have a few more notes. We have, where were we? Okay, more. We have a few more from Daphne. Did you say the stepbro story? Did she?
Yes.
Can you tell it again because I don't recall.
Yes. So I was working in a restaurant when I was 18.
Sure, I don't care where you were working. I don't know if this is sexist, but like, it seems to me, it occurs to me that when women tell stories, you need to tell us shit that does not fucking matter at all.
Not all women.
Not all women, but for some reason, me and Becky were talking, and then we had a fucking Cobb salad.
Set the
and
scene.
You asked.
No, it's...
The King of Chi donated $100. Girl 1. The cat. Who told you that your makeup was attractive? You mentioned you are not going anywhere with that act. So how did that happen? Why continue?
Wait. I'm confused by the question.
I think they're asking like how it happened that you've been acting like a dog / cat. I don't know.
I just enjoy it. I feel comfortable doing it. I like it. I know it's weird, and I know that people might judge me, and I'm okay with that. But it makes me feel comfortable. I enjoy acting like a dog and being completely submissive and controlled. And I know it's hard for me to say like don't kink shame because I kink shame, and I get it. I do. It's weird. It's strange, but I like it, and it makes me
Jake,
feel safe, and that's okay.
Would you date a dog? Not like a literal dog, but like a woman who wants to pretend.
It wouldn't be in my purview, and I don't really think I know anybody who it would be, but it's obviously a kink, and you're obviously getting subscribers for it, and this act is obviously going to get you subscribers as well, so yeah, power to you.
I'm not going to lie. I might actually be willing to go for it. I might be okay with it.
But seriously, like, what is like the mentality? I'm sorry. What is the mentality behind that? You playing the part of the animal, but then like you find yourself in a relationship with a man who's basically like there's gotta be some attraction to like the animal that you're pretending to be. Like it's kind of, where's the mentality behind that?
You're insinuating bestiality.
Yeah.
Apollo Shinoda donated $100. Again, we have a serious mental health crisis in this country.
Because, like, I don't understand, like, I guess you're into it, so I guess it makes sense
so do you, like,
to
identify?
you. But, like, it's just, like, for me, it's, like, why would I seek out that type of man who's into that? Like,
no, I get it. It is strange. I understand. I get your question. I don't identify as a dog. I know that I'm a human.
Hunter donated $100. Okay, Brian, watch your mouth, she ain't interested.
Wait, who? Her? Dog lady?
I know I'm not a dog. I think people who, or a cat, I think people who identify as those like animals, what do they call them? Like the Etherean or something?
Otherkin, Therians.
Yeah, I think that's weird. I know I'm a human. Like, I know that. I have this thing where I really enjoy being completely submissive. Like, why
does that have to do with like an animal? Like, why do you have to be a dog when you do that?
It doesn't. Growing up being sheltered, like, I wasn't allowed out of the house. I wasn't really allowed to have friends. I was never allowed to go to parties. My mom and my stepfather were very, very strict with me growing up. So
You weren't allowed to have friends or be let out of the house?
No, I mean, I wasn't allowed to go out on the weekends. Like, I had friends in school, but, on my own time, when I was with my own thoughts, like, what could I do? I just had, like, a dog, and so I would pretend to be a dog, and I would go run around outside and do dog-like things.
How old were you when this started?
I think before I remember, I've always, been this way, I guess. I can't really think of a time where it like started. I just know that I've gotten in trouble for sleeping in my dog's kennel. I've gotten in trouble for trying to eat my dog's food.
Wait.
There is something like, Jake, okay. Entertain me here for a sec, all right? Like, there is something like, do you know that scene?
I know what you're going to say.
No, hold on. You don't know what I'm
thinking.
saying. There's this scene in The Office, and this dynamic didn't exist, where Michael and Jan were dating, and she made Michael sleep at the edge of the bed. Yeah. Oh, not even that. It was like this little like a ottoman at the edge of the bed, and like. Bro, that's kind of fucking dope, dude. Come on, right?
Wait, so you're the dog?
No. She's the dog. The girl's the dog.
Oh, okay. So sleeping arrangement. You get to sort of have your space.
I don't enjoy sleeping with people, though.
No, see, well, for me, like
like in a bed.
I don't like sleeping in the same bed with the chick.
Yeah.
Like, go in the other room, please. Get out of here.
What?
Go in the guest room.
I drool a lot, so I get self-conscious about me sleeping, so I don't like to sleep in the same bed as
it checks out.
somebody. I really don't.
She drools. We like
drooling.
Submissive is good.
Guys, by the way,
you want a submissive
I'm joking
human.
a little bit, guys.
I cannot. No, and I
submissive adult human female.
I agree. I am a human. I am not a dog or a cat.
Do you
I
have
know
a leash
that.
in the studio? Spencer, get me the leash. You know what? I'm signing up for this.
Instead of saying you like being submissive, would you agree that you would say I like being owned?
Yeah, I would actually.
So you agree that if you had a boyfriend, they would be your owner, not like your boyfriend?
I would, yeah. I do. I think
do you ever generally human beings should be owned by other people? Like, is that something that you agree?
Obviously, that's something that sounds a bit intense.
But that's what you're saying, right?
For me personally, that's what I like.
So you like being owned?
I do, yeah.
But do you ever find yourself like you doing whatever and then you're like, oh, like shit, like this guy low-key might be into the animal aspect of it.
I don't think it's
no,
that.
I don't. I really don't take it that far. I love my animal ears. I mean, maybe
I don't think it's that.
I do have a kennel.
Why would you want to be with someone who sees you as like an animal? Like someone who wants to dehumanize you like that and own you? Why would you want to? That's why I was asking about your self-worth.
I think that if a man can look at me and think that I'm a dog, that's a bit weird.
But
obviously I'm a human.
How's your leash discipline? Do you have good discipline on the leash?
I don't tug. I don't pull on the leash.
So, do you go for walks in the street?
No, I haven't been walked in the street. But I
just around the house.
What's your breed?
Around the house,
like
yeah.
what breed do you mostly identify with?
I think if I were to pick a breed that I identify with, I would say German Shepherd. They listen really well.
I get more like wiener dog from you.
Really?
I get more of a
like a
wiener
long-haired
dog
wiener
vibe.
dog.
No, like that wiener dog from
Pretzel.
Toy Story.
The book. Oh.
Was there a wiener dog?
I think I would be a German Shepherd. I think they're obedient.
German Shepherd?
Yeah.
No, get out of here with that.
So a wiener dog it is then?
Yeah, you're a wiener dog.
Okay. I'm sorry if this is rude. Do you pee outside when you're a dog?
Okay, so I have before, but that I know it's weird. Okay.
Wait.
In the grass, but that's when I was growing up. Now I feel like that.
It's when you're a puppy.
Wait, hold on. Hold on.
Yeah, when I was a puppy.
Before you were
Wait, question. Have any of you had a puppy, like had a dog, right?
Yeah.
I don't know if you with your dog, like you know how like I don't know. I had a oh my god, how am I a golden retriever? Excuse me, I was blanking there. I had a golden retriever, and like it was weird. Like whenever he squatted to take a shit, he would like always like look at me.
Yeah, they eyeball you.
They trust you.
That's a sign of trust.
He would always be like,
it's a sign of trust.
Yeah. He just looks at you as if he's trying to say do something.
It kind of looks like me, actually.
Like, he could even be like, the dog could be facing away from me, and if I was standing behind him, he'd like, while shitting.
I've had Goldens too, and they always do that, and I hate it. I'm like, stop.
It's a sign of trust that you're like watching their back, like you're watching their perimeter.
Because he's in a vulnerable
you
state.
seem to know this quite well.
Yeah, I guess I do.
Oh no!
Wait,
don't
hold
tell
on.
me.
So is this like question for you though? Is this like strictly? Does this not manifest itself? Is this manifest itself in a sexual way too, or is it strictly like an innocent sort of way?
It started off innocent. I would love to say that it is all innocent, but it in a sexual way, I think it does come out.
Did she say? Do you bark during sexual intercourse?
I know.
Well, I'm just curious.
I know it's weird.
Do you?
No, it's okay. I know it's weird.
Do you bark during sex?
I have.
I think she's acting a little bit here. I detect.
I think it's weird when I don't know. I mean, yes, I have, but.
Welcome to the Whatever Podcast.
Whatever dog can.
I know it's weird. I know it's weird. But yes, I have.
When you're climaxing, do you?
Oh no.
No.
That's weird.
You don't bark.
No.
That's weird. That's where you draw the line.
That's my.
I will say you're a great actress, though. I will say that.
All right. Okay. Whatever Dogcast. Okay.
I just want to apologize for
the
saying
Wolf
that
Ever
it was
Dogcast.
weird.
No,
I'm not trying to judge.
No, don't apologize at all. It's weird. It's okay.
Oh yeah,
Don't
you were telling me
apologize.
about. So basically, I'll recap the stepbro story for you. You were with a guy for a couple months. Obviously, we were having sex anyways. Okay. Turns out he's my stepbrother, and that didn't necessarily stop us. But we aren't doing anything anymore. Wait, stepbrother. So was there any relation? No, right?
Not blood relation. So it's fine.
Is that weird? I don't think that's.
It was. I mean, it's not
depends if
illegal.
Did you guys grow up together?
No.
So like your dad remarried, you were 19, and then he was your
So his
stepbrother.
parents were divorced. My parents were divorced. My dad married his mom. So it's not illegal. He wasn't like my blood brother. We weren't related.
I mean, aside from the like potential conflict of
I've
like
read this in a script before. I swear, like this is so.
Normally you skip this part, hey?
This is Brazzer's script.
It is pretty Brazzers.
Okay. Let's see. Okay, you talked about the whole kennel thing and being treated like a dog.
How is your mental health? Like, are you on any medications?
No,
Any
I don't take
diagnoses?
medication.
Have you been diagnosed with anything?
No, I haven't. I know that I'm weird, but I try my best to stay away from.
Apollo Shinoda donated $100. She's craving and getting too much attention now. Please move on from Daphne. Correct spelling.
Can I answer this one question about medication?
Sure.
I think medication is evil. I feel like the FDA doesn't approve of anything that cures. And I feel like if you take a medication, there's just going to be more side effects to it. So I try my best to stay on a natural path. But no, I'm not on any medication. I don't really want to be on any medication, and I don't trust doctors.
Evil. Like,
well,
I just don't trust it.
Totally dating related.
I was more asking about
totally dating related.
Any mental diagnosis. It just seems like it's not something a mentally healthy person would do who grew up, you know, with 2 parents in the home and no trauma.
I mean, that's a fair assessment. Yeah, that's a fair assessment.
Just seems very not believable.
Who knows? Maybe I could, but no, I haven't been diagnosed with anything.
Cool. You said you'd like to get very controversial. You like to play devil's advocate and have no problem talking up storm on any topic. I mean, is there any? I don't want you to play devil's advocate, but is there anything dating related that you actually do have very controversial views on?
I mean, yes, in a sense. I also think a big part of the controversy comes from the fact that I am an OnlyFans girl and that I still view things that I don't uphold, like the body count and the value, things like that. Okay. I think that's pretty controversial.
Well, you wrote here, you think modern day dating is a bit asinine. I am traditional and think a man deserves a woman who can protect his spirit. I think a high value man deserves to have a woman that he constructs within his head, or his ideal girl, as I can only imagine what he has, holy run-on sentence, Batman, what he has had to go through to get into this position of authority. Let's see. So you are a traditional woman. You deserve and think a man deserves a woman who can protect his spirit. Interesting that you bring up spirit there. You mentioned deserves a woman who can protect his spirit. Do you think a woman who is or was involved in porn like yourself is capable of protecting a man's spirit?
I do. I think it might not be the spirit of a high value man. I think I can protect a man's spirit. I'm very feminine, and I think that my feminine energy brings a balance to the masculinity that I look for in a relationship.
But I think, like, you say protecting a man's spirit, but like, perhaps that's...
I mean, I don't bring drama. I don't bicker. I don't.
No bickering?
No. No bickering, no drama, no fighting. I try my best not to argue. Obviously, I go through those moments where I think like, oh, he's mad at me and I need that little bit of reassurance, but I think that's normal. But I don't bicker, I don't fight, I don't argue. I do as I'm told. I think that is protecting a man's masculinity, not causing more stress on him than there already is.
What about other aspects of protecting his spirit? Like
not having photos of you filleting dildos on your Twitter. Hello.
That's
rude.
It's a spirit killer.
Major spirit killer. If I was your boyfriend, I'd be like, take that shit down right now.
I would.
Take it down. Delete your OnlyFans. Should I just date these OF girls so they delete their OnlyFans? Is that fucking
one by one at a time?
I'm putting in the work, bro. I'm doing God's work.
What about emotional support and just being there, in a relationship, typically men rely on women for that kind of stuff. Society tells men oh, tough it out and whatnot, and I'm not disagreeing with that point of view and whatnot, but when you're the woman in a relationship, you want to be that that kind of person that he leans on.
Yeah, I'm definitely emotionally supportive when my man allows himself to show those emotions. This may be controversial again. I think I've never seen my man cry. I don't want to see him cry. I think men are very emotional creatures by nature. I think that it's the control of the emotions that is the most important part. And if need be, I have to be that person to emotionally support him. If times get rough and he needs someone to talk to, I will be there. But I think a man being able to control his emotions is a very masculine and respectable trait.
What about the emotion of lust?
The emotion of lust, that I don't want anything to do with what he does on the side. That's not something that I'm interested in. I don't want to know about who he's going to see and cheat on me with. I know that it's inevitable. I know it's going to happen, and I'm just going to accept it. Okay. I don't want to know anything about it.
If you had a partner, because you mentioned that you think a man who can be in control of his emotions. So if you did have, back to what we were talking about, a partner who couldn't control his lust for another woman, would you find him to be a little bit more demasculated because of that?
I don't think that it's that he can't control his lust for another woman. I think that it's because he chooses not to. I think control is not a part of that. I think if a man wants to go cheat, he will. I don't think that it's because he can't control his lust.
All right, moving on. Sarah here, this Sarah, you said you, I don't know how interesting this is for you to talk about, but you said you dated your friend's older brother.
Yeah, I did.
I don't think there's anything wrong with that, unless there's more to the story than just...
I mean, yeah, it was kind of weird at first.
Was it like a revenge thing? Like you wanted to get back at your friend?
No, nothing like that. She ended up being pretty chill with it, but it didn't work out.
You said, fun fact, my Hinge date was what?
Part of the January 6th insurrection. Insurrection, I don't believe that.
Based.
He didn't go in the Capitol. He was going to go in, but...
So was that a green flag or a red flag?
Green.
Green flag?
Honestly.
Okay. All right. Guys, if any of you copped a felony charge, her DMs are open. Okay. Let's see here. Who have we not? We got Venus. We got Daphne. We got a bit from Sarah. We got Angelique. Did we? Oh, I think we got most. Hold on. Wait, hold on. Oh.
Did you finish your questionnaire?
Me?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
When she left. Did you?
I don't know what you're...
Oh, okay. Never
Sorry,
mind.
I'm confused.
No, I'm...
Okay, hold on. I see. So back to Angelique here. You said... Wait, hold on. Wait. Sorry, there's a lot of notes from you. Did you define what patriarchy is?
Yes, we talked about that already.
Did we? Okay.
We did. They can scroll back.
Okay. You said you wanted to focus on how man being pro-choice is anti-woman and the biggest red flag of all time in dating. I think we kind of talked about that.
Yeah, if a man's willing to kill his own child, I don't want to be with him.
Word. Okay, second thing is modern dating seems like everyone is dancing around reality. No one is straightforward. Men don't properly ask women on dates. It's just situationships and hanging out. Women don't clearly state their expectations and get surprised later that they're dating a scumbag. Yeah, you know?
It's like if you look for standards, you have to be the standard, and you can't look for what you want in the place where that person's not going to be. I just feel like it's kind of about logic more than anything else. And sometimes we come to our emotions too much when we talk about dating. Like we want this, we want that, but then we don't really look for that, and we aren't really the person that we want to see in the person we're with. So.
Sure. And I do think men are moving away from, doing those things. I mean, there's probably a lot of reasons for that. Some of the blame, I think, rests on men, but I do think some of the blame also rests on women. For example, I mean, you have women who will expose men for daring to approach them or flirt with them. And a lot of men are seeing, and in the social media age, this is a massive issue because people care deeply about their reputations, and especially in, for example, college or high school, if a guy were to perhaps awkwardly approach a woman, that's a bigger hit when fucking she can go to fucking Twitter or Instagram and, this creepy guy fucking hit on me or whatever. So I think there, the whole Me Too thing, granted, look, there's some very valid things going on there, but I think, there's guys, I don't know if you guys were familiar with like I'm trying to think of an example recently. Like women will just like leak DMs of guys innocently flirting with them and like shame them for doing what women want men to do, which is take initiative. I mean, so.
Yeah, I think they're being sent the opposite message of what we actually want. Like if you want a man to be XYZ, you actually have to treat the men who are XYZ as if, they have something valid to offer. So yeah, I completely agree. I think it's both people, but you have to put out there what you hope to find.
I feel like if a man, like I saw this video of this girl who was in a gym and she was just doing a normal workout. This guy like turned for a second because she had this giant tripod set up, and she was like, "What the fuck are you looking at? Like, you're a total creep." And I think that all of that
Many
is
such cases.
Yeah,
Many such cases.
I think it's a really big issue. And then with speaking about the Me Too movement, I have seen a lot of like things come forward about false sexual assault claims, which is sickening. It's terrible. And I think that
something that I wanted to also say is that I think one of the biggest overarching problems with dating and society now is the fact that if we don't respect ourselves, we can't respect our partners, and then ultimately, obviously, I'm very passionate about this, then we can't respect the children we create. So I think that's the biggest thing. Like, we have to respect ourselves first, and then we can respect everyone else.
Definitely. We need a higher standard of people.
Yes.
Yep.
I agree.
men are scared to take initiative now. Sad.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't think it's just women that's the problem. I think that men just aren't as masculine anymore, and they don't really pursue as much anymore. I mean, their testosterone levels are literally
so
lower, and they're all addicted to porn, and so why would they pursue a woman in real life?
I don't think it's just a man or a woman problem. I think
definitely both.
It's definitely both. So
both
you said
coming to our vices.
Yeah. You said this whole body count topic and how I hear people say lower body count is preferred for women, and it's simultaneously respectable to have a high body count for men. First of all, the fact that the phrase body count exists at all, how dehumanizing. It literally makes human beings just a number.
Yes. Yeah, because you can't engage in that activity without also giving something of your soul and your emotions. And we talked about it earlier, the chemical bonding. So to say just like body count and like we're just like stacking names in like a list or just numbers, even not even names, then you're no longer like connecting to that person anymore, which is kind of the point, right? Like you're trying to just gain experience, and that's what I meant by men. It's respected somehow. Like having more experience, that doesn't make any sense to me, because why would you want your man to have experience in that realm if it means it's with other people? Because then he's just connected with other people, and he's comparing you to all those past experiences. So instead of learning together about something that you both don't know much about and learning it together for the rest of your life, he's like thinking, oh well, Susan back in the day.
Yeah, but you're a major outlier. Like most people, both men and women, are either secular or atheist or agnostic or nominally Christian. So I mean,
and I don't think religion has to do with it, honestly. I really don't.
Not necessarily.
Even if I wasn't religious, this isn't really the reason why I think this, to be fair. Like
sure,
my religion supports what I think, but in reality, I think this is a completely secular concept as well. Like the statistics show that it's unhealthy to be with multiple people.
But I would argue that among atheists or agnostics or secular people, it's probably much more rare to find people who believe in purity, sexual purity, for example.
Like sex, it's rare. That doesn't mean it's not attainable or that we shouldn't talk about it. But
your objection to the phrase body count. Let me ask you a question. So if I were to ask you how many previous sexual partners you've had, and you tell me 10, right? I mean, didn't you just do that which you object to, which is putting a number to something? I mean, the body count question is just another sterile way. Don't switch to that. Wait, let me put it over here. All right. It's just a sort of sterile way of asking how many sexual partners you've had.
No, I understand the purpose why we have to reduce things down to like 1 or 2 words.
It's to shorten the 4 words versus 7.
Like, how many people? Yeah, I know, but it's just like the idea that the choice words are body count. I'm just pointing out that like it's sad. It's sad to me that to think like if you do have a lot of people that you've had encounters with, that ultimately at the end of the day, especially if it's higher, then you're really just, you have to think of it as a body count versus like John and Sue or whatever. Like they're no longer people. They're just numbers.
Okay. And then did we get everything? I think we got Katie down. I think that's all of my. Oh yeah, guys, twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow. Drop us a Prime sub. Thank you guys. Guys, if you have Amazon Prime, you can link it to your Twitch. It's a quick, free, easy way to support the show every single month. Yo, thank you for the follows. Thank you for the Primes, guys. Guys, let me see a Prime. Anybody got an open Prime? Appreciate your support over there on Twitch. And we have almost 1,500 viewers on Twitch. That's fantastic. Thank you guys. Really appreciate your support over there. Also, guys, mods, spam the link. Go sub. Could you put us on the other side for this one? Guys, go subscribe to our Clips channel. We're trying to get to 1 million subscribers. Get us to 1 million subscribers, guys. We're so close. I will dedicate the plaque to you guys. Thank you guys. Appreciate it. Also, get Jake Rattlesnake. How close are you? How many subs do you have on YouTube?
About 445,000.
Guys, get this guy to 1 million.
Let's get him to half a milli.
Or get him to half a million.
Rattlesnake TV.
Rattlesnake TV, guys.
Instagram and Twitter. Let's go there too.
There too. Also, subscribe to his OnlyFans.
Yep. Jake Rattle SNK everywhere.
Why do you think of the snake?
$4 a month.
Okay. All right. Is there anything dating related that any of you would like to get off your chest? Vixen, I know you have some dying thoughts here. I know you've been burning with things going through your brain. Why don't you tell us?
No, I don't have anything really.
Cool.
I have one. If no one else does anyone else?
Anyone else dating? You got something? You got what you got for us? You got something?
No.
Okay, what you got,
Maybe
Angelique?
you guys will agree, but it's not a hot take. It's just what I think, but that you should be friends with the person you're with before you even start dating. I think it's
Disavow.
It's like one of the more foolproof ways to know somebody before you like commit your like life to them, or just like even in general just have like that exclusivity of dating, and put it in that limelight. And I feel like friendship is the root and basis of a good romantic relationship, especially one that lasts forever, because as you get older you lose money, you lose your attractiveness, you lose like all the things that maybe were factors when you first started dating. But what doesn't change?
Disavow.
Your friendship that you have together.
So
I say marry your best friend, and you should probably find out if they're a friend before you even get together with them, get intimate with them.
Thing is,
all of those things.
I think you can kind of cover that basis when you're dating if you just wait to have sex with each other.
That's true too.
Yeah.
That's true too.
Because
I say that
have
because
no
I know
interest
a
in
lot
having
of people,
female friends. So if you're going to say,
sure.
oh, we're going to be friends for a while, no, thank you. Not happening.
I understand that. I just mean like if you are friends with someone already, maybe you can consider taking it to the next level. And I was also saying that to your point earlier about like being realistic about the secular world, that they're going to do it anyways.
Yeah. I would
so I'm
never
saying
recommend
at least
a guy,
put it off long enough to actually become friends with somebody.
I'd never recommend a guy waiting in the friend zone and waiting for his moment.
Well, that's the problem with saying friend zone and always making it a negative
but
thing.
That's what happens.
When in reality, maybe you think you're in the friend zone, but really you're just like you already kind of put yourself out there like you're interested in the person in only like a sexual way, which I find happens a lot. Like that's been my experience as well.
It's a cold
where
world
guys
out here
will
for
act
guys.
like you're friends, but in reality we're not stupid. We know that you have like an in game when like we could just be friends, then maybe we find out that we like each other later.
I get it, and from like that sort of more benevolent point of view where you would give the guy the chance, then that sure. But for the most part, what it is guys who don't quite know how to get in with this particular girl that they're trying, that they fancy or whatever, and then the girl will sort of keep him around for attention and sort of boyfriend things without giving him the benefits of being a boyfriend. The lifts to the airport, the jackets, the shoulder to cry on, but then he never gets any of the benefits of being a boyfriend. It's just the way that the world works. It's cold reality.
Situationship.
That definitely happens. I'm just saying that it's still a good thing to be friends with someone before you get.
Let me ask you a question on that. So, do you think that should be the case for both men and women? They should start with as friends in the hopes that it will one day lead to something romantic.
First of all, I don't think it's like a foolproof, like everyone does this and it works or something. I'm just saying it's a good idea to think that in your head, or not necessarily be friends before you start dating, but just have a friendship. Like I'm saying that a lot of times I hear people talk about like their boyfriend or their girlfriend or their dating person, and it doesn't sound like they have a friendship. Like they don't know each other on that level. It's like they sleep together and then they go out to dinner, they're on their phones and they go home. So I'm saying if you have that friendship, you can't lose that. Like you can fight for that friendship versus just like, oh, he's my boyfriend, but like I don't really know.
I mean, I agree. I think it's important to get to know each other on levels other than just romantic or sexual. Like, I think that's the whole point of what dating should be. You should take your time getting to know someone. But I don't think it should be called friendship if you both know you're mutually interested in each other.
Yeah, it just seems like if there is a mutual interest, as Sarah said, then why play this game of like, let's just be friends for 9 months? It's almost like this sort of, it's almost sad in a way. You hear these couples who like, they both liked each other, but like they were both too pussy to admit it. And then they're like, why didn't we just reveal to each other that we were romantic? Although I feel like that's pretty rare, but like,
I think the guy, like, it's always pretty obvious if a guy is spending a lot of time with a woman that he's interested.
Right. No, I don't
I've had a lot of female
all,
friends earlier in my life. I don't have any really now, but they were never ugly. The female friends.
Yeah. No, I definitely don't disagree with you at all about the fact that we shouldn't like play a game, or that it's about like waiting until some random moment where you're like, we like each other. I'm simply saying friendship should be a foundation of relationships.
I agree with what you're saying, actually, in terms of creating that foundation as well, because oftentimes sex can be used as an out, where like you're having an argument or whatever, you have some make-up sex and it's all good, or you've got nothing to do, you just have. But if you don't have that, and if you actually have to sort out problems, then it's going to be a lot stronger.
Right.
Math donated $100.
Yeah, thank you, man.
Hello, Brixan love from Dubai. Money or looks, girls? Also, I'm just wondering how much to kick someone off the show.
It's a Bitcoin to kick somebody off the show. He is from Dubai, so maybe he's got that. You'll have to it's not in the description. If you genuinely want to do a Bitcoin, we'll kick someone off the show. We'll kick someone off the show. You'll have to DM me on Instagram, Math, so I'll send you the crypto wallet or whatever. On the friends thing really quick, I mean, I don't agree. You can't be... I think things ought to start romantic from the get-go. Mm-hmm. Because there's too much room then for like unrequited love, one person... and then you've just, if your recommendation is you should pursue a friendship, like if you're genuinely pursuing a friendship just for the friendship, I suppose that's okay, because then you're genuinely just pursuing a friendship. But if you're doing it with some like ulterior motive, which seems to be what you're suggesting, well, you're saying people ought to start at friends.
I didn't say ought. I didn't say this is some foolproof thing. I literally just suggested it as an idea for people who don't even consider the idea of friendship in a relationship.
But if you're recommending here, start as just friends. I mean, that's kind of.
It's not like oh, we meet, let's be friends. Like that someday maybe we'll be together. I'm just saying, like, if you have a friend, then you should develop that friendship, and then it could be something else. But the point I'm making is that friendship is a foundation for things, instead of just being people that use each other.
I just can't see friends and like relationship being in the same thing, like romantic relationship. Like when I think about my friends, I can't picture like being romantic with any of them. Like it's just weird to think about me being romantic. Like
I'm not saying like, oh, every friend, like look at them as if you're gonna be with them. That's not my point.
The friendship can also kind of, in a way, I think potentially make you a bit like numb to, or like not attracted to the idea of being romantic as well. If you guys just develop a friendship, yeah. So if you're speaking about like
how much
when you're dating and you're exclusive, but you're not having sex yet, I think that's a reasonable point, because you'd learn a lot about each other.
Yeah, and that's part of the point too. That's for sure.
Yeah.
I have a question for the guys.
I'll do it from the theory. No, I'm just kidding.
Go for it.
Do you think girls can have guy friends and the guy friends don't have any ulterior motives?
No, absolutely not. Don't
DM
be
whatever Instagram.
I disagree.
Why do you disagree?
Because I have guy friends that I don't think they have any sort of ulterior motives with me.
I mean,
it's
when
like
you say
they
guy
probably
friends,
hide it well.
When you say guy friends, though, do you mean guys that you go out and go for lunch with and hang out with one-on-one and that sort of thing, or do you just mean guy friends who are acquaintances? Because those are two very different things.
Like sometimes hang out one-on-one, but not like as like a close friendship where we're hanging out all the time. But I think I have like guys in my life that I trust that are my friends, and I don't think...
I mean, maybe, but if it was in a relationship context, and if you were my girlfriend and you were saying, oh, I'm just going to go hang out with Henry, I'd say, no, you're not. Because...
Well, not in a private one-on-one setting, like we're like hang out all the time. But
yeah, but if you have acquaintances, like,
I'll come back to your question,
I saw
Matt,
Bill at the shop yesterday and we stopped and chatted for a while, I'd say, oh, cool, how is Bill? But... you know, not if he said, oh, then we went to lunch together and we went for a walk on the beach, it'd be okay.
Well, yeah, I understand that.
Okay, Bill.
But I don't know.
Matt, I'm very sorry we skipped your primary question here. He asked money or looks. So we're going to start with you. Money or looks, if you had to pick one for a guy.
If I had to pick one for a guy.
Yeah. Wait, Matt, what's like, how much money are we talking here? Like, is the comparison like Brad Pitt in his prime or like, but he doesn't have much money, maybe makes average amount of money, versus like a billionaire, but he's just rough, you know?
I mean, I think
pick one.
If I had to pick one, I would say money.
Okay, what about you?
I think I'm gonna go looks. I would say first is how someone makes me feel, and then looks.
No.
And then money. So looks above money.
Huh?
Looks above money,
Okay.
for sure.
Looks.
I have no answer.
Oh my god.
I don't. I only find one person attractive, and therefore, it's not about money or looks. I really can't. I don't really value those that high, so I can't really say one's better than the other. Because you can always make more money.
Do you want to be? You say you don't value money.
Looks look better later.
Do you want question? So, do you want to? You want to have kids, right?
Yes.
Do you think your current boyfriend, he's the guy you're gonna marry?
Absolutely.
Okay. Do you know when you're gonna want to start having kids?
Whenever God decides.
Okay. Are you guys engaged?
Not yet.
Not yet. Okay. Do you know how many kids you want?
Whatever God wants. I don't know.
You have no. You have no
Wait,
sense
how
of
long
how
have
many.
you been
Do you want
dating
two kids?
again?
I want as many kids as I can have. Like whatever happens.
Okay. So. Okay.
I've never really thought about either. So.
Okay.
Like,
So,
whatever.
but do you have a sense of when you would like to be married by? Because you're 24, correct?
Yeah. Just sometime soon.
Why hasn't he proposed?
Okay.
It's a great question.
So
it's something that's personal.
So you're 24. Let's say, would you like to be married by 27?
Yeah.
And would you like to start having kids when you're married?
Yes.
Okay. So you said as many kids as God will provide. So let's say you want 13 kids, basically.
I want as many as God wants for me to have. Like I literally don't
so
have an answer.
Given,
like maybe 3.
Right,
maybe
but
4.
given that, I assume you're not gonna. I assume you're
maybe
not
I'll
gonna
change
want
my mind down the line. This isn't some kind
Okay,
of
but I assume you're not gonna want to work, right?
work like for money or work like in general.
Well, if you're gonna be from the age of 27 to 40, if you're gonna be constantly pregnant and taking care of the kids,
that's not necessarily the case. That's not how fertility works.
I mean,
you'll spend some time pregnant though. Do you want to be working when you're heavily
working
pregnant?
outside the home?
Yeah. Do you want to be working and making money when you're heavily pregnant?
Not ideally.
would you like your husband to be the primary breadwinner?
Yes, and he plans to.
He plans to. So money does matter to you.
You asked me whether money or looks matter more.
But you said you don't care about either. Really.
I didn't say I didn't care about them. I just said I don't.
What did she
those
say?
as, like,
Can somebody in the
high.
chat? I don't want to misquote her. What specifically did she?
She's more alluding to not equating the two. Like the two don't really.
Right. Like I don't see those things as like so high up that I would compare the two.
Whatever.
Puffy
okay.
Vegas donated $100. There is no such thing as females having male friends. They just have guys that they use.
Ooh,
if she refers to a guy as her friend, she wants to sleep with him or already has.
That's so ridiculous.
That's not true.
I honestly think it's pretty hard for men and women to be friends.
It is hard, but it doesn't mean that we have ulterior motives when we are friends.
But it doesn't matter if the woman does. I feel like in most cases the man does.
It's mostly the dudes.
The woman is getting what she wants. Yeah.
He's bagging on us.
Also, here's the other thing when it comes to male and female friendships. So let's say it's totally innocent, right? Maybe it is, whatever. When you get married, or even if you're in a relationship, I believe that there's an impropriety for you to be, let's say it's for you to be hanging out with your male friend one-on-one. As your boyfriend, I would not be okay with you hanging out with your male friends one-on-one. I would not be okay with your male friends coming over to your house, hanging out with you one-on-one.
Yes. And that's totally...
And so the issue with male and female friendships, once you get involved with someone romantically, look, some people are fine with the partner having friends of the opposite sex, but you may find yourself in a relationship with somebody who isn't, and then that friendship is over. So why invest in a relationship where there's a very good likelihood that there's going to be a breakdown of the friendship because of these sort of intersex dynamics?
Well, you're not really thinking about all like this, like, oh, I'm going to have to like dump this friend. When you make friends, I mean, unless you're forcing friendships, my friendships with my friends have all been pretty natural. When I do get in a relationship and my boyfriend, I am not a hypocrite. I would not want my boyfriend to have girlfriends. So I would probably just like
Sure.
turn it down with my guy friends. But before relationships, just in general, like I think that's what he was saying, like girls and guys can't be friends. Well, like what if, okay, and I'm not trying to sound like, I know people are gonna be like roasting like, oh, she's such a pick-me, blah blah blah. Like no, like genuinely, like you just happen to be like a girl who just connects better with like guys, or like sometimes it's just kind of hard for us to build girl friendships.
That's not a pick me,
It's
that's a red
just
flag.
I think the issue is that like if you're a woman and you're in a relationship with a guy and it's romantic and you have a guy friend, it's the fact that the woman is still entertaining the male friend and entertaining those thoughts that are going through his head where he's thinking, oh, I want to sleep with this woman, and you're entertaining the thought whether you may know it or not. You're still there in his presence. And
but your
also,
boyfriend has to
I'm
cheat
saying
on
before
somebody.
that.
Also-
I'm saying before that. I'm talking about before that. Like
Also-
before relationship. Like I would totally, like I understand my partner's like like what he's thinking through, blah blah blah, but like I don't think organically like to make friends with someone of the opposite sex is just like because you have I don't know how to explain it. Like it just kind of seems like oh, I'm forcing this friendship and that I'm gonna eventually have to break. Like no, like this guy has a really good vibe. He's like or like just like in a group setting, like there's more guys, more girls. Like in my political campus clubs, there's more guys than the girls, and I'm friends with everyone. So does it mean I shouldn't have friendships with the guys as well as the girls? Like I think before dating,
friend groups?
Before
like,
dating,
is that a problem?
yeah.
Okay.
I'm not saying like I'm hanging out solely with like men, but I'm just saying like there are relationships that are being formed between men and women.
So, I mean, just to actually thread it back to what you said about how you said you think relationships should start with friendships. That actually, like,
I didn't say should. I said they can. And it's
okay,
a good idea
but if
sometimes.
that's like what you're recommending, like those two absolutely, if your view that relationships or love interest should start as friends, absolutely they need to cut their friends off 100% in those circumstances. Like the friends have to be donezo, gone.
Yeah.
Friends got here's a
hang
worse
out with
one.
them one-on-one
Huh?
if you're in a relationship.
What's that?
You wouldn't hang out with the opposite sex if you're in a relationship, like one-on-one, of course.
Are you like communicating with them?
What do you
Texting
mean?
them? I text
No,
my
not
friends.
like in a like regular basis.
It's just not
like
worth.
you're in a
Truthfully,
romantic
though, it's just not
relationship.
worth investing in like a opposite sex friendship, really, just because of the potential conflict when one or the other gets into a romantic relationship. I think.
I feel like you don't need to have like this deep best friendship with the opposite sex just to be friends. Like you can be like acquaintance friends. Just having
Acquaintance is
associations with
acquaintance
other
is
people.
different. Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
not saying you're having like this best friend guy and you have a boyfriend too. Absolutely not.
Well, here's a worse one.
Your boyfriend should be your best friend.
Here's somewhat related to this topic. What about people that remain friends with their exes?
That's no. Like why would you let that temptation be there?
Because your friendship is part of a romantic relationship. So if you're friends with your ex, then that means you're still attached to them.
I just don't
my
understand
whole
how
point.
it's
Wait, so are you in favor of people staying friends with their?
No,
Okay,
I'm saying
Sure.
friendship is part of your romantic relationship. So if you're still friends with your ex, that means that you have an attachment to them still. That should be in your romantic relationship.
You know what they look like.
It's full circle. Yeah.
I think you should be on like good terms with an ex. It shouldn't be. Hopefully, you can end a relationship in an amicable way, but I don't think there should be like a continued anything. You know, so even if it's platonic or whatever. I have a couple chats that we need to get through. Wait, did we get around everybody on the money looks thing?
No.
I think
Yeah, you start.
I legitimately do not know. Like there's pros and cons with both.
Okay,
and
that's-
I'm not
that's
at
fine,
a point
that's fine.
to decide right now.
Sarah, looks or money?
I mean, it's like one of those questions that I want to give a non-answer because it's kind of a dumb question, but
I think that's so harsh. How's it a dumb question?
Yeah, be
Well,
nice
it's
to
a dumb
Matt.
question.
Be nice. He's from Dubai. He's from Dubai. Be nice to
probably
him.
asking because he has the money and not the looks.
Maybe.
Hey, I know for
I'm
a
just
fact
saying.
he's both a very handsome man,
I mean,
and he also has a couple
If you
bitcoins.
think about it, both are important in a relationship. You have to be physically attracted to your partner, but you also want a man who provides.
Oh yeah, it's like because
I
the
don't want to
obvious
pick one or the other. I want both.
because the obvious answer is like both.
Would be nice.
So, but I don't know. I guess if it's like, if I want a little more money, a little less looks, I think I value money like a little bit more because I want someone who can provide and take care of me.
There you go.
We got a couple chats here. We have Steven Glansberg, 50. Brixan and Jake, can you please explain the nuances of why you say submissive women are preferred? What exactly is the scope of what you mean by submission? Can you provide examples? Well, this isn't just a one-directional thing. It's not just that men want submissive women. Women want leaders. They want dominant men. So it's not just like this thing that men are like oppressing women. This goes both ways. Women want dominant, ambitious men who are leaders and providers, and men want submissive.
And also, when we say submissive, we don't necessarily mean like a
slave.
It's not like that. I think submission is more submissive to the will of the man. So if there's a natural order which is God over man, man over woman, woman over child, then that's something that actually works very well. And if your woman trusts you to the point where she submits to your will and she submits to your decisions, etc., then that's what I mean. I don't want them to have no personality. I want them to have passions, interests, hobbies, read books, be intelligent, and all of these sorts of things, but also trust and respect my will and submit to that will. Because I would like to consider myself a benevolent leader.
Would that be within a marriage setting, or also just some girl you just went on a few dates with, you're expecting her to be submissive?
In my current state, I'm looking for marriage at the moment. I'm not looking for like just to date.
But like at what point does she submit?
Well, I mean, I guess that there would be an element of the masculine feminine in the dating stage as well. But once you get married, then there's like, you got to see where the kids are going to school. You got to be like, there's so many important decisions to make, So I guess
I would agree, but
I think right away
there are some
honestly,
guys who just expect like
it's got to be right away.
Yeah. But if you trust him, then you'll naturally fall into those roles. There's not a moment where you say, okay, now you're submitting.
Yeah.
Can I ask like during dating, if you guys are living together, just dating, not married, what like are the guys' takes? Like, do you expect her to like be on the chores right away? Like,
yes, right away. As soon fucking first date, come over, do my fucking laundry. No, I'm kidding.
I would say
actually no, she should do my laundry on the first date though.
I would say that like if it depends.
No, you don't.
It depends.
You disagree?
If like for a guy, for example,
out.
from the first date, I'm going to be paying for the date, and I'm going to be performing my masculine role. It's kind of like that sort of mating signaling that you do. And I think for a woman, if she came over and you guys are dating a little bit, you've had a few dates, and she comes and cleans your house and kitchen and does that sort of signaling, it's very attractive. But I wouldn't live with a woman until I married her. So yeah,
that's based.
Yeah, I think from the get-go. Listen, I'll load the laundry. I'm a nice guy. You can fold it. Cool. I would like on-demand foot massages, back rubs.
Back rubs are necessary.
Back rubs, back scratches. And she's got a bow. Let's show this. Go ahead, Nick. Boom. Huge. Did you see the fucking bow? Huge. Did you see, boom, the shoes? Look, attentive, guys. Attentive. Yep. Fold it.
Yep.
Fold it. Well done, dear.
I support this. Boom.
Oh my God. Look at the food's ready. I just got home from a grueling podcast. Look, she's gotten me the drink. I don't need I'm good on the noodles. I'm a nice guy. I'm a nice guy. I don't need her to do that shit with the noodles. I can do that myself. But look at the attentiveness, and then the little, one more time, Nick, show the bow. Just hit play. You can just hit play. It should replay.
Great form.
Boom. Look at that. I need bowing in my life. Did I say yeah, so I think yeah.
Yep.
Why are you looking at me that way? Why are you looking at me? Look at she's staring daggers at me.
Not me.
What do you mean? That's respect.
I know you're joking. So that's why I'm looking at you like that. It's funny.
You wouldn't bow?
You wouldn't.
You wouldn't bow for your boyfriend or husband? Why is that? You're being very insensitive to Japanese and Asian culture. Okay, I'm very. I think you're a little racist.
Yeah.
I think you might be a little racist to take offense to the bowing thing. I'm going to introduce
it.
it.
You're going to call me racist while you're being sexist.
How is that? Wait, how? Okay, all right, here we go. How am I being sexist?
Gloves are off. Let's go.
Obviously, I know you're joking, but if you weren't, that's sexist.
How? Let's say I wasn't.
Because
say
you
I'm
should
not
bow
joking.
to God only. Like
You should bow to God
he
only.
literally already described the hierarchy. I'm not bowing to the person I'm with.
No, it's God.
Right, I'm
Man,
bowing to
man,
God, not
woman,
the
woman,
man.
child.
I'm bowing to God, not the
No.
man.
Okay, remove the religion component from this. There's nothing wrong with a little bow.
Okay, if you remove the religion component, I don't even know why I would bow to a man at all. Like, that makes it even worse. That makes it like, of course not.
So you would never, if you
What about
fell
there's
in love, he asked
Christian
you,
Japanese women? They bow to their
I
husbands.
don't know about what they're doing. I'm talking about myself.
you
Also,
just don't, you just find it weird. You would just never, even if your man who you loved asked you like, bow for me, you just
I want
wouldn't.
you to bow.
Of course not.
Give me a little
Absolutely
bow.
not. No, I would only bow on this earth to God. That's it.
I think it's not that deep, bruh.
Well,
It's not that deep, bruh.
that.
Bruh, it's not that deep. It ain't that deep, bruh.
Even like like something playful, like not serious.
Not everyone's playfully bowing.
Sarah, you wouldn't bow? Your boyfriend he's perfect.
I just don't think I would date someone who'd be like, "Can you bow for me?"
Yeah, that's
like
not
that.
strange.
Like I
It's not
just
strange.
no.
No, not strange. Not
so
strange.
gross.
No.
I think when he said
Well, hold on.
it
Wait,
said like
whoa,
that,
hold
yeah.
on, hold on. Wait. Whew. Hold on. Hold on. You guys are all Christian, correct?
Yeah, Catholic.
You all want a man to propose to you, correct? You want a man to get down on one knee, correct? Checkmate.
That's not
Checkmate.
bowing.
That's like the
Checkmate.
one time that
Checkmate.
happened.
I ain't ever getting down
That's
on a
not
fucking
bowing.
knee to propose. First off, I don't believe in marriage.
not
No
bowing.
marriage. Sorry. Okay.
That's not bowing, but that's
I
a good
ain't
try.
getting down on a knee. Hold on. So you're
That's a good
saying
try.
you want a man to get down on a knee, spend $10,000 on a ring that costs
More.
$100.
More.
Wait. Oh my God.
Oh, but money doesn't matter. The money doesn't matter.
Never said that about the ring. I never said the ring had
It's
a
not
price
very
tag.
looks
Oh, wait,
that
hold on.
attract women. What attracts women is pre-selection other women's interest. Think about the bouncer at the strip club and Google guy, which one gets girls?
Yo, guys, Puffy Vegas is a fucking G. Thank you, Puffy Vegas. Hold on. Let's talk about the cost of a ring here. You said 10,000's not enough for a ring. So
I was just joking.
No. Don't walk it back. Don't walk it back.
Donated $100.
You did it now.
Brixan, remember me, my friend. I'll come back sometime in the future when Bitcoin crashes to kick someone off the show.xd.
Thank you, Math. Do me. First off, I appreciate your TTS and your patronage. Thank you. I think is this your first time sending a TTS? Your name's new, so don't know. Why don't you do this though? Just send me a DM. Send me a DM. I try to chat with some of the the patrons and stuff, and we're gonna get we're gonna get a Discord going, and that's gonna be coming soon. Going around the table, how much do you think a guy should spend on a wedding ring? Starting with Sarah, who said 10,000's not enough.
I was joking, but I don't even know how much rings cost. If I'm being honest, I've never looked into this. So I don't know. Not from Walmart or Pandora, but.
Would you be upset if a man spent $200 on a wedding ring? Is
Yeah.
that too little?
Yes, that's just tacky.
Okay.
I honestly, I'm not really I don't really know a lot about the prices of stuff because financially I'm not very
Don't they
wealthy.
say 3 months salary?
Yeah, they say it's a quarter of the year's salary.
I genuinely
I think this
don't
is potentially
know
why people
how
can
much
say that
things cost.
they don't want to answer the question of looks or money, because you actually don't know what it
Yeah, I
costs
don't
to
know.
have a
Yeah.
wedding ring, to have a family, to send your kids to
I
school.
seriously don't.
If you're not making enough money to live a comfortable life, it's gonna be depressing.
Yeah.
So
Well, but
it's
I
important.
couldn't put a price tag
It's
on
not
it
shallow,
because
you know?
I mean, I'm not gonna down myself for not knowing these things. I am only a sophomore in college. I'm still trying to figure out the rest of the world.
Okay, here,
Well,
I'll
I
help.
don't know.
I'll help.
I
Would
don't
you be
know.
upset if a man spent $50 on your wedding ring?
Yeah.
What about you?
Oh, me?
How much should a man spend on a wedding ring?
I don't really know what would be a cap amount, but probably less than 500, because weddings
okay.
cost a lot of money, life costs a lot of money, but I don't actually know a good number to say.
Yeah, I don't really like the idea of a ring at all. I think it's a tradition I don't need in my life unless he really wanted to.
But you get to wear your love on your hand.
I don't know. There's something about it. It's like, oh, we're comparing our rocks. Like, I don't know. I don't.
Also, I'm sorry. I want to add just really quick that I wouldn't see the value in the money. I would see it in like, what if he knew me well enough to like get the right gold or the silver, like that type of thing. I think the value is more in like the actual action of it, and it's way bigger than a ring. Like the fact that you're proposing to me and want to spend the rest of your life with me is way bigger than the cost of a ring.
Holy shit, did anybody just see Kiki's head move? Did anybody else see that? Just kidding, okay.
Anyways.
Sorry, I was trying to. What about you? How much should a guy spend? You've been married twice. How much should a guy spend on a wedding ring, and how many did your two husbands spend on?
My first one, my mom bought the ring because he was a fuck. The second one, I think about $3,000. So I would say no more than like $2,000.
What about you, our little communist senorita?
Yeah, it's like an act of love, so I definitely...
Hunter donated $100. I better get a DM too. He only tipped $200. I tipped $1,500, and this is my first night watching the show. Get Hunter Slayer.
When I say DM me, DM at whatever on Instagram, not my personal IG. Thank you, Hunter. I appreciate your patronage tonight. Thank you. Go ahead.
It's like an act of love, so I definitely want a big act of love. I feel like
she
I'd
wants
be
a big act of love. Fucking
okay
capitalist.
with like
you fucking degenerate capitalist. She wants
absolute.
How much? I'm sorry.
Capitalist materialist.
Answer the question.
I think like I'd be happy with like 50K.
50K. The fucking communist. Capitalism.
It's always the communist.
Oh my god, bro. She
Who
wants
the most
capitalism. Wedding
capitalism.
ring. What kind of communist are you?
I don't know. I guess a bad one, but like I'm
Yeah,
not
seriously.
getting married. like it's like an act of love. You know what I mean? And why would I want a small act
So
of
you'd
love?
put your political beliefs aside for that moment.
Hunter donated $100. Only for deaf Curexes at the spot.
What is that?
What?
I don't know what
Kirks.
Kirks, Curex.
Okay.
I know what it is.
Here's the thing. She's a capitalist when it benefits her and a communist when it benefits her.
No, but it's like if I'm getting married to someone, like I know that they're gonna have expectations on me too, which is probably more like look based for me to maintain like staying in shape and like being attractive and shit like that. And I think that needs to be like compensated.
But like if you live in a communist society, you can't do that. Because everyone gets paid the same.
We don't live in a communist society.
But wouldn't you rather?
So now you're happy with it though.
Wouldn't you rather?
Yeah, I
him,
would be happy with that. And then you know what? If
You get nice things in a capitalist society.
Go ahead, Sarah.
Wouldn't you rather him spend some of that money on like a house? Like I don't know. I just feel like that's a waste of money personally. It's just a ring.
Like
I would rather
hopefully
have,
he
like,
has
you could
enough
do
money
so
that
much
that's not.
You could put that towards like your children's tuition in the future. You
She
could
wants a
put a down
millionaire.
payment on a house.
She wants a millionaire.
He'll be rich. Hello.
I think she wants a millionaire, right? So it's like so much disposable income that he can do all the providing plus waste a bunch of money on a wedding ring that cost $20 to make.
Didn't you
Daphne,
say like
what
your
about
love
you?
is big, so you need it to be like 50K? Would you
Coming
agree
from
that you'd
Sarah,
want your
who
love to be
wants a
priceless?
$10,000 plus
And therefore,
ring.
Yeah,
the
but
price of the
there's
ring wouldn't
ways
matter.
to like, you know what I mean? Like people show acts of love all the time, and I like big acts of love. And I think in that sense, like in the context of a ring, like.
But
I
if
would
it's
want-
priceless, it could be any price. Like if you see your love as priceless. No.
I mean,
Fair
on a
enough, fair enough.
baseline, there is a price, and it's 50K and up, I guess.
Specific number.
Okay. 50K and up, really? Really, son? Maybe you should pay for the ring. How about that? You ever think of that?
Yeah, 50K.
You gotta pay for the ring. You gotta get down on your knee and.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
No,
Okay.
I'm not paying for the ring.
If you've done porn, like, can you really ask for a guy to get it down on one knee and pay for a ring?
Yep.
Like, if you really, I feel like you just gotta own it and just be like, look, I'm not traditional. Just fucking. Okay, if I was your soon-to-be fiance, I'd be like, here's a ring pop and just throw it in your direction.
Well, that's why we wouldn't get married, and you're not the type of person that I would. look for?
If you were to
In your
consider your
direction.
options, I don't want to assume anything about your current relationship, but I would assume that being...
Sleepy Bear donated
Sleepy Bear, thank you, bro.
$100. I spent more on this message than my wife's ring. Our commitment is
W.
more important to both of us. She's the best woman a man could ask for.
Well, then why are you just sitting here watching a podcast and giving money? Like, that's just, like, why would you not
Hey,
give
he's
that
probably-
money to
Yeah,
your
Sleepy
wife?
Bear.
Probably got some
Do
spare
you
time.
care more about me than your
Why
wife?
don't you go pay attention to your wife instead of these girls online?
Maybe she's out and about.
His commitment to his wife transcends. First off, the fucking diamond business is a big fugazi. It's a fucking, to your credit, it's a fucking corporate psyop. Wait, fuck, what's the term for it? It's contrived. Corporations have fucking told you, oh, you gotta buy a ring, blah blah blah, diamonds. Do you know that diamonds are actually quite abundant, but they intentionally
Restrict the flow.
restrict the supply to diamonds are not that rare.
I heard that if you release all the diamonds in the world, that they will be
Super valueless.
that
There'd
they
be
won't
very
need
little value.
I think like Tanzanite, or is that right? Tanzanite
Tanzania.
is the most rare stone. It's only found in Tanzania, which is like 100 times more rare than any diamond.
Look, same with Valentine's Day, which is coming up. All these fucking bullshit holidays, it's all to fleece your money. It's so that you can put money in the pockets of corporations so they can take your money and fleece you. She's laughing, but
Sounds like you hate
she's
capitalism.
No, I don't. I don't.
What's the problem with that?
I don't hate
hates
capitalism. I hate what's the term? I hate excess
Corporatism.
excess consumerism. There's another fucking term that's maybe
Materialism.
materialism, consumerism. Corporations have sold you on these holidays so they can sell you fucking chocolate and flowers and fucking Hallmark bullshit cards. It's all.
I agree, but it's fun.
Do you guys know the movie Casino with Robert De Niro, Joe Pesci? At the very beginning of the thing, all the bright lights, all the fucking games and the comped tickets, it's all for them to take your money. That's what Vegas is about. It's all to take your money. And that's what fucking the diamond industry, they want to tell you this. What?
Sorry, it's just your tone is kind of funny.
Yeah, I'm saying it in a kind of humorous way.
He's cooking.
I'm cooking.
There's a lot of industries like that. It's true. You sound like a conspiracy theorist, though.
Well, it's not a conspiracy
That's what you
theory.
called me earlier.
This is fucking capitalism 101. Find a way to take their money.
It's awesome, and I love it.
But you
Doc
shouldn't be a sheep
Venabilly's donated
and just be like, oh, I'm going to spend
$100.
$10,000 on
Here
a
is
wedding
how the
ring.
ring thing works. The ring grows with ill love. The first ring I bought my wife 25 years ago was $150. Upgraded 10 years later, 5G last upgrade was 6 figures. You have to earn it with time.
That's fair.
I like that.
It's a good system. I like
That's
that.
good. Thank you,
I
Dr.
feel bad for
Nablis.
your wife.
Wait, why?
Because you didn't spend more than $150 on a ring. Like,
To be fair, he's married, you're not.
yeah, because I don't want to be married yet.
I feel like it's within your means.
TikTok.
Like $150 could be a lot to a lot of people.
Yeah, but if you can't afford more
It's
than
all
that, you shouldn't be
relative.
getting
Yeah,
married. 'cause you
also,
can't support a
That's very
family.
Doc
You can't support another
Vanablis,
woman.
That's very
Doc
accurate, though.
Vanablis is like 89 years old. That shit, that's probably fucking inflation, son.
That's probably true.
Right? Inflation, 150 back then was like.
I would be offended personally.
Sleepy Bear
Sleepy
donated
Bear.
$100.
He's back.
Exactly. I do care more about you, Brian, than the
Thank you,
diamond
bro.
industry. Not that it is saying much. My love for my wife isn't measured in money.
Exactly.
She's here watching with me. Keep up the great show, Brian.
Yo, W's in the chat for Sleepy Bear and
And his wife.
Mama Bear, I guess. Thank you, Sleepy Bear. Appreciate it. W's in the chat for the patronage, and thank you, sir. Thank you. Okay, we have one. I'm gonna come back to the bowing though. Don't think I had you guys in a trap. Don't think I forgot. The chill 808, for something to have worth, it must have value. If you give yourself away as a man or a woman, then ask for someone to find you worthy. You will end up with unworthy relationships who treat you worthless.
Exactly.
That was beautiful. Chill 808. You're so poetic, dude. Chill 808. Fucking poet. Shakespeare in the flesh. Thank you, brother. Appreciate it. So you think it's sexist to want your girlfriend to bow?
I was making a joke because you were laughing at the video. I know you were joking.
No, I would be so like in love with a woman that bowed for me.
Why?
Bro, it's so based.
Why are you smiling like that while you say it?
It's the best form of respect.
It's respect.
Yeah.
Why? You bow to the god, not another person.
You could bow to your master, like your martial arts master, or
you can show a woman can show you respect in so many better ways than just like bowing her head.
Okay, fine.
To you. Like what?
Fine, she can rub my feet and do my laundry.
See, that's why I know you're joking.
No, I'm serious, bro.
No, I know. I'm saying if you can replace bowing with doing your laundry, you can replace bowing with doing your laundry. I know you're joking.
No, I'm actually serious. Don't get me wrong. I don't need a bow, but if a girl, she's getting major fucking brownie points if she's bowing.
I just feel like how could you?
I might even spend $200 on a ring if she bows for me. What?
Why would you want to look at another human being and want them to bow to you? I feel like you're just not like.
Probably feels good.
Why don't you? Why don't you want that in your relationship?
This is what I mean. You're literally laughing.
No, I'm being serious.
Would you bow to your woman, Brian?
No. What are you fucking crazy? What are you, Sarah? Are you fucking crazy?
Are you saying you don't respect her, love her?
Oh, I love her. I respect
it's like
her
the highest form
when
of
she
respect.
bows. I'll say, good girl.
Okay. All right. Let's go on.
What? Okay. God, relax, guys. Relax. You guys know you like. Okay, whatever. Guys, go to. Whoa, hold on. Let me finish my point here. You object, Sarah, and I think you objected. And do you object, Alyssa? Would you bow if we were dating?
Doc Venabilis donated $100. Okay, Brixan, I'm Gen
kidding.
X.
I know you're young.
Not 80 yet. And Blondie, if you can't understand the significance of a ring, you might as well start investing in non-perishable cat food.
Okay.
Here you go, Sarah.
You're right. You're so right. No man could ever want me because I don't want a ring from Walmart. Like, that's like basic standards. That's not even crazy.
I think, $20 ring, Amazon, is doable. Wait, so okay. Would you bow? Wait, where was I going with this? Would you bow? Like
give you a curtsy.
Yeah, curtsy's kind of cute.
I mean, that's a half measure.
Like when we're dancing, like line.
Show me your curtsy. Let's see. I'll see if it's acceptable, and if it's acceptable, we can talk.
Like that?
Wait, hold on, just one sec. Let me add a little extra thing here. Can you say, "My lord," while you're doing it? Go ahead.
Okay.
Let's see it.
My lord.
It's good.
Curtsy's actually a great compromise.
Yeah, it is.
Curtsy's very elegant.
Would you curtsy? Would you do curtsy?
I like that.
If we're dancing, yeah, of course.
No dancing. Into the mic.
Sorry.
What about the my lord?
No.
My lord.
What? There's only one lord.
It's very Game of Thrones.
Oh my god. It's, lord's not.
Yeah, I know, but I'm not going to say that to someone else I'm in a relationship with. That's weird.
Classy.
Sorry.
Okay. All right. But okay, look, you guys want a guy to get down on his knee. You want a man to kneel. And I think kneeling, that's fucking way lamer than a bow. A kneel?
What does that mean? There's so many different traditional things that don't actually
kneeling.
equate to reality. Like, for example, there's like tradition of women wearing white on the wedding day, but men don't necessarily wear white. But there's no reason why.
Okay,
they
the
can't.
actual
we're talking about different
actual
things.
movement. Think of the actual movement, bro. It's way more weak.
Okay.
It's very submissive.
Kneeling, you're looking up.
Yeah.
Oh, baby.
It is gay, kneeling. I think.
Yeah.
Kneeling.
Yeah.
Kneeling.
Yeah. I think you ask the woman's father for her hand in marriage, and then that's it.
What's that?
You agree to
what's
it.
that,
No kneeling. And then you buy the wedding ring, and
It's
then
just very submissive.
What's that
What does
quote
that have to
about
do with your
kneeling?
father?
I'd rather
you ask the woman's father
die
for
on
her
my
hand
feet
in marriage.
traditional
than
thing to
live
do,
on
but
my
it doesn't
knees.
have to.
No, that's what I'd do.
But
You know
you
that
only
quote?
kneel once, right? But the bow would be
And that
daily.
kneel, the kneel forever means a submission to your wife.
It's like begging on your knees, like,
refuse.
please.
Can I do one bow and that be the forever bow?
No,
to
I
be
mean-
fair, that is the
Forever
one
bow.
time the man puts himself in that position.
Yeah, and it's a pretty important
So
time.
that's like why it's significant, because he's
And then
pursuing the woman. He's
and
asking
then
her to
when
stand on
she
his knees, so-
divorces him,
Oh
he's
my
on both knees. He is broken.
I thought you meant
He is
something.
broken by the woman.
He actually never gets up off that knee.
Never gets up.
He stays on that knee the whole time. As
At
soon as
last,
he
at last. Hold on a second. He gets down on both knees because he is broken by the woman. The white man.
knee at last.
The white woman breaks the white man's spirit. What am I doing? I'm channeling something
Martin
that
Luther-
might get me
Martin Luther King.
canceled here. You divorce the man. You divorce the man, and then he ends up on both knees.
Why are you so pessimistic, Brian? Who hurt you?
Well, I'll tell you that. Here's the thing, right? When a woman, even if she's religious, if she chooses, a woman, even if she's Christian, even if she's Catholic, she reserves the right at any time to become a feminist and then divorce the man, and then she can get alimony and all these other things and financially ruin him. And it's not about who hurt me. It's about seeing that when religious women get divorces, they don't go to God, they don't go to their priest, they don't go to a pastor, they don't go to the church. The state presides over your marriage, not your religion. And you will seek recourse through the state. And the state is going to say, well, community property, alimony. So I'm good. I'll pass on marriage. Good talk. Do you have any suggestions on how religions intend to address the absolute corruption of the state of the family court system in this country?
Well, actually, Christian marriages, like the high statistic of people who stay together are a man and woman who pray together every single night. Like there's statistics that show like Christians who are actually practicing their faith, they stay married.
Well, the study
and they also
you're
have the least marital problems.
The study you're referencing about like something like 1% of, or the divorce rate is 1% among Christian couples who pray together. I don't know how frequently they pray, but they pray together. I believe that was done in the 1990s.
Dustin _ estimated $100. Alyssa is marriage material. Modestly dressed, conservative, feminine, and apparently humorous with the curtsy. I throw my hat in for position of husband number 3. Coffee and chat for our first date.
Do you accept,
I don't like
Dustin?
coffee. But
Are you more of a tea? You
no,
prefer
I'm
tea?
a hot chocolate type of girl.
Hot cocoa. Are you down though? By the way, I want to just say, Dustin, he saved me from a raccoon attack once.
Yeah, that was crazy.
Yeah, it was wild. So I co-sign.
As a charity for lost dogs.
Yep.
We'll see.
Oh, so the study you referenced, I believe it was in the early 1990s, which was over 30 years ago, very long time ago. A lot has changed in the culture since then. Chiefly social media, dating apps, and the proliferation of OnlyFans, right? So the dating marketplace, the landscape, hellscape has totally changed. So the study that you referenced is so outdated. I don't think it can apply to modern day.
I think that if you're like a Christian with a relationship with God and that's what your marriage is based on, you're not going to be participating in OnlyFans. Sorry, Daphne.
Right, but...
And you're not going to be, you know, watching porn or... Like, that's what having a relationship with God is, if you're actually pursuing your faith and taking it seriously. So I don't think those types of marriages have a high chance in divorce. But I know you're an atheist, so you probably do have a high chance of divorce, Brian.
Am I an atheist?
From what you've said on this show
He's
before.
been reading. He's been reading.
I'm a man of God. However...
But you don't have to get married. I don't think anyone has to get married or anything.
I am a man of God. However, the state of marriage is untenable for men in the West.
And women.
No,
it's... Where do you look for the women that you're pursuing?
Where do I look?
Yeah, like passport bros. They're going to different countries.
Yeah, so if you're only looking at the women around this table, like every time you have a show.
Nickelodeon donated $100. Yeah, Alyssa seems okay. I'm a Chad engineer that likes demeaning my GFS. Can I get in line for husband number 4?
Wow, Alyssa is really popular.
Oh, no.
Okay, have you sworn off marriage? Are you just done with marriage?
Jesus would have to walk me down the aisle at this point.
Guys, grow a beard and grow your hair out. That's the only way.
Yeah, I mean, who said passport bros? Was that you? I've been referred to as a passport bro many times.
Really? For coming to I thought people are fleeing from the United States.
Last year, for example, I traveled to maybe 20 different countries or so. Mm-hmm. And I did do a little bit of dating here and there. And then people often ask me, what is the best sort of nationality for a woman? And I've come to the conclusion that it's a woman who fears God. That's it. Mm-hmm. Because if you date an atheist woman, then she just doesn't have this sense of accountability, and she doesn't understand the relationship between man and woman. She doesn't understand what it means to be in that unity. But if you date Christian women, they're really aware of it, really lucidly aware of it. So I'd say that you're probably right about that, but I mean, maybe the study would have been a bit.
Well, yeah, marriage is a really difficult thing. So honestly, I just don't see, if you don't have God at the center of your relationship, yeah, I think it has a really high chance of failing for both sides.
Well, I mean, I can think of some examples, but it's not clear to me if even people who are devoutly religious, at any time, you can always change your view on things. You can always, as women, you reserve the right to become a raging liberal feminist at any point in your life.
God, you'd mess up. So if you were with a really Christian woman, for example, like a woman who's waiting for marriage, mm-hmm. and then a few years down the line she becomes a raging feminist, you are a terrible read of character. Mm-hmm. Because those values are something that are really sort of fundamental to the person, and it takes a lifetime of training to sort of get yourself there, and to then turn it around, it'd be like a massive spiritual shift for that person.
And
I mean,
it's just there's a low chance of that happening. So I don't think your argument is very valid. You're just talking
Yeah, a person can become anything with time. But
Nick,
why
can
would
you Google the divorce rates
extreme?
among the various religious groups? I'm just curious.
Yeah, also, you mentioned before, nominal Christians, though.
Yeah, I don't even think those statistics would be valid. I'm talking about an actual spiritual relationship with God where they're pursuing it. Anyone can say they're Christian or even go to church, and they can still, be watching porn on the side. Look,
that's fine. The reality is that the divorce industry is I don't know if it's a $1 billion industry. You can pull it up, Nick. Could you make it a little bigger and make us smaller? Yeah, that's probably a little easier. Marital status, can you make it bigger? Yeah. That's fine. Buddhist, divorced. Okay, scroll down. Evangelical Protestant. Wait, but hold on. Scroll up. What's the title of this? Marital status. Is there something just for... Well, keep it here. Divorced. 14% for Protestant. Next. Hindu, small... Historically black Protestant, 19. Jehovah's Witness, 12. Jewish, 9. Mainline Protestant, 7. Muslim, 8. Mormon, 7. Unaffiliated religious nuns. Is unaffiliated atheist? Mm-hmm. Or...
Yeah, religious nuns usually means
I think it might
unaffiliated,
be the
they're less...
Snake donated $100. For the rings, I bought my wife a $400 ring. After X years of marriage, I got her a $30,000 ring. She was with me when I was grinding, and she's rewarded when we're coasting. Gold ding to your own grave and...
Gold ding to your own grave and? Gold ding?
Gold digging?
Gold dig?
Probably.
Gold digging?
By my wife. Okay, well, that's nice of him. He upgraded the ring.
I don't think it's gold digging to want a man who's financially stable enough to afford
a waste
a
of money.
decent
Well,
ring.
to be fair, you can be financially stable, and then if anything, it shows your financial stability
Yeah.
by choosing to
true.
buy something that's less expensive because
Something
you know it's not
practical.
necessary. Yeah, it's practical because you don't need a $10,000 ring. But
No,
you could
I-
have 10 grand in the bank, but it's like, oh, I'm not gonna spend that on a ring. I'll spend it on something useful. You know what I mean?
Especially if no one's balling in the situation, you know?
Yeah,
If
you can be well off enough to get married and provide and have a family and a house and all these things and not give someone a ring that's more than it's necessary.
I don't know. I would just question if a guy can really afford to, pay for part of a wedding, a house.
You would know that.
You could know his
also.
finances
And-
without.
Yeah, you would know his finances without being like, oh, if you can't afford $10,000 ring, that means you don't have $10,000.
Yeah, well, I would just think he doesn't care that
But
much.
they're also, if he's in his,
If he spends 100, I'm not even saying I think you should spend 10,000. I think that's ridiculous.
he's
I'm
in
just
his-
saying $100 just seems kind of tacky.
But if
to me.
he's in his mid to late 20s, there's also an element of investment there. You want to sort of back a good horse.
Mm-hmm.
Because if he's a guy who has potential in 10 years' time to be something quite special, and women can normally sort of pick that, then that's a good investment as well. Whereas in their 20s, they might not be, but they might have a really fierce entrepreneurial fire about them that you can see. But it's probably better to go for a guy like that doesn't have as much money now, but he's got a lot of ambition, than a guy who's sort of just coasting into a sort of a ceiling job. So it's another thing to think
I
about.
would agree, but I also think you probably shouldn't get married to a woman if you couldn't potentially provide for a house.
Absolutely,
food,
but that
kids.
doesn't. That's not part of the ring question, though. Would you personally buy a $10,000 object?
When did I say
Personally?
10,000?
Okay, sorry, $1,000.
I'm just saying not $100. I'm
Okay.
saying not, because when I think of $100, I think you go to Walmart and there's just no thought, effort put into that at all. I want a man who wants to put effort and get me something nice. You only get one. I mean, I guess you can say, oh, I'm upgrading the ring later, but it's still a pretty special thing. I'd want a man to put a little bit more effort.
If it's
than
super cheap, it's just
$100.
low effort.
No, I agree.
Yeah.
I think the effort should be shown in the ring and how they pick it out.
Yeah.
It actually matches who you are. Obviously, you've heard the stories of guys getting a girl a gold ring and she only wears silver her whole life, and it's just oh, you don't know me.
Well,
but
that
I
too,
think
for
that's
sure.
a different conversation than did you spend X amount of money equals your love for me? You know what I mean?
True. Look, if you love each other, you don't need to spend tens of thousands of dollars on a wedding ring to show it. If you don't love each other, no amount of money will change or improve your relationship. And the whole wedding ring thing, these holidays or Valentine's Day, which is coming up, it's got nothing to do with love. I mean, it's just a commercial gimmick that's manufactured by corporations, compelling men, sometimes women too, to spend money on things they neither need nor want.
And I think it's
Do you guys
it's
like
actually
that? That's
counterproductive
good.
too, because it almost makes it sound like men should only be romantic on this random day that Hallmark
yes.
decides, rather than you should just be romantic all the
preach.
time.
Preach, girl,
what?
preach.
Don't.
Let's
let
get back to the
Hallmark,
bowing, though. Let's get back to the bowing. Okay,
Please
first
no.
off, look, again, I got to tackle this. Y'all want a dude to kneel, but you won't bow.
We could talk about what we're giving him. We're giving him children. We're literally using our bodies. to
What's that
provide
quote from?
children,
What's the quote with the whole, I'd rather live on my knee. Wait, what is it?
I'd rather die on my feet than live on my knees.
I'd rather die on my feet than live on my knees. Who said that? Chat? Anybody
It's
in
for
the chat?
3 seconds.
What is?
The proposal. You're
A bow is nothing, though.
Loose Pussy Energy donated $100. These feminists have such a problem with bowing, but will let Chads/Tyrones nut on their faces.
Hey, you stole this from
Get
me.
used to being
You
alone
stole
with
this
20
from me.
cats. Brian, Abdul is sending a large order of rocks. Hashtag Freenik number 8 at 18.
Get the rocks.
I don't think
Abdul? Yeah, get the rocks. Get the rocks.
Oh, free Nick.
I don't think
Hashtag
that's
free Nick.
fair because the people who are answering that question
Free
are
Nick or
the
Nick?
ones that are in that industry.
I coined this a couple shows ago, but you'll have women, typically more liberal women, who but they're feminist, right? Who I don't need no man, and would never be recoil at the thought of being submissive to a man, or doing a bow, for example. Not even a bow. They just don't. They want to be independent boss babes. They're not open to following a man's lead, being submissive, whatever. They will gladly let a man come on their face, though. What the fuck? Like, I just want to bow, but you'll let a dude blast? Like, would you bow? You wouldn't bow, right?
Yeah,
probably, you would bow?
Honestly,
okay.
If somebody asked me, like, yeah, I mean, I can be like pretty submissive. Like, I don't know.
Okay, all right. It doesn't apply to you, but there's definitely like women out there who are like, want a dude to come on their face, but oh no, he wants a bow, an innocent bow. That's where they draw the line. I love the bow thing. Everybody is very upset with the bowing. I don't know.
I don't know. I think it's kind of hot, like the bowing thing. Like, I think it could be like a hot thing. I don't know.
All right, she's redeemed her. The communist has redeemed herself.
But you also
She
don't have like
cosigns the
mutual
bow.
respect views with your partner, right? Like you're out with other guys while he's at home. So like I feel like that opinion, it only goes so far in the sense of like what you would or wouldn't do.
It's okay. It's a W.
You've got a
W on this one.
I hate to do this, but I have like a really long drive.
Oh, we are. Give us 5 minutes.
Okay.
I promise we're wrapping up here in just a sec.
I didn't want to be that.
Yeah, no, I'm just gonna read a couple things and then we're gonna wrap. Curtis Leone, Brian, in keeping with the show. Oh, hold on, let me pull it up. Brian, in keeping with the show theme today, you are sentenced to Soviet gulag for 10 years, but you can get released if you breed Layla and she gets to broadcast it live on her OF. Would you do it? I mean, this is such a Curtis. You send me these scenarios. He DMs me once a week these scenarios with this girl named Layla who's been on the show, I've turned her down. She was doing a fucking bit, but basically, she's done content with a man. She's had sex with a man on camera, and for me, that's a deal breaker. Like, there's no going back from that. So he's asking me would I have sex with her if I was in a Soviet prison camp for 10? Yes, I would. To get out of 10 years of fucking hard labor in a Soviet gulag in the where's the cold area of Russia? It's Siberia. Thank you. Yes, I would have intercourse with Layla.
It's disgusting.
Wait, what's disgusting?
You would do that? You would give away your soul?
Bro, send this girl to the fucking gulags. Let's see what she's ready to do to get out of that shit. Yes, I would have sexual intercourse, and he said breed. So yes, I suppose I would impregnate. That would be another form of slavery, I suppose.
Imagine little Brian running around.
little Brian. Okay. But yes, I would. Really, you wouldn't do the trade?
She'd be offering it up on a platter.
You're in Siberian hard labor camp.
Here's my
Layla?
soul.
Never. I don't even know who that is.
I'm trying to think what would be the corresponding.
What about if it was Brian?
What the? Wow, that's thanks, Jake. Thank you, Jake. Appreciate it.
Soviet gulag it is.
I gotta push back a little bit on this. Hold on. So you're okay. Just to debate, you wouldn't have sexual intercourse with me to get out of Siberian hard labor prison
Are you
camp?
marrying me first?
Yeah, sure. Why not?
Okay, I do then.
Oh, so that's the what's it called?
He said, "Sure, why not?"
I guess I can marry you.
It's a proviso.
Yeah.
Get her a good ring.
Yeah.
Should we open this up to the ladies? Like, would you ladies
No.
to get out of hard labor? Bro, it just doesn't make. You know what's funny? I've done I did a social experiment way back in the day where I had like legit $1,000 cash on me, and the social experiment was, as a woman, are you willing to shave your head for $1,000?
Oh, never.
Right. No, I don't think that's totally unreasonable. But like when that's all I had on me for the social experiment, to see if any women, like literally, here's cash, pay you $1,000. Dudes would do that for a hamburger. Shit, they probably do for free. Fuck yeah, free haircut. Let's go. But then I hypothetically kept bumping it up, and there were literally women who said they would not shave their head for $1 million. I kid you not. Which to me is like the most, no offense, ladies, is like the most brain dead fucking, how, like, you wouldn't shave your fucking head for $1 million. And then I asked them, well, what do you do for work? Oh, I'm a server. I make $17 an hour. I'm like, so you're saying what would take 10 minutes of time, and you could buy the fanciest wig and it would regrow within a couple years. You'd be, how much does it take someone to make, let's say you make $50,000 a year. That's 20 years of labor I'm sorry, some of you, okay,
it's just that 1,000 is different than $1 million.
No, but they turned down the hypothetical $1 million. They wouldn't even do it. They would not buzz their hair off for $1 million. And I want to go around the table on this. Would you buzz your hair off for $1 million?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. I probably should have asked that first before I made my...
Yes, there's wigs.
Yes, it grows back.
100%.
Sure.
Yeah, I shaved my head in high school, so.
Okay, Britney Spears over here.
Yes, I would.
I shouldn't have gone on my whole fucking
that's too easy. Yeah. That's too easy.
I'm not kidding you, though. I never released the footage because it was kind of like a dumbass idea. It was like, oh, let's see.
It's not dumb. It's fine.
But we have the footage, like almost every single woman, when we asked for $1 million, would you? And they said no, and I was like, okay, all right. I don't know how did we get there? What were we talking about?
Having sex.
Oh, the fucking okay, yeah. This is crazy to me. Like, yeah, you say it, but you'd probably have, yeah, okay, whatever. Okay, we have Sleepy Bear. A ring does not reflect wealth. You know if your fiance is financially stable long before a ring. I bought my wife a prairie diamond for $3. She wears it with pride. Hey, Sleepy Bear, appreciate it, man. Thank you very much. We have Fally coming in here in just a sec. Fally, my bad. Not that Layla commands respect with the stuff she said on the panel, but my apologies for the butchering the name. Have a good night, y'all. What's this in reference to? I'm not sure. Yo, Fally, appreciate it, man. Thank you. We have CJ here. CJ, here's how you can tell Daphne is fake AF. Google her OF handle, no account needed. It says she's currently online. Her post count increased during the show. She's making enough to pay a management company to con simps. Explain how that's not fraud.
I don't have a manager. Oh.
Hunter donated $100. My guy, are you wrapping it up or not? You said you were 20 minutes ago. You're just reaching now.
Oh, wow.
The girls probably have to get home, lol.
I just got to do these chats.
I don't know what to say to that.
Why don't you just stop watching? Like, you don't have to.
Yeah. Did you want to respond to CJ here?
I don't know. I don't know what to say. I mean,
do you have a typer?
No, I don't know what to say to that.
Okay, all right. Aaron Chambers, shout out from Tuscaloosa, Alabama. We may be from the South, but we know what a man and woman is. I don't join tribes, but when I do, I vote Trump 2024. California is the ideologue state. No critical thinking. I was 12-year Democrat. Then I grew up. Aaron Chambers, thank you. Are you talking about California?
California.
Is that, or California Stan, as I like to call it? Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Okay. Last things here before we wrap. For the communist, do you have any other hot takes?
No.
Question for you. What is a woman?
Someone who presents as a woman. Someone who identifies as a woman.
Can you define that without using the word woman? Like, can you define woman without using the word woman?
No. I guess just someone who identifies as so.
Okay. Okay, I'm going to do a rapid fire. Some hot takes from me. Rapid fire, and then we're going to wrap up the show. And then I want you guys to respond if you have to. Wait, hold on. And do you have a heart out? Like,
No, I'm just...
Can you go for another 5-10 minutes?
Yeah.
You good? I know I said 5 minutes. Fuck. 5 minutes ago, but
That's okay.
I swear. Okay, hold on. Let's see. Okay. If anybody disagrees with any of the following. Feminism is not about equality, it's about securing benefits for women. Anyone want to argue with me on that?
False. I mean, if you're talking about modern feminism, then maybe, but true feminism is not.
Well, I would.
They're hijacking.
When
the
was it
movement.
true feminism?
In the very beginning,
Really? Was
the
it?
very fundamental purpose of feminism. What's the definition of feminism?
I disagree, though.
What's the definition of feminism?
Sure. Well, okay, I'll give you the most generous definition I have of it. Now, what I actually think feminism is quite frankly a man-hating ideology.
Sure, I can agree that that's what modern feminists.
Well, I think it's always been that way, but
always.
What? Yeah, always.
What happened in the beginning?
Always. Look up Seneca Falls.
You think
Look
women wanting to vote is like anti-men?
No, that's not what I said. I said feminism has and is anti-men. Has been and is anti-man.
You just think it started off that way? Like,
Absolutely.
Do you think we should repeal the 19th?
No, I'm not that hardcore. I believe women should have the right to vote. However, speaking of the 19th Amendment, which is kind of related to, you're saying that, so the definition, okay. The most generous definition I give feminism is a woman's advocacy movement. It's never been about equality.
Advocacy for what?
It's been about women's advocacy. Now, feminism is not about equality, and here's why. Feminists will only pursue equality if said equality stands to benefit women. If they will not pursue some form of equality if that equality could conceivably or otherwise would be to the detriment of women. Here's a perfect example. In Florida, the National Organization for Women, one of the leading feminist organizations, very mainstream feminist organizations, fought against a bill to, I believe it was to equalize child custody between both parents. That would be equality. That's one example. Let's go back to, for example, you mentioned the 19th Amendment. Women were able to secure the right to vote without the corresponding responsibility, which was the genesis of men getting the right to vote, which was their being subject to forced military conscription. For the longest period of human history, men didn't have the right to vote either. Men got the right to vote before women because they had more responsibilities than women did through forced military conscription. What happened right before women got the right to vote? Can anybody tell me, please? In the 1910s.
Prohibition, like
World War
amendment order?
Okay, look, from 1914 to 1918, what happened?
World War I.
Jake kind of preempted that, but no, that's fine. That's fine. Okay, so it's very convenient that women waited until after one of the most deadly and brutal wars to secure their right to vote.
Well, really, it was men pushing for women to vote.
Weren't women
Well, that's
protesting?
not what the suffragettes want to tell us.
I don't think that we should ever...
Men and women are different. It doesn't mean that they shouldn't have the right to vote just because they don't have the same exact responsibilities as men do.
The other thing...
We're still citizens of society where we pay taxes and we
if we're
exist.
talking about, if you're talking about like on a more like social level, perhaps I agree with you. However, what is put down by the government, I'm failing how you can make an argument that women should have a right provided to them by the government without the corresponding responsibility that enabled men to have access to the vote, which was through forced military conscription. Right. And to this day, in order for a man to be able to vote, in 2024, he must register with the Selective Service. If he doesn't, it's a felony. If he doesn't, it's a $250,000 fine. It would preclude you from getting certain federal jobs, certain government jobs. It would preclude you from getting financial aid if you wanted to, be able to go to school. So, feminism has always attempted to secure privileges for women without the corresponding responsibilities.
Do you not support the women's right to vote, or do you?
I do.
Okay,
but
can
you
I
were
ask
able
you-
to
no, no, I'm
secure it.
asking-
You were able
There's a
to
reason I asked
secure
that.
it without the corresponding
reason why I asked that
responsibility,
question.
which is the genesis of feminism.
I asked that for a reason because I want to know why you support a woman's right to vote.
Because it occurs to me that that's the egalitarian thing, and I'm an egalitarian.
So it is a good thing that women have the right to vote?
Yeah, so
You're
then what
trying
are
to get me on
No,
a gotcha,
no,
but
I
I
want-
believe women should have the right to
But
vote.
why?
Now you should. What do you mean? Why?
Well, you're arguing that there isn't a corresponding responsibility, and therefore that's why women shouldn't have had the right to vote at that time. But now I'm asking you, if you agree with that stance, then why do you support a woman's right to vote now?
Well, it's not that I think we need to walk back women's right to vote. I think it's an injustice that that women were not made subject to military conscription.
I can understand that you would feel that way. I just feel like there's differences in men and women, and the right to vote shouldn't be entirely based on that prescription.
It absolutely should.
I don't think it should be, because there's other responsibilities as a
fine.
citizen that you would have.
Even if I
that
concede
you should
to you,
still have the right to speak in our
what
politics.
government? So explain to me, what is the corresponding government force that is placed on women that coincides, that is in some conceivable way commensurate to forced military conscription? Explain it to me.
There isn't one.
There
and
isn't
one. I've already pointed out that there's other responsibilities that women have as citizens that should still allow them the right to vote. We're still citizens in this country, and so we should have the right to vote for other reasons besides just one, which is the militant prescription.
But there is no, women don't have a corresponding, there's not even a social.
But then I don't get why.
Hold on, stop. There's not even a civil, what's the term for the civil service? Women don't even have to do that.
I know, and I'm telling you, there's a reason.
What is the reason? Explain the reason to me.
We're different. Men and women are different, but that doesn't mean we shouldn't have the equal right to vote.
Not according to feminists. But I'm not making that argument.
I'm not a modern fake feminist. They're not true feminists. They stand for putting men down and claiming that we should have more rights than men. That's not feminism. So when you say feminist, I literally don't hear modern feminist. I hear original feminism, which had a very specific and very simple goal to have equality with men in the law, and that was the right to vote.
Right, but...
And to eventually have a debit card and have a job and do certain things that women didn't have.
Right, and in today's society, there's no right that a man has that a woman doesn't.
Correct. Yeah, except, I've already explained this before, but except for the right to life. We don't have equal right to life.
Okay, we already talked about that. But again, so my position on this is that military conscription ought to be equalized. Women should be subject to military conscription.
Do you think having women be in the military, forced into combat and deployed is a good idea if they're not even...
No, but here's the difference. First off, man created, God created, what is it? Holy fuck, I'm sorry guys, I'm butchering it. God created man unequally, Smith and Wesson.
Smith and Wesson.
Fuck, holy fuck, how am I'm sorry guys. Nick, can you Google it? I've already butchered it. Maybe somebody in the chat. What's the whole equalization with Smith and Wesson? Women are capable. Women make excellent snipers. Women are capable of...
I don't disagree.
Hold on. No. But hold on. I will grant you that, yes, absolutely, there are differences between men and women. I think, though, if you want to be equals, women should be subject to military conscription and they can be in support roles. But not allowing women to be subject to military conscription is a great injustice.
I could see myself being convinced of that. You make a good point on that in that aspect. But when you're talking about deployable and the men and women are the same in this regard, that they should both do that in order to have the right to vote, I don't agree with. But I could get on board with the last thing you said.
But then who are we fighting for if we're all just at war and no one's home?
Well, there's people of typically the drafting age. I don't know the exact drafting age.
And who's taking care of all the kids at home?
They're not drafting 35-year-olds. If there was a draft, they're drafting 18, 19, 20, 21.
What if they have kids? Why would you take away both parents?
Well, I'll tell you this much. If there was a draft, a lot of women would all of a sudden start getting pregnant. And actually, a funny thing, even women who are volunteers in the military, as soon as that deployment notice comes, all of a sudden, a lot of women get pregnant.
Maybe because we weren't designed to go to war.
Nah, you get a lot of female soldiers get pregnant intentionally to avoid deployment. Look,
I just don't think that equates to the right to vote.
What do you do?
What do you mean, what do I do? You can't argue, you're not even talking about the points I'm making where we pay taxes, we're citizens, those are still like completely equal situations that we have with men.
But okay, here's the difference.
We need to have an equal right of say in politics.
As a man, any man in this country, in order to be able to vote, you need to be subject to military conscription.
Yes, and we are different.
No.
Yes, we are.
Not in this regard.
Well, we are.
Women ought to be subject to. No, there's not.
There is.
Women. Yes, but you guys did away with that. Feminists did away with it.
Hey, don't blame it on me.
Yeah, that's not real feminism. That's not an accurate representation of feminism. Feminism today says all the kind of things that are the antithesis of equality. So I don't believe that modern day feminists are real feminists.
Women can function in the military. I don't think that we should be putting women on the front lines, but women can be in support roles.
I already told you I could agree with that.
Right, and
Sure.
you should be subject to military conscription and the draft, and if there ever is one, you can be in a support
Brian,
role.
I have a question.
Go
You're so
ahead.
passionate.
Who voted in the 19th Amendment? Men or women?
How's that
Because
relevant
women
at all?
couldn't even vote it in, so men did this. Why'd you do that? Why'd you
What?
give? Well, because you're saying
I mean, honestly.
because obviously, because only men could vote, so it was men who brought
Right, so
in the
is that- I mean,
19th
actually-
Amendment at the time.
And
So
there's-
you did this to us.
I mean, I don't believe in viewing it as this like.
You guys know that like the
It's
original
true,
feminists
though.
were vehemently anti-Christian.
Yeah, honestly, I think it was fine before
Yeah,
women
but-
could
but-
vote.
but, like-
I would be totally fine with that if everything stayed the same, because
Hold on a
at
second.
that time it was like the man was voting for the household.
The whole doctrine of like of feminism in the early days was very anti-Christian.
Yeah, of
They
course.
thought that they wanted to destroy Christianity because they thought that the only way to liberate the woman was to destroy Christianity.
That's not true for all early feminists.
There might have
A
been
lot of
one
early
or two.
feminists
They were
were
also
Christian,
they were also
and they were
terrorists.
But if you look at like you can
Terrorists.
like I've recommended this book before. There's a book called Occult Feminism by Rachel Wilson, and she goes through all of the basically like the major early suffragettes and feminists, vehemently anti-Christian. Many of them actually practiced a lot of like witchcraft and like blood magic and all that sort of stuff, and a lot of them married very powerful men. Like your Rockefellers and these sorts of guys who would then go and fund these movements and with the intention in mind of destroying Christianity and creating a new world religion. It's all very well documented. So when you say you ideologically align with the early feminists, would you say that you ideologically align with those people, or is there anyone in particular who you can?
I say I align with the original version of feminism.
Do you know
I don't
much about the
align with
original version of
people.
feminism?
I don't
Like
align
Susan
with
B. Anthony?
Yeah, I don't align with specific feminists who were everything the antithesis of feminism. I'm talking about the original feminism. Yeah, exactly. Susan B. Anthony is a perfect example of someone who was a true feminist, who actually stood for equality, was pro-life, and said, we don't need abortion to be equal to men, but we should have some level of equality in the law and have a right to vote, because our vote matters and our voices matter.
Yeah.
But okay, so here's why men got the right to vote before women. And again, for the vast majority of human history, both men and women didn't have access to vote. You had kings and queens and tyrants and monarchs and all this sort of thing. So one of the reasons men got access to the vote before women, and it was for a very short period of human history, women caught up very quickly. Again, it was because of military conscription. If your representatives could send just you to war, then, and not women, that was the basis of why men got the right to vote before women.
I understand that, but we're talking about a different basis for women. Like, you can look at other countries and say that, there's not a right to vote for women for other specific reasons. And do you agree with a woman not having the right to vote? Like, that's what I'm saying.
Can't speak to the specifics of those countries, but
sure, but that's what makes us unique as the United States of America, is that we do value freedom of speech.
You keep trying to get me in a gotcha. Again, I'll reiterate again. Yes, I think women should vote, but I'm not trying to walk back the women's right to vote. What I'm trying to say, it's an injustice that men are subject to military
donated
conscription and women aren't.
$100. She just said you did this to us. Really? Men did this to themselves, not you. You got included when you got the right to vote. Men voted men in. Tell me you don't know what a logical fallacy is.
Look, the reality is, I believe, I don't know, thank you, Satch88. The reality is, I mean, I do think eventually there's some, they've tried to bring legal cases against this discrimination against men when it comes to the military draft. Frankly, it needs to be equalized. Are you against that?
I'm not against it, no. I could see myself supporting it. I already told you that about the position.
So wait, what are we arguing about?
Well, I said hypothetically I could agree with you, but I still think that we're talking about the difference between the original decision that women had the right to vote, and then you're talking about like a modern day fix to women being like drafted and everything. So we're kind of talking about two different issues.
No, but okay, this all stemmed from me saying that feminism is not a true equality movement. It only seeks to secure privileges and preferential treatment for women. So do you think that rights come with responsibilities and duties?
Absolutely.
Okay, women were able to secure a right without a corresponding duty.
Corresponding to men, but corresponding to the United States government, we are citizens, we pay taxes, we have a right to speak, and under the Constitution.
Yes, and
so
under the government, I don't know how else to explain this.
It doesn't have to be equal to the men.
Yes, it does though.
It does.
Yes, it does.
Because we're different.
That's irrelevant.
The equality of the right to vote shouldn't be gender-based.
There's a clause, I don't know if it's in the Constitution or an amendment, but is it an anti-discrimination? Hold on. The anti-discrimination
no taxation without representation
clause in the Constitution.
What time is it?
Trying to find it. Hold on. This whole trope, then shouldn't we just make the argument? We could just as easily make the argument that men and women are different, ergo, women should not have the right to vote.
I already agree with you about your prescription.
No, but if your position is that men and women are different, and that you have this, women are damsels in distress, and they're not capable of providing or assisting in the war effort, then
at that time in history, that's what happened. So we're either arguing that what happened was wrong, and then therefore you don't agree with the women's right to vote based on how it happened, or you do, and that's the reality of it. The women have the right to vote.
Well, I can't go back and undo history, but
But would you if you could?
No. Again, you keep trying to get me in a gotcha here.
Well,
I'm in favor of women voting. Okay.
But you don't want them to vote unless they have that same prescription as men.
It's curious to me that women were able to secure a right without the corresponding responsibility.
It could be curious, but that's just what happened. And I think there's still good reasons to have a right to vote, even if you're not part of that. But I pay taxes. I want to be able to vote on how high those taxes are. There's other reasons that you have responsibilities as a citizen to have the right to vote than just
So are
that.
men second-class citizens?
No, they're not.
Well, they absolutely are under this current setup.
They have a different conscription than we do right now.
But there is no corresponding government force there's no civil service for women. There is nothing enforced by the government on women that corresponds to males' duty to register with the selective service and be subject to military conscription.
Right, which is why I agreed with your suggestion to do that. Otherwise, we could also just get rid of it entirely. Obviously, that's just a pacifist view.
But you offered this up in rebuttal to me saying that feminism has never been about equality. It's been about women's advocacy and securing benefits for women. Would you agree that women being able to get the right to vote is a benefit?
I think it's a responsibility. It's a right. It can benefit you or it can't benefit you. It's not necessarily directly a benefit.
Okay, so am I wrong to state that women were able to secure the vote without the corresponding responsibility of being subject to military conscription?
The way that men did, that's a historical fact.
So regardless of whether men and women are different, which I agree with you, we are, you're offering that up in rebuttal to my statement that feminists attempt to secure rights for women without any corresponding responsibility.
That's one example. If you want, we could talk about other things besides voting. We've spent all this time on voting. Do you have any other examples of things that women are trying to fight for?
I'm trying to think if there's anything else. Well, I gave you the National Organization of Women example. Feminist organizations will frequently fight when it comes to like the family court system. They'll fight for presumed 50-50 custody, for example.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't necessarily agree or disagree with that. I mean, I haven't really looked into that as much, but I don't think that one feminist organization of our modern day is representative of a true feminist movement.
Okay, but again, I said that my view of feminism is not an equality movement because it's always about securing benefits for women.
What do you think is the current modern feminist view? Is that the same thing? You don't think that?
Yes, because here's why. What would be equality? Equalizing military conscription in this country.
So
correct?
That's pretty much your big crux. Like that's what you care about the most. Is the military?
That's
aspect.
A major.
They go to die at war, so it's pretty important.
Absolutely, but do you agree with taking away men from being?
I mean, I'll give you more. I'll give you.
Would you want men not to do that then? Like go to war? Are you a pacifist?
Well, here's the.
Because of course I agree that it's a
war is
thing.
bad, but I recognize that no, you can never get rid of the draft because conceivably there could be some scenario on the world stage, some military conflict that would require a draft to occur. So no, and it's not even politically tenable to ever get rid of the draft. Frankly, it'll never happen. So we must equalize the draft in the name of equality.
Okay.
Seems like you guys have been agreeing this whole conversation.
Yeah, I've already agreed with that aspect of it. That if that was actually put forth,
but
are you putting forth that legislation? Are you working on that right now? Because I would
I'm a podcaster.
I know, but you're very
passionate.
passionate. I'm saying maybe you should.
I advocate.
Maybe
I
you
frequently advocate for men, but the point I was trying to make is that feminism is not an equality movement because
it should
1 sextillion 111 sextillion 111 quintillion 111 quadrillion 111 trillion 111 billion 111 million 111,111 donated $100. My helicopter goes at
I'm just confused because you're trying to fucking.
We're just going back at it.
You're literally trying to argue with me.
I'm pretty sure we mostly agree. The reason why I'm feminist is very straightforward and it has nothing to do with that aspect.
I think you're not even like listening to what I'm saying. I have a pretty coherent worldview on this.
And I agreed with you. And I'm
then
saying you should put it into
arguing?
Legislation. Because you keep bringing back the historical aspect,
but
you
you're
can't change history. Like I'm just acknowledging that history happened, and I'm giving you a reason why it happened.
Holy fuck! I am saying that feminism has never been an equality movement because if fighting for an equality could conceivably come at the detriment of women, aka being subject to military conscription, feminists will not push for said equality. They will not fight for said equality if the equality does not benefit women. And that's evidenced by the fact that even back in 1920, women secured the right to the vote without a corresponding responsibility of being subject to military conscription, and it's still the case in 2024.
Sextillion 111 quintillion 111 quadrillion 111 trillion 111 billion 111 million 111,111 donated $100.
Jesus Christ.
Deep breath.
Okay, I'll move on. I'm going to read some chats. Thank you. Jay Jorgensen, welcome to 2024. Brian, women pick and choose rights during a challenge. Men cannot. Thanks. Okay.
Which rights are we talking about?
What do you mean? What rights?
We only have talked about the right to vote. We could talk about any other right.
There's a whole bunch. Let me think here. This isn't really something that's this is more on like a social level, not a government level. But for example, well, I mean, you could actually make the argument that we've outlawed female genital mutilation, but male circumcision is absolutely legal. So I mean, it's not, circumcision is not something that's like enforced by the government, but it is legal under the government to circumcise baby boys. So I think I'm against male genital mutilation.
Okay.
So that's more on like a societal level, something that's a differential.
There's
there.
definitely like cultural reasons for that. So I think that's kind
Purity
of a bigger.
culture.
It's probably a bigger conversation that has nothing. Well, it does have nothing to do with government, but.
We have David McFarland. Sounds like she has a PhD in gender studies. Well, it could be related to the government because we could outlaw circumcision. But we don't. But we've outlawed female genital circumcision.
Yeah, that's true.
So perhaps it should be. David, appreciate it, man. Does she have a PhD in gender studies? That's a good question. On the praxis, Brian, the draft is a very weak argument. South Korea has an actual men-only draft. The selective service system is not the draft. Much bigger injustice is paternity fraud. When has a woman ever paid child support for another woman's kid? Never. Well, absolutely, paternity fraud is catastrophe. Absolutely terrible. That's not really something that's totally related to rights in the government. Although there can be things where, like, for example, let's say a man signs the birth certificate and he's assumed that the child was his and he raises the child as it was his. After a period of a certain year, let's say you at year 5, you take a paternity test and determine provably with genetic DNA testing that the child is not yours. You can still be forced to pay child support, even if the kid is not yours because you, for a period of time, you acted as if the kid was yours. And that in the law, like if you, I don't care what the situation is, if you think the kid's yours, but it's not, you should be free. You should not be subject to child support if the kid is not yours. So that's a good one, Praxis. I will say, though, I think the draft is a fucking major argument, actually. It's a huge argument. And you guys say, well, there hasn't been a draft in a while. We got freaking, look at what's going on in the world. In the Middle East, Ukraine. I think we're closer to a worldwide conflict today than in any time in the past, I don't know, 20, 30 years. So I think the draft is actually a very strong argument. Anyways, let's see. We have other chats here. We have Matthew Lee. Rights are socially constructed. Women should not have any right to vote because they are not able to enforce anything, as the enforcement arm is men. The right to vote came along with drafting as well. That's from Matthew Lee.
That's not true.
What do you mean?
What is the enforcement arm?
This isn't. This is. I'm gonna just. I'll be devil's advocate on this. This is a take from Andrew Wilson. So, like all these feminist positions, I feel like I'm not the best person to actually articulate this, but, like, who enforces rights?
Enforces them, like the judicial system, and
right.
What do you mean? Like in
like are women
Constitution?
Like
or police?
Women as a group versus men as a group. Like who, for example, I mean, again, this is
the argument is that rights are enforced by force, and that men have a monopoly on force. So if you can't actually enforce the rights, then you actually.
Are you talking about like on a minuscule level, like with police, or what are you talking about?
No, just
like
in general.
government?
Like if you strip everything back, men have a monopoly on force. So.
What is that? Can you give an example?
You'd have to ask Andrew.
I don't believe in a patriarchy, like in our entire culture. But what you just said sounds like you believe in a patriarchy. Like there's this overarching like men control everything.
So
I do believe in patriarchy. Yeah.
Oh, you do?
So
yeah.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Again, this is not an argument I make, but he's kind of echoing something that I've heard Andrew Wilson say. Is basically, if all the men decided to stop enforcing women's rights, would there be women's rights anymore? You rely on men because, for example, if somebody breaks a law, who do you rely on to enforce that law? Men, typically. Men with guns. Like the police force, right?
Well, those fields are definitely predominantly male run, but that doesn't necessarily mean there aren't any women in it.
Okay, let me ask you a question.
And I don't think that our rights are given to us by men. They're given to us by
again,
the
I'm not saying we should
Constitution.
I'm not saying we should get rid of women's rights, but simply as a thought experiment. If all men just banded together in the supposed ultimate superform patriarchy and said, we're going to walk back women's rights, and we just banded together as men collectively, would men be able to walk back all of women's rights?
No, there's still women out there who would fight for their own voice.
No, but
do you think you'd stand a chance?
Who's physically? But okay, when any.
It's just we're human beings and we want to have a voice in our government. That's all the right to vote is.
But do you realize that everything? Oh, okay, cool.
Bashful Kami donated $100. What do you think we should do with the draft? Completely get rid of it? Or should we enforce it for both men and women? The volunteer force the US has had for the past 50 years has been way better.
It should just be both men and women. You can't get rid of it. It's not politically tenable. It'll never happen. There's conceivable scenarios where a draft might be necessary. Thank you for the message. Almost everything could, if there's a conflict. Geez, I feel like I'm going to butcher this. If there's a border dispute between a country and it can't be resolved through diplomacy, how is that resolved? By war? Are you
asking me my commanding officer position? We deploy the National Guard. I don't know what you want. The military.
Okay.
Which women can be in.
Geez, I feel like I need to better understand Andrew's argument here, Jake.
Do you think that men are stronger than women?
Biologically, yes.
Yes. Okay. So then, if men collectively tomorrow said that we want to take away women's rights, do you think that they would be able to do that?
I think there's more places than physical strength that can be.
You don't think that if men wanted to overpower women, they could?
They could overpower them physically,
okay,
maybe not
so
intellectually.
But,
so I think that.
So you think that women would intellectually sort of defeat men?
Wait, so you're saying that you're implying an actual physical war where we're going into houses?
I'm talking about force.
Putting women up against walls. So we don't have rights now.
Yeah, no. Before we had ducted sort of heating and air conditioning in apartments with all of this amazing plumbing that we've got, it was power that dictated how politics would go, and it still is to an extent today. But if tomorrow all of these amazing luxuries that we have were stripped away,
take away everything that they've built, to be oh, you don't get rights.
This is a thought experiment.
Yeah,
this is a thought
you have to engage with it in a way that's good faith at the end of the day.
Because it's kind of late. I hate to be rude, but it's been 6 hours. I haven't
Madison
eaten.
can take your seat if you want to leave.
I don't want to be rude though. I don't want to be that person. But
yeah, you can leave.
If I bow, would it make it better?
Yeah.
I mean.
Are you looking at me? You want me to just keep going?
Yeah, we're having a conversation.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, I was just saying, I think that you have to be good faith with the conversation when you engage with it, because I'm asking you, do you think that men have a monopoly on...
Right. I thought it was just her and her that are leaving.
Yeah, sorry. It's kind of late.
This is really fun.
Wait, before you leave, hold on. Sit down for just a sec. Okay.
Get back to LA.
Wait, few questions for you. You can leave if you want. Thank you, though. Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Okay, all right. Hold up. Let's see here. Hold on. Madison, do you want to take one of the empty seats? Where's my notes here? Do you think you can be racist against white people?
No.
Do you think you can be sexist against men?
Yeah, I guess.
But you can't be racist against white people?
No.
Why?
So I feel like right now, in terms of gender, we're in a really tricky spot when it comes to rights and how things are being handled politically. And I feel like I'm not fully equipped to talk about that more in detail. But in terms of race, in Western culture and the United States, white people have never been oppressed, and racism is backed by oppression.
So you think that because there's history behind other racism?
Yes.
Do you realize history can start at any point?
It hasn't. though.
History can start at any point.
Okay, but tomorrow white people are not going to wake up and be oppressed. Like, that's
What
dumb.
is racism, though?
Can you?
Like,
Who are you
the
saying is
oppression.
oppressed? Like black people are oppressed?
Every
society?
minority, like Native
How are they
people
oppressed? What
are
rights
oppressed.
do they not have, or opportunities do black people not have?
Systemic
in America?
racism exists. Like, I don't want to sit here and define that. Like, you can do that in your free
No,
time.
I just asked what
like,
is racism? Like, just the simple definition. Like, what do you think?
an oppressed racial group.
No, racism. Like, what? Like, how can you be racist towards somebody?
When, like, there's a million ways to do that. Like, that's a really vague thing to say. Like, I don't know, like...
What do you think about, here's another statement, agree or disagree. There's no such thing as male privilege.
I disagree.
Men are and have been more oppressed than women.
I disagree.
Cool. Good talk. Good talk.
Do you think that women have more privilege than men do?
No.
Really?
Would you date a cop?
If he's hot and has money.
So you don't think that all cops are bad? Like ACAB, is that what all cops are bad?
No. Like...
She's really missing out.
It's lively.
Yeah.
Oh my God, bro. I don't know. Anyways, if you want, you can wait 5 minutes. Like I said, I'm going to wrap up. I promise I'll wrap up in 5 minutes. I promise, guys. Or if you want to wait. Here, okay. 11:35. I got okay. Wait, okay. So wait, the whole fucking Andrew Wilson thing. Okay. If you look at, for example, like what happened in Afghanistan, was it Afghanistan? We were in Afghanistan. Women were able to go to school and whatnot. Well, the Taliban, the men decided, despite women's desire to be more equal to their male counterparts in Afghanistan, despite their desires and their want for equal rights, the men, by force, I'm not saying it's right, just a thought experiment here, the men by force said, nah.
That's why we have the right to bear arms.
Okay. Well, I'm curious who owns more firearms in this country, men or women?
Do you honestly think that women would stand a chance if it happened tomorrow?
This is all
honest.
hypothetical.
You can exit the feminist mindset for 1 second and you can be honest with the question and just say that women would be totally screwed.
It's funny. Wait, before you answer, she says that, well, we shouldn't have equalized the draft because men and women are different, because men are stronger, but you can't seem to concede on this. You can't seem to apply that same logic to this exact same scenario, which I think is interesting.
What do you mean?
You acknowledge that men are better suited to be soldiers and fighters and killers.
Mm-hmm.
But for some interesting reason, when it comes to this conversation about, there was a civil war between men and women.
If they could overpower us, the only thing I've responded so far is we have the right to bear arms.
But you see the logical inconsistency? You've acknowledged that men and women are different. You say women shouldn't be subject to military conscription because men are better soldiers because they're physically stronger for X, Y, Z reason. So if we're giving you a scenario where there's literally a military civil war between men and women.
Yes, my answer was what?
You said that
I said the right to bear arms. I didn't even go into detail.
I said that are they stronger? And then you said, no, it's like intellectual. So you alluded to the fact that women could intellectually fight the war.
Right. No, well, you didn't talk about war at that point.
And then I said, don't you think that women would be screwed? And you said, no, we've got the right to bear arms.
You were talking about enforcement, and I asked about police, what specific thing are you talking about? And you just said, oh, well, if we wanted to overpower.
Sleepy Bear donated $100. How do you pause and think about your answer, but when it comes out it's still lacking logic? You know the internet is forever right? You might want to stop trusting those people that think for you.
I don't know who that is.
I think I made it very clear. I actually said that if we just strip back everything and then men collectively tomorrow decided that we want to take away women's rights forcefully.
Yeah,
and then that was the hypothetical that you were engaging
and then I
with.
asked, before all these things happened, I asked, like, physically, like, going into people's homes and, like, starting a war, and that's where we stopped.
Yeah,
so I never really finished my thought on that.
Take away the rights.
Because now you guys are saying something that I didn't actually say. And I'm saying I completely agree. I already agreed that men are biologically stronger. That's why I didn't agree with the...
So why did you bring up the right to bear arms then?
Tongue-in-cheek. It's literally the idea that we do have a way to defend ourselves. Will we have a good chance? I don't think so.
Was it tongue-in-cheek, or were you trying to make a logical argument with that?
It's totally hypothetical. It's mostly tongue-in-cheek, but it is true. We do have the right to bear arms.
We do have
a level of defense, but is it enough to, like, overpower, like, suddenly every man turns on us? This is the most random hypothetical to describe
would be
this,
screwed.
but-
If that horrible event were to happen, women would be at the mercy of men.
So that's why I'm saying feminism is men's fault.
Okay,
you guys allowed it. It was weak men who allowed it.
So
was it not?
So you don't think you should vote?
Guys, this is a hypothetical
if I could go back to
conversation.
1910,
Don't clip.
Early this century, that's totally fine. Because the man was voting for the household, and also since women started voting, everything started going left.
That's very true.
Honestly, feminism was just to destroy the family
You
unit.
want to repeal the 19th, is what you're saying?
No, I think it's at this point it's too late to do that now. But if we could collectively start gradually walking back, but there's no way that's just not able to happen now. I wouldn't.
All
or
right,
women
here.
could.
I said I would wrap in.
Or women could vote more logically.
I think we're too
Instead
far
of
gone.
Getting rid of the right for women to vote, we could actually.
I said I would wrap.
Women aren't very logical.
But women are a lot more easily manipulated.
Yeah, you're not very logical.
And susceptible
Being manipulated
to
in a good way
groupthink.
instead of a bad way. I don't understand why we have this pessimistic view of women voting.
What?
Well, she's saying that after women's had the right to vote, everything went downhill. Why don't we
That's not my
more
words.
women are
She said
pro-choice
that.
than pro-life because they're easily
Not my words.
susceptible
But
to
we
propaganda.
should focus on changing that instead of getting rid of the right to vote.
I'm not saying we should repeal the 19th.
Yeah, but you're saying that if women didn't have the right
But
We shouldn't repeal
we
the
could
19th,
gradually-
but let's
block
put
it
women on the
back.
front line. We're going to put women on the front
But
line.
I also
Get
disagree
your AR.
with Brian, who thinks we should send women to war,
Just
who's going
send
to take
them
care of the
into
kids.
Just send them into the meat grinder of war.
I completely disagree.
Just
Why are you
equality.
If you believe men and women are
Equality.
different, why would you want
Also,
egalitarianism?
If men suddenly overpowered all of us, I would have so many less concerns than my right to vote, and more why are
Also,
all the men
here's-
overpowering
wait,
us?
Here's
What is
here's
happening?
the actual argument, the totally not trolling argument for why we need to send women to the front lines via the draft. We got to tire out the enemy, send the women in first, and then the men can
Get them to nag the enemy.
just that.
Just nag.
Okay. All right, last chat here. We have Andy J. White. I live in Sweden and our draft age is between 16 to 70 and includes both women and men. Combat is reserved for 18 plus, but those not fighting has other tasks like taking care of the kids, etc., etc. Why can't U.S. Draft age both women and men?
I think you should worry about your suicide.
I'd have to look into Sweden, but you have other countries which are even more oppressive than, for example, the United States, where they actually have mandatory military service, for example, in Switzerland. And if you don't, there's actually really substantial penalties. And women don't have, actually, if you don't do it as a man, there's you get taxed or something, there's fees. So all throughout the Western, in all countries, there's significant, most countries, somebody said, oh, well, in Israel, it's men and women. Okay, well, congrats. 1 out of 200 plus countries in the world, there's equal conscription. And I would
can't even beat Hamas.
I was going to say, how's that working out for them?
I would still argue they're probably still prioritizing men to be in those frontline combat positions. So anyways, appreciate it, man. What was the, trying to remember what the other thing. Oh, yo, guys, we're having conversations. This is just thought experiments and hypotheticals. Jake here doesn't want to go to civil war with women. We're just having thought experiments on things, okay?
I don't know, unless... No civil wars.
Just thought experiments.
Love women,
guys.
they're the best.
Just
want to protect
debate.
them, not fight
We're
them.
just having debate, devil's advocating, fucking, all that stuff. Okay. All right, guys, we're going to wrap up the show. So, before I do, guys, go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow and a Prime sub if you have one. Thank you, guys. Thank you for all the follows and the Prime subs tonight. Appreciate it, guys. Go to my clips channel, whatever second. We post some dope shorts and clips on there. Be sure you go subscribe. We're trying to get to 1 million subscribers. We're less than 100,000 away. So guys, do me a favor, go subscribe to that channel. Also, go subscribe to Jake's OnlyFans account while you're at it, guys. If you don't, you'll be that blood witch from the previous show will put a curse on you. Okay, guys. Last call, hit the like button, please, on your way out. Thank you for tuning in tonight. You could have been anywhere in the world, but you're here with me. I appreciate that. Thank you to everyone who super chats, donates, and supports the show. Next Sunday is the Super Bowl. And we did it last year. Too many people flakes last year. It's just, we're not going to do a show on Sunday, guys. Just, I don't want to deal with like the people if we booked people for that Sunday, people are going to flake. So no show Sunday, but we will be back in exactly a week, Tuesday at 5 p.m. Pacific. And then we have some big guests lined up for the rest of February. Big guests. Got Andrew Wilson coming. We got Q coming. So be sure to tune in for the rest of February. Any girls who want to be on the show, DM out, whatever, on Instagram, if you can make it to Santa Barbara. Thank you to the wonderful panel. I appreciate you guys staying late. Thank you guys. 07s. I want to see 07s in the chat. 07s in the chat. Good night, guys. Thank you for tuning in. We will see you next time. Good night, guys.